what's the option there is to say, just kind of focus on the transcendent message of the church here while we just, recognize that this pope misspoke and try to somehow overcome his frailty there. It's a hard position to be in. There's just tremendous hurt because, in fact, many of these priests, are from Ukraine. For those in the United States and in the diaspora countries, not all, but many are from, or certainly have relatives there or of descent. So
I would like to. Yeah, that would be good to hear because I can't imagine it has to be hard, and and it has to be somebody was going to be important that this gets clarified, because the Catholic Church is a very big population, and having support for Ukraine. Um, Being able to heal that so that they can, say that the Pope has said, or here is why we should support Ukraine. I think is an important thing. We got a couple of other hands up. Welcome back, Primus. How was that? Was that fun?
Oh yeah, yeah. It was. I was up and down, and I was like, "Hey, what happened here?" I was talking for a minute. I looked down, saying something quite witty, no doubt. And I looked down and said, "The space has ended." I'm like, "Oh, womp womp."
Chloe.
Yeah, exactly. It's just ran right into it. So flying lattes. That's I'm gonna share that one with some friends. That one's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, got a couple hands here, Alex and Alan here. Um, yeah, I guess just my only thought on that is, usually I think if the Catholic Church is trying to maintain like a moral high ground, on here in the best of times, on there, and it seems that they're kind of choosing moral equivocation on there. It, and he probably did say something intentional, but just because you spend a lot of time thinking about what to say, does not mean what you have to say is actually a good idea, as I have been told many times in my life. um, Alex, and Alan, go ahead.
Thank you. Rulers that have this title great. It's Peter and Catherine. And in Russia was kind of also invading, colonizing places to the east, but it was kind of how to say, Europe. Russia always kind of, the big deal was colonizing and expanding, like Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, and that's the reason the Russians call them great, and that's also the reason Ukraine do not call them great. It's like, suddenly in Mexico, somebody starts speaking about great Spanish culture and bringing example of Cortés or Pizarro. It's just that level of yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's I mean, you can't even say that the person just doesn't know what he's talking about, because he's supposed to know. Yeah, maybe his advisors this time gave him pretty bad advice. I mean, I've heard many times about culture, Great Russian culture, and we can talk about it too, but never I heard, like, in association with culture, somebody bringing up these names, because, like, well, yeah, they invited, but like all tyrants did so, right? They invited architectures, whatnot, but it's not them who are kind of this cultural, you know. If you talk about culture, you should probably bring names of those who directly contributed to culture, rather than, yeah, I don't know. It's say when we say Michelangelo, for example, right? Well, you would not call Medici a man of great culture, right? Because even though, yes, he kind of was patronizing all those architects and painters and artists and I don't know, philosophers. But yeah, it's when you say culture, you usually bring somebody from culture, not the source of money. But you know, I was trying to explain what level of lack of empathy it shows. It's like, you know, U.S. president says something very racist, something like KKK would only say. It's mind-boggling. It will be very difficult to kind of whitewash this.
All right,
Thank you,
Alex.
Alex.
Oh, go ahead, Prince Ever.
No, I was just going to say, thank you, Alex, and go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I agree with Alex, but I have a question for Gina. I saw today that Lithuania had called in for consultation the papal envoy or the ambassador from the Vatican in Lithuania over the Pope's statements. Do you think this will be an isolated diplomatic response from just Lithuania, or do you think that Lithuania will be the first of many countries to consult with the Vatican ambassadors around the world? And what would be in your mind, the key countries to call in the Vatican ambassador to basically have a, you know, what the hell is the Pope saying kind of conversation, although that probably wouldn't be the question they pose.
I think it would be what you would call a come to Jesus meeting, right? Which would be very appropriate here. Well, it's interesting with Lithuania because the nuncio to Ukraine, the Vatican's nuncio to Ukraine, Archbishop Visvaldas Kulbakas, is Lithuanian. And I interviewed him, and he, as I'd said in previous times I was up to share, he's very, very, he has a heart for the Ukrainian people. And learned Ukrainian. He's the first nuncio in Ukraine to learn Ukrainian. I attended liturgies that he celebrated. Very comfortable with the Ukrainian people, and made the decision to stay even after the full-scale invasion. And he's very grateful about that, and very firm in that. So that's an interesting. I don't think it necessarily will be isolated. I would think that, of course, the Baltic states, which know so well what Russian and Soviet oppression is like, would do that. And in fact, I wanted to quickly read a statement from the Roman Catholic bishops in Ukraine, because I think that they actually get to what's probably at work here. It's a short statement. I'm not going to read the entire bit of it because it sets up what happened. But this was the chairman of the Conference of Bishops of the Roman Catholic Church in Ukraine. And by Conference of Bishops, that means just that in a given country, the Catholic bishops will form a conference for, the purposes of meeting and discussions and so forth. But at any rate, this was written by Bishop Vitaly Skomarovsky, and I do apologize as always to our Ukrainians for my pronunciation, which is still very much a work in progress. But Bishop Vitaly says the following. He, references the incident and says, undoubtedly, this address in general was the support of a shepherd for his believers, a spiritual father for his children. However, the mention of, quote, great Russia, end quote, with its great culture and humanity, unfortunately testifies to the continued existence of the myth of humanism and the greatness of the state, which has been waging a bloody and brutal war against Ukraine for 9 years. The mentioned statements are painful and cause concern for us. As the church and Ukrainian society, we reject and consider unacceptable any manifestations of support for the Russian peace, quote unquote, Russian peace, which brought so much pain and suffering to our land and to our families. We believe that, as previously stated, taking into account and remembering everything that Pope Francis has done and is doing for Ukraine, we have no doubts about his support for our people. He expresses this support constantly and loudly, not allowing the world to forget about the suffering Ukrainian people. And this is the key part here, I think. We are convinced that such misunderstandings are caused by the lack of appropriate dialogue between the Pope and Ukraine at the ecclesiastical and diplomatic level. We hope that the reaction of Ukrainian society to the above-mentioned words will help to correct the situation now and avoid misunderstandings in the future. We call on our believers and people of goodwill not to limit ourselves to individual statements of the Holy Father, but to notice his solidarity with Ukraine in his actions. Let us remember in our prayers about Pope Francis, about the gifts of the Holy Spirit for him, so that his words bring salvation and are understandable for everyone. But that next to last paragraph, where they talk about lack of appropriate dialogue, or Bishop Vitaly talks about this lack of appropriate dialogue between the Pope and Ukraine at the ecclesiastical and diplomatic level. I think that he's really on to, I know he's really on to something because he knows better than I do. So in this situation, but I do think that's something to unpack a bit more and find out what is it. I mean, I do think that we have sensed this disconnect, certainly with Pope Francis, maybe understanding of even the persecutions of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church historically, of the persecutions of the church in general historically, the overall history of Ukraine, extending, back into, hundreds and hundreds of years back. I think that, there's definitely a lot of work to be done there. And then just to wrap up again, the statement that I just read was the statement of the chairman of the Conference of Bishops of the Roman Catholic Church in Ukraine, Bishop Vitaly Skomarovsky. So I offer that to you, and I'd be curious for what you folks think, having heard that statement.
Oh, well, I have to give the Roman Catholic bishops of Ukraine credit for issuing that statement. It is as much of a direct challenge to what the Pope said as bishops could possibly make. I guess, popes rarely walk back their words. They rather take some kind of symbolic action of some kind. They visit a special shrine, or they celebrate mass in a special church or something like that. I wonder if Pope Francis will try to walk back these words. He cannot explain them away, but what symbolic action might he take to diminish the harm he's already caused?
That's a good question, isn't it? Yeah, what do you do? Gina, quick response from you, and we'll go to Alex and Karen. But I will say one thing. The mention of Russian peace, yeah, kind of made me laugh a little bit, ironically, of course, there because the Romans would create a desert and call it peace. That's what peace is for the Russians as well. So, anyways, whatever order I said.
Yeah, in terms of what would the Pope do, I would really hesitate to speculate there, because I'm thinking, the other night when I'd mentioned that a papal apology is not unprecedented, in the case of the Pope's apology to the First Nations and Indigenous peoples of Canada for the residential school abuses, that was, though, something that took quite a long time to bring about. So anything more immediate, yeah, I'm hesitant to I would probably tend to agree with Alan on that point, that it would tend to be a symbolic, more likely to be a symbolic action that would be an apology, sort of incognito or in disguise, maybe a bit more. But I really am just, again, my eyes are really on this meeting of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic bishops with the Pope, to see what comes of that, and to see the dialogue and see if we hear any change in messaging. And again, I think that this point that Bishop Vitali makes about this lack of sufficient dialogue at the both diplomatic and ecclesiastical level. I mean, maybe this is something that the Ukrainian Greek Catholic bishops would not be unaware of this statement. So maybe this is something that they would also bring in there. I don't want to speak for them, but they would likely be in some sort of consultation with their brother bishops in the other, in the Roman Catholic Church in Ukraine, and could well address that point in the meeting. So that's kind of where my eyes are at this point. And of course, we're all monitoring what the diplomatic and the general response of the Ukrainian global community is to this. I mean, this is certainly something to keep in mind. And also, as I said, I'm going to be looking at other faith confessions in Ukraine to see what those groups are saying. And yeah, and I think that probably a chorus of messaging might, who knows what we'll see in a couple of weeks from this, but it's definitely something to keep on the radar.
Yeah, that would be good, and it'd be nice, if we could get a representative of the Ukrainian Catholic Church to maybe come on and talk about their thoughts on there, and about the Pope's statement and their response. I think that would be interesting and enlightening, and I think that would be a good interview on there. But I mean, what it's really about, I mean, it's I'm not Catholic. I don't have a dog in this fight on here, but again, the Pope represents 1.2 billion people, a lot of whom are in the global South, and there's definitely a different viewpoint on what's going on in those areas versus in Europe and North America and so on. I think it's the church has a role in kind of communicating that message on there. So basically it's like looking at it's like this is wrong. This is evil in our time. We should do something about that. And I know they fumbled a little bit, as an understatement, with how World War II was handled in the Nazis and that kind of situation, which we don't need to get into. Not because I don't want to, but it's just a long tangent. But I think having a redo of that, they might have had a better playbook for the situation. Anyways, Prince Ever, anything you want to add before we go to go back to hands?
No, I'm good. Gina popped her hand back up though, so I think maybe Gina might have a response too before we go ahead, Gina.
No, that's okay. I can wait, because I don't want to have people wait too long. I'm actually looking something up here, but I can add a point in a little bit after folks have had a chance to speak. Thank you.
All right. I think Karen was first and then Alex. Go ahead, Karen.
I have a statement and then I have a question. First of all, I admit that I have a bias. I'm an American who believes very strongly in the separation of church and state. And another personal bias of mine is a little bit of fear in my own country that the certain people of faith are trying to exert too much control over government. And as I listen to this conversation, you know, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up just a little bit because I acknowledge the really wonderful influence the churches can have and can do, and how they can sometimes partner with government in very constructive ways. But at the same time, there's this little message in the back of my brain that says, be careful, because you don't want a theocracy or a country that maybe for all intents and purposes functions like a theocracy. And then the question that I have is, I hear a lot of talk about faith, and that's good because it helps me understand that and respect the culture of Ukraine. But I also have a question. How are atheists treated in Ukraine? And I am not an atheist, but since severing my ties with the organized religion, I have met many atheists. I used to think they were all devils. I just had some really backward opinions. I used to think they were just horrible, evil people. And I have met some atheists that are really very moral, very thoughtful people. And I just wonder, is there a bias against atheists in Ukraine, or are they treated the same as everybody else?
Well, I think that, first of all, I think that we have to realize that Ukraine is a different culture than we have here in the United States. And I think religion plays a different kind of a role, possibly, in their lives than it may in ours. And I actually am not sure. Gina may know the answers as far as separation of church and state as far as Ukraine is concerned. But I also know that there are many different faiths in Ukraine, whereas I would say that the Greek, that the Orthodox Church, and possibly the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church are sort of the more predominant ones, but there are many faiths in Ukraine, and I have not heard or seen any evidence that any of them are treated any differently than another. I mean, they have a Jewish president, who I believe is not really a practicing Jew, but he is a Jewish president. But the culture of especially the Orthodox Church in Ukraine is a really important thing for them, and I think it's a little bit different than how we experience it here. But I also can't imagine that somebody, we were talking about this, I can't remember when. Anyway, but talking about, all different religions that they have in Ukraine, and and including pagan religions. And so I would think also atheists, and not seeing that any of them are treated any differently, because if you get out in some of these villages and things like that, you will find more pagan practices and things along those lines also. So that's sort of how I see that. But Gina, I would love to have your input on this also. But I know that I firmly believe that the Orthodox Church plays a much bigger role, not necessarily in a government way, but as in a cultural way, for the Ukrainian people. Gina, am I right on along those lines?
Oh yeah, I would agree with that. Of course, I would defer to any Ukrainians in the space who would like to share their thoughts, because obviously I've
100%.
if there's anyone out there who would want to elaborate on that, but I never, even in covering stateside and then being there in Ukraine during my summer trip, never in the questions I asked or the folks that I encountered did I ever get a sense that there was any kind of, persecution of people who didn't believe in any, spiritual reality or God. I mean, I think, this is really, when you think of it, this is what Ukraine is as part of its self-determination, its evolution as a modern nation. I mean, this is that plurality that it is seeking, that Western looking focus that, where it's not, it stands in such contradistinction to Russia, where Russia not only wants to, pretty much destroy any other religion there, except unless it's very, very tightly controlled by the state, where those Yarovaya laws just so strictly limit the religious activity, and where the dominant church, the Russian Orthodox Church, is just so married to the state and in fact serves the state and is an extension of the state. I mean, Ukraine is nothing like that. Again, I always defer to native Ukrainians who are going to come up and speak about their country. I'm a supporter and an admirer, and love learning about Ukraine and giving all the space I can to Ukrainian voices. But I mean, I don't mean to presume to speak for the nation. So, but I would agree with you, with all those disclaimers. Yeah, I would absolutely agree with you. So I also, and we may have already mentioned this, and I apologize if we did, but on Religious Information Service of Ukraine, they reprinted some of the words of the ambassador of Ukraine to the Vatican, Andriy Yurash. So, and he had an interview with Radio Svoboda. So I can read some of those words now, or if you want to wait, and I can hang out for a few more minutes and read some of this interview. But it is interesting because he's got some great quotes in this.
Well,
I think
may as well read it.
Okay, yeah, I'll just read some. So again, this is Andriy Yurash, who is the Ukraine's ambassador to the Vatican, and he was speaking with Radio Svoboda, which is Radio Liberty, and getting into that issue of what does the Pope know about Russian history. So, what the ambassador said, he said that, and this is a quote. And he's actually saying, he doesn't believe that the Pope knows the full history as well as those words might have indicated. Quote, this quote of his shows that the Pope does not know the history of Russia. He treats it very generally as a certain universal abstract phenomenon, and not as something that was a driving process in different periods of Eastern Europe. And it is obvious that he did not understand how painfully and tragically his words would resonate for Ukrainians who perfectly understand what Peter I, Catherine II, and all other rulers who consolidated this Russian imperialist system, imperial thinking, and imperial state did. Then he also said that if, quote, the Pope wanted to talk about culture, about certain symbols that are purely spiritual, irrational, then it is obvious that after mentioning the rulers, he moved into the political plane. And in this political plane, to treat the persons he mentioned, it is possible only in such a political discourse. And, he also specified that the Pope was going off script. He wasn't going with the prepared remarks that are, by the way, available on the Vatican's website. And as a result, those remarks should be treated as, a personal opinion, not the full official statement. Though I understand, me personally, this is Gina saying this, I understand that distinction is not easily made. But at any rate, Yurash also says, quote, it was abstract, general, without any appeals to specific persons or specific facts from Russian culture or history. That is, it was the conclusion that the Pope spoke, no longer reading, but speaking for himself. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated case, Andriy Yurash also added, and he referenced the Daria Dugina incident last year. And then Risu in its article also says that as a religious scholar and political scientist, Urash also concludes that the Pope's views were decisively influenced by the environment in which he was formed. And here is Andrei Urash's quote again on that. Actually, this statement reflects the Pope's vision and understanding of Russian culture and identity. It is an undeniable fact that he is a representative of Latin America, as a representative of the older generation, as a representative of that part of the Catholic hierarchy that grew up in the paradigm of liberation theology, which had a socially left basis. He looks at Russia from a completely different angle than we look at Russia, as a killer country, an aggressor country, a country that causes suffering. And in this statement, not read from a piece of paper, he reflected his own vision. And then Urash says that he has a remark about it. I'm not quite clear on that, what they're saying there. He did also say that he had communicated with Cardinal Zuppi, who is the Pope's, appointed his point person for trying to regain the stolen Ukrainian children. And Urash also said that the first positive signals were received from the Russian side regarding the list of children that was transferred from Ukraine. So his quote is, "In this context, we must use all opportunities." And then he wraps it up with, by the way, the Pope, on the one hand, expressing this paradigm, he does not stop talking about Ukraine every time, at every opportunity, understanding the level of suffering. Unfortunately, in his system of understanding Russian history and culture, the thesis about them, greatness was not connected with the barbarism that the Russians inflict on Ukraine, but they work with him and explain to him. So it sounds like, I think he's definitely onto something with the difference in approach. And Primus, I think you had mentioned that the other night, the Latin American liberation theology type of angle of looking at Russia. Certainly some of that seems to be, at work here. So, but I thought those were important words. Again, Andrei Urash, who is Ukraine's ambassador to the Vatican.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still a bit flummoxed how anyone can kind of confuse, the Soviet Union, / Russia, as a liberator, when in fact they're the oppressor to literally everyone they can get their hands on. And just a fun fact, Catherine the Great wasn't Russian, she was Prussian. So, she came over from the Holy Roman Empire on there because whatever her husband was needed a bride. So they brought her over as a teenager, certainly a younger woman on there with, some education and ideas as part of, bringing enlightenment to Russia. And that was a whole fad. And, she just turned into another conqueror because, that's just what Russia does to people, I guess. But yeah, I mean, having talked to some Ukrainians, ones that, Prince Heifer and I have had on, and just other conversations, religion does have an important role in Ukraine, but it's not a theocracy, it's not Iran or anything like that, my God. But religion is these different churches and so on are important stakeholders in the government. Surely as any other NGO or something like that would be, in a sense, but you have the chief rabbi of Ukraine out there doing disaster relief. You have some other I've seen some Muslims out there doing different things. And here's what I saw. You have President Zelensky. I don't think he's a practicing Jew, but that's only because he perfected it. So he's out there. It's a very diverse country. I mean, it's actually really been very much a crossroads for a lot of cultures in history, from Hellenistic influences to all these tribes which came off of the plains to European, and back and forth. It's been a very much a trade area, because it was the land, kind of represented a land bridge to Europe in a sense. So guess those are kind of final thoughts on that there. A couple hands went down. Prince Ever, anything you'd like to say on this? And then we'll go to Bearded Brit, actually. It's posted a video. And actually, one other...
I've got hands up here, Primus.
Really? I don't see any.
Yeah, no, we have Alex and then James and then Robin.
Oh, okay. Well, Alex, James, and Robin, then Britt. So,
Alex, go on.
Thank you. So, to question what can be done now, well, I guess an opinion of Catholic Church about Roman Catholic Church about this war can be articulated, but I don't think Pope will do that. And thinking, because he was talking to young people, many of them will be joining the Russian army soon. And I kind of believe that yeah. So what would church think about Russian young people joining the army and going into Ukraine? And I think that was the answer. Not direct, but indirect. I certainly don't believe that Pope Francis does not know that neither Catherine nor Peter do not represent culture, but something else. And I think that puts Catholic Church in Ukraine in a difficult spot, because there are other congregations, etc. Of course, we are not talking about Russian church, which is kind of managed from Moscow. This is just KGB branch. But yeah, I think it puts in a difficult spot. And just listening about other people's reaction, like for example, there was this reaction, lack of communication. Like they are within the same church, right? How is it possible that they have lack of communication? The only thing is that I hear it like, okay, why nobody asked us how to present this whole thing, That's almost like telling the Pope that he should have asked them, because they are now in the tough spot. Or how should we interpret the thing that Pope is clearly from other, he's leftist from Latin America. So are we talking about, some kind of scission within Catholic Church? Because how are you gonna fix these things? There are a lot of Catholics, and I don't know, by the way, how many Catholics are in Russia. I think very few. So is this like trying to go after very few Russian Catholics and kind of throw out of the window many Catholics in Central Europe? It's it's a difficult situation. But what can be done? He can certainly be more he can more articulate with regards to Russian aggression, but of course he will not do that. He tried to play the role of, mediator, probably helping with prisoners, and hopefully he can still do that. But at the same time, yeah, it was not very well thought thing. What he like, there is clearly backlash in Ukraine because, and in other places too.
That's a bit of an understatement, indeed.
Yeah.
So, let's see here. Let's see. Was it Robin or James? And I can see the hands again, Prince.
It was James next. Congratulations, Primus.
Yeah, I've got 2 hands, and also I can see the 2 hands that are up.
Very good. I was just wondering if you were staring at your hands. Yeah, so I think the Pope has a long way to come to do anything that might kind of balance his statements, and I don't foresee that. But I think the best hope really is, Gina, kind of the Catholic leadership from Ukraine and countries near there who actually know about Russia, because I do think he's been working through this mindset where social programs, which I think he likes, and which I think Europeans like and Americans like. I like my Social Security, I like healthcare, things like that. But socialism is sort of a thing that we don't like because of it was a practice at a certain time in history that didn't work out so well on balance. I guess I'm understating that. So I think that there's this line there, and he grew up in that environment, and so he clearly got to see the West do some things that were not so kind to South America, and so I think he's got some very very old memories that guide him. As I think are all
James, we're having a hard time hearing you.
James, are
Yes.
you hiding your phone in the pillow while you're trying to talk to us?
No, I'm not, but I'll try again. Is that better?
That's perfectly fine. I don't know what you were doing, but it was getting hard to understand.
Okay. Well, I'll try to keep my voice from echoing off my walls then. That may be the problem. But anyways, I think he's got a long way to go, and he needs to be shown that kind of light of what really is going on. And he isn't going to he isn't going to go to Bucha. I don't think he's going to go to Kyiv. I'm so disappointed that he did go to Russia after saying something about having a hard time traveling. Um, and I do recall that he was dubious about how the war started. And please correct me if I'm misstating what I think I heard from him last year was that that kind of thing where the West kind of started this. They did something that annoyed the Russians or drew them in or deceived them, made them think it would be easy. I don't know, whatever. I think he had that. So if I'm wrong about that, and memory fails me too often, but do correct me. But I think he's got a long way to go. And it just makes me wonder about what his method is, because I still think he's acting out of a logic set, if you will, about what works and what will work and what he needs to do for the Catholics. And he's acknowledged, I think, in a lot of ways, that there is a schism in the church. How deep it is, it's not open. There is no alternate Vatican across from the White House or anything like that yet. But there's a lot of difference of opinion, I think. And so the church is, it's always been sort of like this. So I'm not too worried about that or his ultimate net effect, but he could be a force for so much good, especially if he could acknowledge what Russia's done. But then I do, and Gina, I'd love to hear what you think about this too. I do think that sort of does put Catholics in Russia at some risk.
Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, I remember asking one of the bishops when I was in Ukraine, and I think it was Bishop Vitali, who was the in Kiev, and I asked him about how he was a Roman Catholic bishop. What I believe it was him, and then a couple of others. What it was like to be a Russian Catholic, because it's a very small number. And I always keep referencing it, but a great book on that history there is called The Forgotten, by Father Christopher Zuger, and it's a really good history of Catholics under Soviet persecution. But the one of the bishops did tell me, I said, how are they able to have any kind of religious life with these Yarovaya laws, these laws that Russia enacted to really just in many ways kind of strangle religious activity. I mean, you can't proselytize, you have to register all your events with the government. It's just a really strict control. And I got this kind of look that sometimes the bishops kind of, in order to get, be able to have whatever masses and liturgies and functions they're able to have to kind of in some way, compromising that maybe by compromise means maybe staying silent when you would want to protest, something like that. And in fact, in the very beginning, when this video of the Pope's remarks was emerging over the weekend, one of the first things that a colleague and I were looking at was we first had the written text of the press release. And the first concern was, and why I wasn't quick to do anything until I'd researched it more, was, were those remarks an add-in? Because at one point I was thinking, did the government force them to add in this bit about Russia and its great culture and all that into a press release? And then when we saw the video, you could see that the Pope himself was actually saying that. So, I'm sure, and I'm trying to get in touch with Russian Catholics, with at least some of the bishops who can speak to me about, if they can, what it is like to be a Catholic in Russia. I think it's a fascinating question. And it's certainly one I'm invested in trying to find out. My sense is that it probably is pretty difficult. And as a parallel, we look at the Catholic Church in China, where a controversial, agreement that the Pope had to sign to kind of work with the Chinese government to, sustain the life of the Catholics who are already there. But there are Catholics who say, basically where the Chinese government can appoint the bishops. They work in partnership with Rome to do that, and that is just not the way the Catholic Church works. I mean, the Pope appoints bishops, so not the Chinese government. But I remember when that was signed, and I said to my editor at the time, I was working in a different publication, and I remember saying, like, "Are you kidding me?" And he looked at me and he said, "He's trying to protect the Catholics that are there." So, I kind of took that to heart more, and so, I don't have any definitive answers, but I do think that there probably is some degree of concern and danger, and danger in the sense of just don't cross this line or else. And we see how quick Russia is now to arrest people, to silence people. So yeah, I'm sure, and I think that if you look at the video of all of those Catholics that were in that church, the church looked large, in St. Petersburg, but really, if you looked at the video, it's not holding a whole lot of people, and those young adults came from all over Russia. So it wasn't like they were all flooding in from St. Petersburg and more coming in from Moscow. I mean, it really was small. And some of the folks, I know there were at least a couple of sisters, I believe, from Mother Teresa's order. I was trying to look at the video. The quality I had was fairly poor, but from the official live stream, which was a problematic live stream because it kept cutting in and out. So not everyone in the room was even the kids themselves. They were clerics who were already there, women religious nuns who were already there. So yeah, there aren't that many. But I hope that helps a little bit, and I'll keep investigating, and we'll share whatever I learn.
See, what's interesting here is there's the separation of church and state, is what you just sort of described right there, is the state being allowed to appoint the bishops versus the church being allowed to appoint the bishops. There's a big difference right there. And I know you were referencing China with that, I believe, but that is the difference right there, Karen. the church has the autonomy to do what it does, and it's not being decided by the state, which is something that you do see in Ukraine. Ukraine isn't butting itself into how the church runs, and the church isn't butting itself into how the government in Ukraine runs. But this is a hurtful statement by the Pope, and that is what we're talking about. Sorry, Robin. I hope you can be patient for just a minute more, because I just totally directed that at Karen. Go ahead, Karen.
My biggest concern, although I would find it very disturbing if a government, tried to appoint church officials. And I realize that's the way it's done in totalitarian countries, and that is certainly a frightening prospect. But I guess in the current climate here in the U.S., my bigger fear is of religious organizations who try and exert a more control over the government than the majority of voters would have. And that is perhaps my biggest fear right now in my country. And I would hope that it wouldn't be that way in Ukraine, although I do respect that Ukraine has a very different culture, and I can respect that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. That's I understand what you're saying, and that is a much bigger, sort of different conversation. But I don't see that. Of course I don't live in Ukraine. I don't know for sure, but that isn't something that I have seen. And usually when that kind of thing is happening, you sort of kind of hear about it and see about it now and then. So go ahead, Gina, and then we'll go to Robin.
Yeah, and listen to this. One thing I'm thinking, kind of more broadly, and it comes back to something I've heard, Timothy Snyder and other experts say, is about and I think what this moment calls all of us to do, these statements by the Pope, is to reflect on our perceptions of Russia, and not just those made by, one person, in this case, the Pope, but all of those, like the Western perceptions. And I've just come across this article on Robert Bosch Academy, and it's by Lilia Shevtsova, and she is by birth a Russian. She was a fellow at this academy, but she talks about how we've kind of gotten, the West has gotten Russia wrong again and again, and that Moscow capitalizes on that. And I invite you to just think about that. This is one article among many that have been written on this subject, but we really need to look at how we're perceiving things here and realize that it's very different in Russia. And I think remarks like the ones that the Pope made, you look at the cruelty of an emperor who's subjugating and destroying, and then you look at how that gets translated into some sense of, well, quote unquote, progress, great power, patronage of the arts. I mean, Catherine was kind of, pro-European and, looking to promote culture, and, that whole relationship between culture, we're seeing that play out right now. In fact, I think Timothy Snyder tweeted this earlier today, and they're staging protests in Germany. Anna Netrebko, the Russian soprano, who I think also just sued the Metropolitan Opera for breach of contract, when they said no, because she is Russian and she's also she's a supporter of the removal of the Ukrainian children, and she's been, documented to be supportive of this war. Well, I've listened to some of her and her recordings, and I like opera. I certainly can't sing it too well, but but that's all changed ever since I became aware that Ukraine had been under such longstanding persecution, and certainly since the full-scale invasion, and greater and greater awareness of just what the past almost decade has been for Ukraine in terms of, living out its declared independence. So what I'm trying to say is I really think that this is a teaching moment for all of us, not just for church officials and that, that part of it. I think all of us have to look at, what do we think about Russia? Why did we think that the fall of the Soviet Union was suddenly going to, result in a fully democratic partner? There were probably some very deep historical roots and a lot of post-communist trauma and mismanagement that this just did not pan out the way we all thought it would and should, right? So I just offer that to you as something else to think about. And another good book that was very eye-opening for me was It Was a Long Time Ago and It Never Happened Anyway by David Satter. And that really helped me, or I'm sorry, that, but also Nothing is True, Everything is Possible. And that's a really worthwhile look at by Peter Pomerantsev, who is, I think, a British Russian national who went to Russia in the post Soviet fall days as a film producer, and it was just the most surreal trip. It's just a real head spin to see what that culture was like. He just gives a really engaging and an incredibly eye-opening view into that helps explain some of what we're dealing with right now in terms of Russia's genocide. So yeah, I just wanted to share that.
Thank you so much, Gina. And I think we're gonna move on to some Ukrainian related news, and actually a little bit of Russian related news, because I am just seeing that there is, number one, carpet plan has been engaged in Moscow. And for those who do not know what carpet plan is, carpet is carpet mode. Excuse me, carpet mode. People who do not know what carpet mode is, it is the the closing of all of airports, and it looks like it's for 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 out of 6 of the airports in the Moscow area, possibly all of them. This one is just really hard to tell because it looks like it has a lot of planes on the ground. So carpet mode has been been engaged, and that is delaying and canceling some flights, departures and arrivals, and that is always entertaining. And I have lost track of how many days in a row that is now. Oh, the poor Russian economy. Not really. And then also I'm seeing that there is also an air alarm in Moscow. And so I think maybe we're going to move back to some news, and I'm going to figure out exactly what happened in Moscow, and so that I can share with our lovely users, while listeners, excuse me, while Primus and Bearded have a conversation about a video. And so, Gina, do you know how much I appreciate you?
I appreciate all of you. I mean, I thank God for this space. This is great. It really is. I've learned so much, and it's just such a pleasure to be able to support and to share and to hear from Ukrainian voices and to learn. So thank you. And Slava Ukraini.
Here, Slava.
Thank you,
Thank
Gina.
you,
And
Gina.
I also very much appreciate you. And I mean, I know this isn't always perfect. Sometimes the things go, the space goes down, or sometimes I wander off on a tangent, or who knows what. But it's a group of people all here trying to do their best for Ukraine, and spread the news, spread the information on there, raise funds to do good things, and other things that happen in the background on here. So I mean, it's a really amazing kind of special place, which is doing great things. And I mean, the ability to just do something, anything about it, I mean, is kind of a special thing for me on here. And where else are you going to hear someone like Gina coming up to, talk about these things. Because, I mean, there's ocean spaces and so on. And, I mean, I could, I have a canned story on here and go to at any point, talking about, the breakdown of an S400 battery and the different facility, things which go into it and that kind of thing. But, I mean, I would rather hear, sometimes about, the human connection, what's going on with people and what's on their minds, and those kinds of things I think is very important. So, just as important as understanding military aspect, because I mean, ultimately, all that stuff, tanks, planes, fences going, whatever, it's all happening and involving people, and people are what we're really here for. So, all right. So, let's see. Karen has her hand up, and Britt, whenever you're ready, just throw up a hand there.
I just have a question about an accident that happened on the 29th, and the details in Ukrainska Pravda are sketchy even today. Apparently, 6 Ukrainian pilots were killed in a crash of 2 helicopters in Donetsk, and the bodies have been recovered, and it's being, as of the printing, it's being investigated. But I just wondered if anybody has heard any updates on it. That's incredibly sad. That's not the first time we've lost pilots, due to a non-combat situation, although previously it was not helicopters involved, but it's just very sad. If anybody has any updates as to what happened with that crash, what was it, sabotage or was it pilot error? That would be nice.
Well, I posted an article on that earlier. We talked about it a bit. I mean, one, to make clear, like flying anything anywhere near the front is a combat mission. Doesn't necessarily mean you're, shooting rockets or, you're dropping off airborne assault troops or whatever, just simply flying around. I mean, you have to do it, 25 to 50 feet off of the ground, which is often uneven. There's, wires and stuff going across, for, electrical lines you want to avoid. They may have been flying at night, and depth perception without quality night vision goggles and a cockpit set up for that is really difficult. And honestly, I'm surprised more collisions don't happen. So I don't think we're ever going to get more details than, a helicopter crashed and 2 helicopters collided and 6 people died. And it's certainly unfortunate. It's probably going to be, each one of those helicopters is probably a pilot, a co-pilot, and a crew chief that passed away in this, and probably quite badly. But it wasn't a non-combat thing on there, because just moving around anywhere near the front is a combat situation. And I understand there's some investigation into that, because of course you're going to investigate something where you don't know why it happened on there. I mean, if something gets shot down, I mean, it's pretty clear why it happened. But even that is going to be investigated, because they're going to want to know, okay, well, what, was there something we could have done to mitigate that risk? And in this sense, it's the same way on here. I would probably expect they might have either been actually shooting rockets and pitching, and maybe one of them in formation, and one of them stalled, or something happened, or an engine failure, and ever collided with it, because it's all kind of synchronized, or flying at night. I don't know. And we're probably not going to know. We don't necessarily need to. But what we do know is, unfortunately, 6 Ukrainian patriots died, who've probably been flying, high intensity combat operations for over 500 days without a break, in helicopters that are probably, 40, 50, 60 years old, which, they shouldn't have to be in, but it is what it is, which is unfortunate. I do. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I wish I knew more, I could better answer the question, but I mean, I think that's the gist of it. I've heard, it's like 3 different locations I've heard for where it happened, but it's somewhere kind of near the front there. So, Bearded Brett here. Let's see. There's a video here we wanted to talk about. Are you ready, Brett?
Yes, good to go. Hello, and
right.
Good evening, everyone.
So, just to kind of direct people in the nest here. So it says a night battle in conditions difficult landscape in the Bakhmut terrain, attacked enemy fortifications on here. So, Britt has some experience with armor and military operations here, as we know. And I encourage everyone to take a moment and watch that video. But he's going to explain kind of what we're seeing here and like what's going on. Would that be a kind of an accurate description, Bearded?
Yeah, I think so. We can give it a go. And if you're all sitting comfortably, then I'll begin. Okay with you, promise?
Sounds good to me. You ready, Prince Ever?
I am as comfortable as I'm going to get right now. Go on then, Bearded.
Okay, so normally I talk about the strategic stuff and looking at the bigger picture, but tonight I had an inkling to get down into the tactical space, and based upon 15 years of this being my day and night job, I thought people might appreciate a bit of a deconstruction of what we're actually seeing. And to do that, just want to start off with a bit of context. The précis that is part of this tweet gives us an idea and a context of what we're looking at. Okay, when it talks about the Russians withdrawing without the close combat with our infantry, and then the battalion actually securing the position, what does that tell me? Well, where does tanks fit in here? So what we're seeing is most probably an infantry company being supported by, when you listen to the audio or the video, at least a troop, so 3 or 4 T-72s, which are upgraded with thermal cameras, and their task is fire support. And as the words say, they were hitting the enemy fortifications. That's what you'd use armor for, in a fire support role for a dismounted company attack. So that's the sort of context of what we're seeing. Everybody happy with that so far? Anybody need me to break it down a bit more? More than happy to.
No, I'm good with that. My only problem is, why am I hearing birds instead of frogs?
Oh, the frogs are starting. It's only 6 coming up to 6:20 p.m. here, so we've still got 45 minutes of daylight left before the frogs really take over and the birds settle for the night.
All right. Well, thank you for that explanation, Bearded. Now we can continue on with military stuff.
Okay. Right then. So what does the video show us? Oops, let me turn the sound off. Okay, we're getting a perspective from what appears to be the tank commander. Okay, and the tank commander with his crew working together to engage fortifications or whatever targets they're picking up on their thermal cameras. And you get glimpses of a bright TV screen. That is a relaxed viewed monitor for the commander to be able to observe what the gunner is seeing and engaging. By the way, there's no big secrets here. I mean, this stuff's been released. It looks like it's a Talus type upgrade. Who knows? Anyway, the fact is they've got the ability to own the night because they can see into it and engage the fortifications as part of their mission. Another thing to note as the video plays, on the commander's right thigh, there's an illuminated number pad. Okay, that's a form of communication. So I just wanted to break into the communication side of life. That commander has got some form of mobile phone or whatever, fine. And he's more than likely going to also have a radio, which he's listening to, which he's coordinating his actions with the infantry company. So he's got that going on in his head while listening to the crew and commanding the crew, while looking out through his episcopes and periscopes so that he maintains local situational awareness with the other tanks firing. So there's a lot of things going on there, and you don't need the English translation to feel the intensity of what that command is actually going through as he speaks to the camera at times. The thump noise you hear, that is the recoil of the main gun and then it running out. And with the T-72, you get the autoloader. And although it's a Russian gun barrel and breech configuration, it's a very similar sound to what a 120mm would sound like. The explosion contained within the breech, creating overpressure, could only go one way, so it pushes the shell out through the barrel, and in return, the big gun recoils, the breech box slides back and opens, it ejects the base of the propellant charge, and then the autoloader kicks in. So all that's going on while the three-man crew are fighting the tank, doing their day and night job, while maintaining their core tasks, and for the commander, maintaining his situational awareness and coordinating at the company level. How's that so far?
That sounds like the tank commander is a very busy man.
The whole crew are. They've all got their responsibilities, even when you're in the driving position. You've still got your periscopes to look through now. Most probably have an infrared periscope as well for night driving. And you get a different perspective from the battlefield, and anything that is in front of you can be silhouetted from the driver's lower position. And that helps as well. So not only is the gunner looking for targets and ensuring he's keeping within his what we call arcs of fire, so he doesn't wander the barrel too far over into friendly forces. The commander's looking for targets as well as all that situational awareness stuff going on, and checking the gunner to make sure he's doing whatever he's doing correctly and ensure the driver is doing what he's doing correctly. So yeah, he's a busy chap, and he's not working in isolation. He's working at the troop level or platoon level, so maybe 3 or 4 of these T-72s working together. So the troop platoon commander now is not only fighting his own tank, but he's also ensuring the tanks under his command are doing what they're supposed to be doing within a troop context. And he's coordinating at the company level as well. So there's a lot of communication going on, a lot of it just happening by osmosis, and knowing where you are and what your mission is, and listening and interpreting to what you're hearing based upon what your almost 3D view of the battlefield is, or battle space, with your map or digital map or the view through your thermal sights. It's quite exhilarating.
Yeah, I mean, there's situational awareness is key, and situational awareness inside a tank is difficult because, I mean, it's getting better now, modern technology, but I mean, you're pretty much looking out periscopes where the tank commander has to be basically out the open up the hatches, looking around and trying to coordinate that way, would be my understanding, which is has its own inherent safety risks. I was very impressed with the coordination. I mean, he's fighting the tank. Very, you can tell they're, aware of what's going on in the digital pad. They probably have some other, communications that might be showing that, maybe even data links. I don't know, but looks like a small part of a rather complicated operation. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, and what Ukraine is showing us in this release of this video is combined arms maneuver, which is infantry supported by armor, attacking or advancing and attacking and achieving their objective. And yes, the pointy end of the stick sometimes people forget, or how did they get to the point of actually executing this mission, this task? So when you start working it backwards, well, the troops would have had to gone to the assembly areas, fine, and done their final checks, backspace up. The vehicles would have to be up to spec, fueled, ammoed. The commanders would have had their briefings, they would have confirmed their planning, and you step back in time. And then there's the, where has this particular task come from and for what reason? That generates the plan, so we get to this execution point. It indicates that they are coordinated at that lower combined arms level to achieve effect. In this case, to get clear the Russians of a fortified position somewhere around Bakhmut. Job done. What's the next task?
Yeah, so that's basically commander's intent. They'll do the operations order and sort it out. But I mean, it's for something like that. So you have like 4 T-72s there by the looks of it. And if I were to hazard a guess, probably one of the donated ones that probably went through Czech Republic. As they from the communications upgrades and the the infrared. On there. I mean, so who else is part of this? What do you think this was, like a company-sized engagement, a battalion-sized engagement? I mean, who else is out on the battlefield with them? You figure?
Okay, so yes, if they're working at 3 tank troops and you think there might be 4, then this could be a squadron company group operation, which means you'd be looking at somewhere between 10 and 12 gun barrels being used not only to take on or suppress the enemy within the fortifications, but the other gun barrels will be pointing outwards and creating, where possible, a ring of steel to prevent any incursion. That enables the infantry company, assuming it is a squadron company group operation, to be able to maneuver relatively safely for them to take their part in this particular action. So you're going to have the commanding coordination at the squadron company level. You're going to have the battalion, I think it's the 1st Mechanized Battalion, battalion headquarters, who've thought up this cunning plan. There might well be indirect fire support on call, if necessarily, with fire missions already queued in and baked in. And potentially, I would have thought there would have been some form of close engineer support to enable, once they've achieved the objective, to not only do a battle damage assessment, but to reinforce the position against any counterattack. As we know, Russian doctrine is if you get forced off position, you immediately counterattack. So it'd be interesting to see what part 2 of this particular story would be in this particular sector of the line. Over.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see, the rest of this video on here. So, I mean, it's interesting that they're operating at night on here. I mean, that takes quite a bit more training than daytime operations I would expect for everyone involved. But also, I mean, it's a complicated environment because you have mines, and there would have to be some, I would figure, combat engineering has either already gone through the area or they I don't know how they're getting through it necessarily safely, but you have the tanks, you have the the angry ants, the infantry going forward and probably taking a position and doing all of this in complete darkness. Is that something that like you could teach me to do in like an evening or something like that, or is that something that might take a little while longer? I mean, what kind of experience does it take to even execute an operation like this?
Yeah, sure. Pull up a sandbag and I'll tell you a story all about it. Nighttime operations are the pinnacle of the mastery of command, control, coordination, integration, situational awareness. Nighttime makes it so much harder. And it's a skill that has to be mastered if you want to operate these vehicles, these capabilities, in a 24/7 environment, which with the thermal upgrades and the like, they are more than capable to do it. It's not just the supply of ammunition and fuel, it's the endurance of the crews now that limit what you can do with that capability. And again, as part of going through a training cycle for operations, and you go live firing, such as the British Army used to do in Canada, you'll work through a series of tactical exercises, live firing, building troop firing movement, squadron firing movement. Infantry will be doing the same, and then you'll start doing squadron company movement and different types of operation. And then you'll do it all again at night, and you'll build up that mastery, which is reliant upon everybody in every rank level bringing to the party their experience of, be it 10 years as a sergeant, 6 years as a corporal, 15 years as a squadron leader or a commanding officer. And you build together that mastery of working this problem of how do we fight at night? Well, you've got to master it during the day, then you go on and do it at night. And of course, it is more difficult. And especially, as you say, the angry ants on the ground, there'll be particular local operating procedures of how the infantry are marking themselves, so the tank crews are aware of them there, be them glow sticks or whatever. It's a level of complexity, and yeah, sorry, Promise, it will take more than the evening to teach you how to do it, mate.
Well, I am a slow learner, so I understand, but that certainly, sounds very complicated. And, I think there's some inherent advantages for, operating at night on here, because a lot of these like Russian drones and Lancets or whatever probably don't operate as well under darkness. I don't know what kind of night vision capabilities that the Russians have, but it doesn't seem to be anywhere near what the Ukrainians have or been provided with. And it seems like you're going to see a lot of nighttime operations, but you're not really going to actually see them because they're operating under the cover of darkness, because that mitigates some of the advantages the Russians would have on the other end of that. I would think. Does that sound about right? Are there any other inherent advantages you get from operating at night, like from making the enemy's tactical problem harder in the defense fair?
Nighttime makes the battlefield an even more scarier place. When you've got armor moving around, if you're on the ground, you can feel the vibration from miles away. But you don't know where it is. You might, after feeling it, you're going to hear it, maybe. Or you're going to hear or see a big old flash and there's something incoming. Nighttime, if you have the capability and the mastery of being able to do it, why wouldn't you fight at night? Okay, there's a drain on the crews, but that's what they're paid to do. If you can fight at night, you have got an advantage over your enemy. Now, whatever limited thermal capabilities they've got, that will be worked into the plan and potential ways to counter it. It is a two-way shooting range, so we don't always get to see the stuff coming back at them, but we assume there is some form of night capability on the other side to counter what they're doing. If you own the night, it just gives you a tactical advantage.
Yeah, probably quite a large one. I mean, especially if they're dealing on the other side of Russian conscripts with a couple days, a couple weeks, a couple months of training. None of that sufficient, and just the psychological factor of that has to be a massive force multiplier as well on there. Because I don't recall really at any point of the Russians really operating in any sort of large capacity at night. on there. Because I mean, I think some of their individual systems may have had it, but I don't think I don't recall any reports of them doing anything substantial in combined arms in the nighttime operations on here, which is why things like these thermal drones, which MriyaReport is raising funds for, where that kind of thing is critical in a lot of avenues. Just like situational awareness, like we were talking about, but a lot of times like these tanks will have like like data links so they can see on the computer where the network of other people are. So my understanding is like you can see like where the tanks are in your platoon. You can kind of see maybe where some of the infantry might be, and you can call an artillery or whatever, and where where higher is, where you are to your left and right and forward. um there's a lot of stuff which digital field really adds to that, I would figure. um and that's changed a lot in the last 20 or 30 years. Even these kinds of situations where tanks which are older, you can still put in a lot of technology into it. um but yeah, I mean, it's even though you're seeing tanks and the focus on that are the tanks, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the kind of the main role of a tank really is like infantry support, is fire support, and that the infantry are the ones that are often doing a lot of the work in terms of actually taking the terrain. You can't just roll the tank in there and say, okay, well, we own it now, because the tank itself is very vulnerable as well. Is that a fair assessment?
Oh, absolutely. And towards the end of my in-service career, um, I was involved in the introduction of what would be a Blue Force tracker type system within the British Army. And having that digital mapping, it's only as good as what the data is being inputted is. And if you have a Blue Force tracker where you have a number of units constantly emitting their location, it begins to jam up the bandwidth a bit. No doubt they've been able to rectify that, but there is a communications and a bearer network overhead on that. But it's the old method, which you still fall back to. So when you're at sea, if your navigation goes down, you still got to use the old sextant and compass. Is map markings with the Sharpie or the Chinograph on your map, so you understand generally what's going on around you, and that assists you building that 3D picture. Yeah, the communications have improved. I mean, we don't know what fits these vehicles have got, but whatever they've got, they're using it to good effect as far as I can see. Over.
Yeah, I would definitely say to good effect by the looks of it. And I think another thing, you're talking about Blue Force tracker, right? I mean, Blue Force, would be the good guys, the people on your team on there. So knowing where everyone is, because of the risk of, especially in that kind of environment, the risk of friendly fire, and there's just so many things that can go horribly wrong in any battle, but particularly at night when you don't have as much visual, because you can get turned around or confused, especially when you're fighting an enemy that is basically running the same kit as you. I mean, a T-series tank looks like a T-series tank on there, so I mean that makes things extra difficult, I would figure. And again, I'm just very impressed with the proficiency that the Ukrainians, I mean, and not just a couple units, but it seems like a lot of these units have been trained and operating at night, because they have to. It's one way to mitigate things, but that's why things are probably taking a little bit longer too. But I would figure during the day, they're probably doing things like pathfinders, or maybe going out and marking areas have been cleared of like strobes or something like that, so they can see them, or mapping it out. So I mean, there's probably days of preparation that went into just this particular act. And they probably trained it on tabletop exercises and that kind of thing, so everyone is it's a profession. They've sat down and figured this stuff out. They've fought that battle probably 5-10 times before they actually went out there and did it, I would expect. So
It's the type of thing we used to do. We're seeing the benefits of all that continuous training and technological integration, and creating their own tactical secret source of mastery. of everything that they've got at hand at troop, vehicle, company, battalion, brigade level, all feeding in to achieve what we've seen on that video. It's very impressive. And I posted something from a couple of days ago as a retweet to the, that nighttime video. Is a similar video, but during the day. And again, they're showing real competency in knowing what to do with their vehicles and stick to the plan. And this is happening in different places all along the front, which again builds confidence that have faith in Ukraine. They've taken on board all that training, all that integration, and we're seeing that cascade throughout the lines of contact now. Over.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these advantages, the training, the material, donations and so on. It's all kind of getting to a point of a critical mass. It's paying off. With this breach, I don't know, they're going through Verbove or whatever. They're got through like at least the first line, maybe hitting the second line of Russian defenses, and yeah, it's it's certainly paying dividends. And then they're getting some more tanks. Some Leopard 1s are coming in. They have the Leopard 2s, which on one hand is a game changer, but on the other hand, a tank is a tank, and you need a tank to provide fire support. And I wouldn't say any tank will do, but a good tank, a good enough tank, a tank that is there is exactly what you need to provide that fire support, which is why even those like the AMX 10s, the French wheeled tanks, are incredibly supported for providing that that mobile protected fire support situation, because that really enables all of these operations. So otherwise, infantry without that, are very vulnerable. I would expect. So, yeah, I just posted that daytime video to Vanessa as well for people to see.
Oh, thank you very much on that one. Yeah, it's. I completely lost my thread. I'll come back to you in a moment. Over.
Yeah. In a lot of these T-72s that you're seeing, you had some the Ukrainian stocks. They had a limited number of T-80s going into it, I understand, but a lot of them were an older model of the T-64s. But again, I mean, it's a tank, 125 millimeter gun. It works. It gets there. And a tank brings a lot to a battlefield besides just the main gun there. It's not just an armor piercing shell, it's a high explosive shell, it's canister shot, it's a few other things that they have, stuff specialized for maybe doing, destroying a bunker or something like that. There's a lot it brings, but it also brings, 2 or 3 machine guns and tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition on there as well, in a basically a hull that nothing short of another tank or maybe a missile can really hit. And even though in some sense they're probably more vulnerable than they have been, this is something that these are questions that they're asking back in the 50s and 60s, when the Israelis first encountered like the suitcase Sagers, the first anti-tank guided missiles, and they've learned ways to mitigate that risk at great expense. But they adapted to that. The adaptation of that was, combined arms warfare, which is, as much the tank as the infantry, is the air support, is the situational awareness, fire support, just the synchronization that goes into all of that. It's, and it's something that's both incredibly complex, and if any link in that chain breaks down, the whole thing can come apart quite badly. Which is what's been happening often to the Russians on here. So much to Ukrainian benefit by the looks of it. So when, but
yeah, I also as well, the Western gear that they've been given predominantly all has a night fighting capability. So let's just switch tack slightly. It's now coming to the end of summer. what are the hours of daylight compared to the hours of darkness? Generally gets dark pretty early, about 8 o'clock, if I'm remembering correctly from where I am now. So what is, you've got this sweet spot now before the clocks change, if they change in Ukraine, I'm assuming they will do for winter time, okay, which gives you more hours to do fighting with a better night fighting capability than the enemy. So you start factoring in the time of the year to this, it's longer nights, okay, declining weather, better temperature differences day and night, between day and night, and the retention of heat, which gives you a better thermal picture, which means humans stick out like sore thumbs, and armoured vehicles really do. So all that's playing into it as well. Yeah, interesting. It's like they're showing us this capability at the right time. Once you look beyond the big flashing gun muzzle flash of what's been going on there. Anyway, I've got to go, and I'll come back later on if that's all right, guys. Thank you. It's been fun.
All right. Yep, you're always welcome here, Britton. Thank you very much. For coming on and just for trained eye, kind of explaining what we're seeing. I thought that was very educational for myself and Prince Heather, but also the audience on here, because you're not just seeing some flashes and a guy yelling and looking at a laptop, and there's a whole lot of things which are going on in that minute or two clip, and the same thing for the the daytime operations on there as well. So it takes years to train someone to be a tank commander or a company commander, that kind of thing, to operate these units in formation, to combined arms. All of this stuff is something that takes a long time to learn, but unfortunately there hasn't been the luxury of time for many of these Ukrainians to do that, because I'm sure quite a few of the people involved in that operation a year or two ago might have been a barista or an IT repair person, or something like that, and they've probably gone to Germany, and they've learned some of these things, combined arms warfare, how to operate these tanks. Well, maybe not specifically these ones, but but a lot of it has been just on the job training as well. So, a lot of respect to those guys. They've had to learn incredibly difficult things under intense pressure, and they're executing with excellence. I think that would be a good way to summarize that there. Because not everyone is cut out to be a soldier, but it's definitely a situation where everyone has to fight, because it is an existential issue. Whether it's an 18-year-old kid or someone who's 50 years old, could be part of that crew. You don't know, but they're all out there defending their country, and a lot of respect to that on there. So, anyways, we're wrapping up here, Prince Heather and I, or at least I am soon. So, Prince Heather, any other last minute news you'd like to share with the audience before shift change comes up?
Well, I'm really quick sending mockers the numbers, so give me just a second here, and then I will go back to my other screen.
Well,
all right.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say,
No, go ahead.
Igor Girkin was, Strelkov. He had a court appearance, and he's basically being charged of discrediting the army. He's looking at a sentence of 5 years. His wife kind of spoke about it. That is just terrible how they're treating him and how he's being charged and that kind of thing. And I was surprised, that awful person even has a wife. So, any other human could tolerate him. But one thing I thought was interesting is that she complained that the convoy services, when they took him from Lubyanka, they put him in a back of a vehicle with other Ukrainian prisoners, and she was very concerned about his safety. Apparently the people that were in the van with him, likely everyone is chained down and so on, so they can't hurt each other. The guards, I suspect, or maybe not, who knows. They were, somehow charged with, resistance in Mariupol, Or so somehow they were involved in that, either captured prisoners or maybe civilians that had been detained, or I mean, I guess when you're fighting for survival, that line gets blurred pretty well there. But yeah, that was he had apparently he had a very uncomfortable experience, and that's my tale of woe. As much as many of us may be familiar with the Gergen's doom posting about how incompetent the Russian army was, and how Gerasimov and Shoigu were basically in was it Pink Pony Land or whatever it was, as a obtuse way of describing the Russian government, their disconnect from reality. It turns out in the land of pink ponies, you can still go to jail. So back to you, Prince Heather.
Pink ponies or something else, I'm telling you. Anyway, go ahead, Tracy. I see you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Prince. I'd just like to quickly, before you go on change shift, bring a bit of a heartwarming story from the SBU. I know we always have normally stories about them arresting and detaining and making cases against horrible people. So I thought a little heartwarming story might be a bit of a change. Soldiers of the Special Operations Centre A of the SBU, that's the centre that deals with special operations, today brought back the life of a victim in a road accident. A group of special forces witnessed an accident on one of the roads in the Kirovirad region. Having all the necessary skills that help them survive in combat conditions usually, the fighters immediately started rescuing the person. The condition of the victim was extremely serious, and a preliminary diagnosis was craniocerebral injury and multiple fractures of the limbs. However, then the worst thing happened. The man's heart stopped. Within a matter of minutes, the SBU had performed resuscitation measures and restored the victim's cardiac activity, and then handed him over to medical emergency workers. Thanks to our boys for another life saved. I just thought that was a little bit different and a little bit of a heartwarming story. Thank you.
That is awesome. I read that earlier, and it was really good. I don't know if you had read that one, Primus. Had you?
I did not. I did read a story about a rescue of apparently it's a boat operation, and the boats came under attack, and when in maneuvering, one of the soldiers fell off the boat there, and they used a Bayraktar drone and some good detective work, and even though the guy was apparently floating in water for like 12 hours, and I just briefly caught this. I'm trying to desperately find the story again. But long story short, even after, that period of time, they did go back and, rescue the guy, and, him, floating in the water for, that long and surviving, he's a bit of a hero in the Ukrainian Special Forces, teams right now. So a lot of respect to him for surviving that, as part of a dangerous combat operation there. So, yeah. So back to you, Prince Everett.
Yeah, Tracy, did you want to respond to that? Then we'll go to August. Go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you. Yes, just quickly, Prince. It's just to say, yes, it's the same people, and I've heard reports and read reports from them over the last few months of a few different special operations they were involved in when the flood happened, of helping to try rescue people from the Russian side of the Dnipro. I always get mixed up whether that's the left or the right. I'm sorry about that. And yeah, so they've done quite a few different things, and they've worked with the Special Operations Forces, and then also with military intelligence. So, and they have, you and I, Prince, have spoken previously that I've mentioned, I think, to you that they have actually lost quite a few heroes, I think 11 at last count, and they're all quite significant in rank, such as colonel and general and that type of thing. So yes, they're a very good team. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Tracy. Go ahead, August.
Hey, good evening, Prince and Primus. I was just wondering, Prince, if you guys have had a chance to look at the documentary Fragments of Ukraine that was mentioned earlier today when they had the journalist Michael Nigro on. If folks missed that earlier, it's on MriyaReport's stream, but it's a wonderful little documentary. It's only 19 minutes. It's about the supply chain volunteers in Ukraine, and it has 5 little vignettes featuring different people. But it was just a really insightful, touching, interesting, documentary. And of course, never would have found out about it unless I was listening. So folks missed it earlier. It's posted, on Maria Report, and it's just 19 minutes, and it has a lot of information. Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yeah, I watched that yesterday, and that was really, really good and really real. I mean,
Yeah,
that was one of the things that hit me about it. It's that there was nothing like held back. I mean, that was just very, very realistic and very upfront and honest and brutal, and and I really appreciated that. And since we crashed, I have not gone and looked for that. It was up in the nest, and I will have to go find that and put that back up in the nest because it is something that deserves to be up in the nest for a while. And but I know it's on the MriyaReport timeline. I just have to go and find it.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. So I encourage everybody to go and take a look. It's on YouTube, so it's not hard to find, and well, it's on the link too. That they can find right in on the page. But
Yeah, I will add that back to the nest here in a moment. But it is 1 a.m. my time here, so it's going to be time for me to step down shortly here. Uh, Bakers, I see your hand up there, or you're giving me a howdy. Um, Hello there.
Hey, hello. Sorry, did you want me to speak for a moment? Hi, how's it going? I'm up. I have coffee. I've even had a shower, so I smell good this morning and everything.
oh my
Just see.
god,
I know.
what is wrong with you?
I've got to go in the office today, and it's so not my favorite thing. Yeah. Today, however, though, I have a new Florks t-shirt, and I'm going to be wearing it to the office so that everyone can ask me what the hell it is.
I see how it is, so that you can talk about about Ukraine all day instead of actually working. Is that your plan?
That's going to happen anyway. No need to plan it.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it.
yeah.
And
The rare times when I get to go in the office, because fortunately I've been work from home for most of the week these days. Some of the people I work with are like, "Oh, what's going on in Ukraine? What's going on?" It's like, "Well, I mean, you could listen to Maria Report." It's like, "Yeah, but you're here, so it's usually a brief conversation about how things are going." I always try to be kind of honest. There's good days and bad days with that, but I'm glad that people are interested. There's a couple actual Ukrainian Americans that work there, and them asking me is like, "Hey, what's going on?" It's like, it's kind of feels good, and it's good to get people increase the awareness and let people know. So I know every once in a while one of my coworkers is actually listening on here, a couple friends here and there. So that's always good. They always give me honest feedback, which is fantastic. But it's good to spread the information on there, the awareness. And speaking of that, I did add that Fragments of Ukraine video to the nest on here for everyone to review. So
so did I.
I think you're a little better at doing that than me. So um,
I'll delete yours. I just shared the Maria Report tweet. But anyway, go ahead,
there
Congress.
you go.
Sorry, Primus.
Do you know that Kadyrov has arrived in Moscow by train? That was rather clever, wasn't it?
Will he leave Moscow?
I wonder, what was he nervous about taking a plane? Could that be it?
Well, I'm just wondering if he decided that trains were a lot more safe at the moment. He normally flies, doesn't he?
Well, we have had carpet mode engaged again.
Oh, that might be part of it.
Carpet mode has been engaged and there is an air alert in Moscow. I'm trying to figure out why, other than the fact that, oh, I have to find the exact wording, because the exact wording cracked me up and made me giggle, because it just makes so much sense. Today, air defense forces in the Volkyrisky district destroyed a drone flying towards Moscow. There are no previous casualties or damage. Emergency services are on the scene. Why do emergency services need to be on the scene if there are no casualties and no damage? That's all I got to say about that. It's not a small town where a fire hydrant blew and everybody got to go watch it. This is Moscow. Go on ahead, Moskers.
Yeah.
Moskers.
Yeah, I would just say it seems like a contradiction. If it was shot down, then by definition you don't really need emergency services. So, but also in Moscow, if a fire hydrant blew, I think everyone would be relieved, because it would be an alternative to the poo fountains.
There would be that. There would absolutely be that. I mean, I don't think they send emergency services for a poo fountain, and that's something that really should have emergency services dispatched for it. Go ahead, Mockers. I'm tired tonight. Sorry.
You have no idea who I am, do you? Anyway,
You are now Moskers.
that'll do. That'll do. Whatever. Where was I? Oh yeah. So I read a bunch of the reports last night from Russia, obviously, where they were all saying, oh yes, there's been drones in this area, and there's been drones in that area, and there's been this happen and that happened. And every single one of them was ended by the phrase, there were no damages and no reports of casualties. Every single one of them ended like that. It was almost as though it was like just a footer that you put on everything just to cover your arse.
Yes.
And
Yeah, it
it
is.
just made me laugh.
And I think that may be actually why they send emergency services also. And I'm just going to do this because I have to. So what do you think about that, Monsters?
Munsters, isn't that a kind of cheese?
Monsters, not Munsters.
Ah, okay.
And the Munsters were a TV show.
Oh yeah, the TV show about the cheese people. Yeah, there you go. All right, I'm gonna head out now. I've done my damage. So, all right, yeah, have a good night, everyone.
Good night, Primus. It's a pleasure as always. It was a really good night. It was a really good night, very balanced between some very interesting conversation and some. Wait, that didn't come out right. It was a very good night. We had a good balance of conversation between military topics and other topics that are not military related. And so it was a very enjoyable conversation. So thank you very
Yeah,
much.
we do keep it eclectic. I'll say that. So,
Have a good night. Get some rest.
indeed, just got to finish up my Red Bull, and I'm gonna get some sleep. Good night.
Yeah, there's a contradiction in terms. Good night.
I am a contradiction in terms, Prince Ever.
I have figured that out. Let me drink coffee and then go to bed.
It's
All
called a
right.
power nap.
So
You drink some coffee, drink a lot of coffee or some Red Bull, and then you go take a nap, and then you wake up when the caffeine kicks in. It's very efficient. I highly encourage people to try that. So it's one of those life hacks which I came across many years ago.
I hope your doctor. I bet you have a nice team of doctors and I bet you they love you very much. Just really quick, am going to answer before Mockers comes up, and before I go to Will here. There's something a couple things I put up in the nest, and one of them is just a very, very sweet, sad in some ways, but what makes me happy about it is that it was done during an art therapy session, which indicates to me that they are taking care of their children with things like art therapy. And this was sent out by the Defense of Ukraine, and it was a childhood dream in an art therapy session. 9-year-old Camilla illustrated her dream to have her father, who perished in the war, return to Earth as an angel. They're all angels, our heroes, safeguarding their little ones in dreams as they slumber. It was just a very, very sweet picture, and just a very sweet post that I wanted to share. And then the other thing that I wanted to share again is today, Radu introduces us to Anastasia Gubal, who is Oleg's daughter. And there are some pictures of the hospital unit and Radu with Anastasia, and some things that she said that she wanted to have shared with the people who helped to fund the hospital vehicles. So I'm going to say good morning to Mockers, and then we will go to Will. Good morning, Mockers.
Yo, I'm I'm furnished with coffee, and yeah, let's go to Will.
Go on in, Will.
Hello. Good day from the Workers' Paradise. I just wanted to say good day to you and Primus before he left, but then he bailed. Note that I got busted in another space because I just been working all day, got it all done just in time. Come in and I like slam, poke the buttons, do everything. And I don't know about your timeline or whatever goes on with shitter for you, but normally there's only one space available for me, right? And there's only one space that'll have me, frankly. So but there's like a plethora up there this morning. And so I pushed one aside that I knew was yours, and I poked, and then I immediately hit request speaker, and boom, I'm up on the panel of the Boomer Report. And I thought, oh shit. And then liberal woke monster, who I regularly give a really hard time about cheating on us in another space, saw me in there, and I'm immediately getting DMs from him, heaping the shit on. So fully deserved. Welcome. Hello, everyone. And ask me anything.
Well, okay, so ask you anything. Did you hear what I did today when I did the timestamp when we came back after a crash?
No, ma'am. Saw the crash, but was ensconced in real world working. What happened? What did you timestamp?
Oh, I timestamped the Workers' Paradise so beautifully, and you missed it.
Woohoo!
See how you are?
Well, I'll go back. I'll go back and get it on YouTube.
It is a piece of beauty to behold. And yes, so we did crash. So please, everybody, retweet the space and let us get some more people in here. We have built up a little bit more of a crowd than we had when we first crashed, and we would like to see more of a crowd. And we are also in that position where Mockers has the numbers, and
I do.
Yeah, and if you want them to read her, if you want her to read them to you, we need some more people in the space. So retweet the space and get more people in here so that Mockers will read the numbers for you. And evidently, I'm losing my ability to talk this morning, Mockers, because you have been monsters, you have been monsters, you have been monsters. So Mockers, how was your night?
You know what? I found it very difficult to go to bed for some reason last night because things kept blowing up. But I noticed that appeared to be the brunt of it when I went to bed. So it looks as though there wasn't like an altogether lots of new explosions. Although there were a lot of explosions last night, weren't there?
There
in
were.
Crimea. Yeah, in Crimea, something that looked like an extremely interesting electrical type explosion. Very interesting. And there was a number of explosions in, oh, what's it called? Rostov and Peskov again. Peskov, whatever you want to call it.
And Bryansk.
Oh, Bryansk. Yeah, exactly. Just so many places to choose from. I mean, seriously, they're just having a nightly fireworks display. And yeah, it interested me a great deal. What's that, 2 nights in a row now? Russia have had their proverbial butt kicked with drones.
Yes, and and I wish that I had started keeping track of when carpet mode started being engaged every night. Because it has been at least a week, maybe longer, that every night, every time, every day, some point, carpet mode is engaged. And right now, what I can tell is there may be flights going in and out of one airport out of 6 airports around Moscow. Will, would you like to tell us what this might do to business travel on a Thursday morning?
You know, it sounds silly, but to be honest, when you're talking about flights in and out of Moscow, 6 or 7 airports, Prince, 7? And plus the military bases.
6.
Yeah, 6 plus the military
1, 2, 3.
strips.
Yeah.
You know, they started this up not after the first 2 attacks in central Moscow, but after the 3rd attack that you'll remember on the exhibition center. After that, when they started on military bases, Russia started just throwing the blanket over all of Moscow. Because here's the thing: I don't actually think they can know where those drones are going well enough. Right? Their early warning system is not fine enough to either pick these things up and track where they think they're going well enough. That I think they're just throwing the blanket over the whole thing. And let's say they lose 3 hours, 4 hours in the morning between say 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. You know, that productivity loss will cascade through their entire economy. You could actually measure that if they publish reasonable statistics. We could actually externally measure the productivity loss of having a shutdown for every day or every 4 of 6 days or whatever that on their economy. I mean, you see this in America when there's hurricanes or massive snowstorms. They show you what those flight delays are costing the economy. Rough calculations. It would be in the millions easily monthly for that. And you know, the other funny thing I noticed, Prince, is not only are they throwing the blanket over Moscow when these air attacks start anymore. We'll go back and listen to the video of things coming in and shooting, and the air defense starts up, the small arms starts up. It sounds like an absolute frenzy. It's like you broke into a a, a party where a whole bunch of gangs were fighting and drinking. But one thing you don't hear: air alert alarms. They're not even warning the public in Moscow, St. Petersburg, these places, the major cities. You don't hear a like you do in Kiev or Lviv or Kharkiv. They're not warning their population. They are just throwing a blanket over, causing problems. Prince, they're also shit at this. It would be my take.
Well, yeah, they're not setting alarms up. I did hear that there was an alarm this morning, but I have no proof of that other than a tweet from somebody that I really trust. But
Ukraine in comparison has a nationwide alarm system. It's put out on the internet that you can follow, and there are audible alarms in the cities when those things are predicted to attack. And none of that exists on the Russian side because they actually don't give a shit about their population.
Well, yeah, I mean, and we've seen people, Gina tells me all the time, Gina and Ryan and, people who have been there and come back and leave the air alert um, app on their phones so that they can experience it just as the Ukrainians are experiencing it. So their phone goes off when the air alert goes on, no matter what time of day it is for them. And that's what they do. And you hear that from people who have been there repeatedly. You hear that, yeah, people leave it on their phones because it's important to them to know. And in Russia doesn't even set off an auto bill alarm, let alone develop an app that people can have on their phones with the the wonderful Mark Hamill saying, may the force be with you. Go ahead, Mocker. Sorry.
No, you're all right. I have a little something for us this morning, which is another write-up from The Analyst. And it's usually quite interesting. And this time there's a frontline update. Now, this was probably done a little bit earlier. However, I would say it is definitely worth going through because it's quite telling. So, in the north, the Russians are not doing as well as they claim. Would you believe it? Would you believe they've lied? I know.
I'm shocked.
I
Shocked,
know.
I tell you.
So, with small Ukrainian gains now beginning in Liman Pershi, Ukraine has managed to move further down the line of the E40 road towards Soledar. At Bakhmut, the Russians are sort of under Ukrainian fire control because Ukraine now holds the heights. Ukrainian claims that they're surrounded and can't move in the town are not quite accurate. South of Klishkiivka at Andriivka, there is no question that the Russians have pulled back from the railway embankment. Bad news for them, but that's now in our grey area. The areas either side of Krasnohorivka are said to be ripe for a Ukrainian attack, so keep an eye on that area. In the south, Ukraine is advancing over the river near Shevchenko, that one, and southwest of Pavlivka. Ukrainian forces have been seen clearing houses in this town. The Ukrainians have been resupplying and refitting their forces at Staromyorsk, but activity appears to have resumed. The Russians are losing control of the salient between Staromyorsk to Prytun. Russian sources confirm it is too dangerous to remain in that area. Ukrainian recce groups are said to be as far south as Volodny in this sector. Ukrainian forces have a difficult time breaking the trenches between Novopropivka and Robotny. This is why the south and southeast assault matters so much. However, the area is smothered in OPSEC requirements, and best not to talk about this sector too much right now. What we do know is that Russian forces of the 108th in convoy lost 200 to 250 troops and officers from a HIMARS strike while in transit. Ouch. Sorry. Russia has put its last major reserves of paratroopers in to defend the north of Novopropivka. The biggest claim is that Russia has withdrawn from flanking areas to strengthen the defence of Novopropivka in general. They have weakened their own forward flanks to take a stand. Ukraine is pounding Verbove too, and they're making gains to widen this overall salient. The 82nd Assault Brigade is said to have already entered that village. Things are clearly moving in the right direction, Salients are expanding and the Ukrainians are making decent headway. The biggest takeaways have to be that Russia is so desperate now, it's stripping forces from low-activity front lines to try and hold Novoprovopivka, which the Ukrainians have already started to notice is making their advance attempts much easier in what was low-level contested areas previously. This is a good day. And it does sound like a good day, doesn't it, Prince?
It does. And the thing is hearing things like this, hearing I just discovered this guy like you did. Well, thanks to you. And he is, I think, spitting and spinning a lot of really good truth there. And I found a few people lately that give some really good summary updates of what is happening, and they're not giving away too much. They're not going outside of OPSEC. They're being careful, but it's giving us a really clear picture of what is happening, and I really appreciate that, even though I don't follow the military stuff as closely as other people. If I know generally it's not sucking up there, it's going pretty good, I'm happy. And if we're making progress in this spot, not losing progress or staying in the same spot, I'm happy. But I don't need to, that's how I read those things usually. Good job, we're moving forward. Yay, good job. We're sticking exactly where we're at and they're not getting any ground. Yay. That's how I look at things sometimes, because I don't follow the details of the military stuff really closely because it makes my eyes cross.
Yeah, I get it. It's a complicated situation, and some areas are better than others. Nowhere is going to be perfect, but that's because there's Russians there. So that's something that's got to be dealt with, I suppose. We'll get there. They'll get there. And
Exactly.
we
And
will,
see, and
because we're supporting them.
exactly. And that's the thing is, like up in the north where it has been more difficult lately. In Ukraine was losing a little bit of ground for a little while there. But that seems to be turning around a bit. And that's what I need. That's what I want to know. And I'm happy about that, right?
Yeah, exactly. The momentum shift has taken place. And, well, you can see that Ukraine are a lot more comfortable in some of the maneuvers that they're going with now. I mean, what I saw previously, and, they had, shall we say, I want to say that it was probably to begin with, some of the criticism wasn't unfounded. There were some maneuvers which appeared to be, not the most clever thing to do, sort of like driving in a column that's close together and things like that. But unfortunately, through some hard lessons, Ukraine soldiers, especially newly trained coming from other countries, have picked up the momentum quite quickly. And everything we see them doing recently, I would say, they're getting themselves together. Let's face it, nobody's really fought a ground war like this since God knows when, since before little me was born. And so this is it's a skill that everybody can talk about, but nobody can learn until they actually do it. And you can train all you like, but until you get actually out there and into those conditions, you can never really be fully prepared. And of course, there's been times when Ukrainian soldiers have been caught out, and they're getting much better at not being. I've noticed that. And they are also getting much better at, if something is untenable, if they go in somewhere and they realize that this isn't a good place for us to be, we're not going to make this particular push, they're not afraid now of pulling back to a better position and trying again later when they've got themselves back together. And I think that's important as well. You've got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. And there's been some hard lessons learned on this battlefield, I think, but they're now putting that learning into practice. So, it's all part of the development, unfortunately. But by the time, I would say, they get to Crimea, they're going to be such a professional fighting force. It doesn't take you that long if you're actually in the thick of it to either learn to pick up and get on with it, or realize that maybe it's not for you. And there's, I would say, 99.9% of the Ukrainian forces are so motivated that they will, continue to fight forward until they've achieved their goals. I don't know if you were here and listened yesterday, Prince, when I was talking about 31 soldiers who were the reason that they managed to capture Robotny when they did. Robotny, we'd been talking about it for weeks. They were there, they were in the north, they were, very heavy battles. And it turned out they were getting to sort of, the end of their rope. They were thinking, how are we going to get past this? It's almost impenetrable. And they were losing their morale a bit because of how difficult it was in this particular area. And so they brought a new commander in. And the new commander said, okay, I want the most motivated people here. Anybody who is willing to do anything to get this place caught. And 31 soldiers volunteered, put themselves forward for it. And these 31 guys sneaked in, took out the Russian position. Now, they didn't just sneak in, they literally crawled through minefields to sneak in. Really scary stuff. They took over the Russian position and then held that position for 48 hours until the rest of the soldiers, the rest of their battalion, whatever it is, size, shape, till the rest of their guys turned up to come and consolidate their efforts. Now, during that time, they had 7 wounded. Only 1 seriously wounded by stepping on a mine, but obviously he was given medical treatment, and as soon as the main body of force turned up, he was evacuated out. And the rest of them were what you would call walking wounded, shrapnel, that sort of thing, but nothing that couldn't be dealt with, nothing that was life-threatening. And so it just goes to show, doesn't it, that when you're truly motivated, even a small group of people can achieve something that a whole, battalion or whatever it is. They call themselves battalions, don't they? I'm trying to think of the one below battalion. That one, anyway. They'd been banging their heads against this brick wall for so long that they couldn't see a different option. And they brought in a new commander who said, okay, well, what we've been doing obviously doesn't work. They're fully prepared for that. So let's try something completely different. And it worked. And now they've got a tactic that they can use, if necessary, on the next hard place. These are things that sometimes you just need a fresh pair of eyes and a different viewpoint to be able to get things done.
Absolutely, that is absolutely a great story, and not really a story; it's reality, and that's sort of kind of cool. I think those guys are going to get some extra medals, and well deserved, well deserved. Can I tell you a story that I just came across?
Certainly, and after that, we'll have some numbers, eh?
Yeah, it sort of made my legs cross for a second, and then I read that it was by cesarean section, so that was a little bit better. A defender from Rovno gave birth to a heroic son. Malish, weighing 6,330 grams. For those of us who don't know exactly what that means, that is a 13-pound, 15-ounce bouncing baby boy. That is almost a 14-pound child. That is freaking huge. But it doesn't stop there. And 65 centimeters, which is 25.59 inches tall. That is over 2 feet tall as a child being born. This is a huge child. It was born on the morning of August 30th. The child is one of the largest newborns, no joke, not only at the Revine Maternity Hospital, but throughout Ukraine. Doctors say the hero appeared by cesarean section, thank goodness. Mother and child feel well. It is also important to add that the baby's father is a defender of Ukraine. So yes, 2 defenders of Ukraine welcomed a bouncing toddler newborn, and congratulations to them on having a record-setting child, because that is a big baby. And I wish them all well, and I hope they manage to buy some 6 to 9 month old clothes for their newborn son, because I think that they're going to not need the newborn sizes that everybody probably bought for them. Big
Can
baby.
you imagine
What's
them
that?
trying to, you know, like just laying a newborn baby grow on his belly and seeing how much it actually covers? It would be hilarious. Also, my dad was a 14-pound baby, so very close.
Oh, good gracious. Yeah. Yeah, that is a big baby. Those are big babies. And you know, big babies are okay, but you don't hear about them all that often, I don't think. But man, I was just, you know, looking through something else and it's caught my attention, and it was like, okay, I got to go do some maths, because I got to figure out, you know, what size this actually is in a language I understand, that isn't grams and isn't centimeters and isn't this, you know, whatever. And yeah, that's a big baby. Tracy, big baby. Tracy, that is a big baby.
Yes, Prince, just like my son when he was born, exactly the same. You could have been telling that story about me. And I had to actually cut what I had to do because I had no clothes for him, because I didn't expect him to be born that big. And I had to get all the baby grows that I had. As a new parent, you buy newborns and then you buy 3 to 6 months as well, because they grow quickly. And I had to get all the 6 months ones, and I had to cut off all the feet so that at least he had something to wear, and then borrow clothes from the hospital to take him home in, until I could go and buy a whole heap of thousands of pounds of new clothes, which I'd already spent months buying. I just thought that was quite funny.
Yeah, I have a friend who had a baby a year ago. Let's see, she turned a year in May, actually. Yeah. Anyway, and she ended up being born a little bit early, and so we were all frantically buying preemie clothes because she was under 5 pounds when she went home from the hospital. She was perfectly healthy, but she was under 5 pounds. But that's why whenever I buy a gift for a family that's about to have a child, I usually will buy something really small, newbornish size. Well, like one newbornish size, but then I pretty much stick to 6 to 9 to 12 month sizes, and try to get them like one in each of something in each of those categories, because they grow fast. So anyway.
Well, this one's going to grow fast. I bet you they'll be in school clothes in no time. Tracy, go ahead, and then I've got numbers.
Oh, I can wait if you want to do the numbers, Muckers.
Oh, go on then. Let's have some numbers. So today, scores on the doors for the 31st of August. We have 610 liquidated personnel, 13 tanks. That's a lot again, Prince. Still 12 more than they had in the parade in Moscow.
Yes, it is.
8 armoured personnel vehicles, 31 artillery systems, lovely, and 1 MLRS. 22 drones and 26 cruise missiles. That was yesterday morning, obviously, and very good that they took all of those cruise missiles down. Amazing. 23 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 5 more special equipment. They really are chugging along with that, aren't they? Very pleased to see those figures. And again, tons of vehicles and fuel tanks. That's just, it's always a beautiful thing. Doman will be very happy. Go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you. I just wondered if you'd seen this morning the videos coming out of Primorsky Krai, is it, in Russia? There were some floods earlier on in the week. I don't know if either of you saw those. So I'm looking at some videos now this morning because the situation is getting worse. And the floods have now got so bad that they've introduced, it says the Chi regime. I don't know what that means. I was wondering if either of you two knew what that meant. It's been introduced in 6 more municipal districts, and a large landing ship of the Pacific Fleet is now involved in evacuating people. The videos are quite dramatic. I mean, the videos earlier in the week were quite dramatic anyway, but I didn't think it could get any worse, but it has. So I just thought that was interesting. Thank you.
Well, they've had some biblical problems, haven't they? Just because they don't look after anything, and you know, that's what you get if you don't look after anything. No, I'm sorry, I just can't find any in my field at the moment. Nothing. It's bare. I do have a lovely MOD report that we can have. So let's have a little look at that, won't we? This is the UK MOD report for the 31st of August. So overnight on the 29th to the 30th of August 23, Russia experienced up to 5 separate strikes by one-way, uncrewed attack aerial vehicles. The largest attack on Russia since the start of the conflict. Explosions were recorded in Moscow, Bryansk and Ryazan, as well as at Pskov Air Base, close to the Estonian border. The attack on Pskov likely damaged several Russian military transport aircraft. During August 23, Russia experienced 25 separate drone attacks, almost certainly carried out by the same type of UAV. Most of these UAVs appear to have reached their targets, which likely means that Russia's air defense is having difficulty detecting and destroying them. That's the UK MOD saying, what air defense doing? Russia is likely rethinking its air defense posture in the area between Ukraine and Moscow to better deal with those attacks. Previous strikes against Russian military air bases have led to dispersal of Russian aircraft to locations across Russia. However, the recent strikes against Soltsy and Pskov have demonstrated that the UAVs have a significant reach, making further dispersal more challenging. It is likely that Russia will have to consider the addition of further air defense systems to airfields that it considers to be at risk from UAV attack. And we were saying this last night, that the problem that they have now is they need to protect their aircraft. They've been given a choice, basically. Use your air defense systems, as ground attack in Ukraine, or move them and use them as actual air defense around those places which are maybe at the moment having a few too many emotional experiences. And we'll see what decision they make. But I have a feeling they're going to be stretching themselves a little bit thin. And that's kind of the point, isn't it?
Evidently, I cannot turn on my own mic today. That is kind of the point. And I hope they do move their I do hope they move their air defense systems, because yeah, nobody needs to be flinging missiles from air defense systems to oh good lord, nobody, yeah, you know what I mean.
I know
Nobody
what you
needs,
mean, sweetie.
yes,
I know what you mean. Don't you worry.
nobody needs to be using their air defense systems to fling missiles at other people, unless it is the Ukrainians who figure out how to do that and would like to punish the Russians, because they deserve it.
They absolutely do. And yeah, I've been just really enjoying the whole fact of things being taken back to the Russians now. I'm still quite interested about this, what's it called, microchip plant in Bryansk as well. I want to know if that was destroyed, because, well, there was a big fire there. I'm going to say there was probably something that's going to require some repair at least. Now, I'm not obsessed with the 205th Motor Rifle Brigade, but I do have a little soft spot for them at the moment, because they're having a terrible time. And I have a bit more fun stuff to bring you about them in a moment. But Tracy, go ahead. Tracy?
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was speaking to a muted mic, Marcus. Sorry, thank you. You just reminded me of something that keeps coming into my mind then when you said something, that it's a particular song that I'm constantly reminded of. And it's the one that goes, anything you can do, I can do better. And I just think of it all the time in terms of the Ukrainians, because everything that we see them do, they just seem to do it better. They've used the Western weapons better than we've used them. They've given it back to the Russians better than they've done. Everything the Russians have tried to do to them, they're doing it back, but in a much better, much classier way. I just think it keeps coming to my mind all the time, and I just can't help but mention that. Thank you.
Well, it is really a case, isn't it, of two can play at that game. So you're going to hit us with long-range missiles and long-range UAVs. Okay, that's fine. We'll we'll develop some of our own, and we'll do that right back at you. And it's taken a while for it to all come sort of falling into place, but I believe Ukraine's in a position now where they can hit back quite often at Russia. And well, they're making a point of hitting, military facilities that they're using to continue to wage this war. And the less and less ability that they have to fire drones and missiles at them, well, that's only going to be a good thing, isn't it? And yeah, taking the fight back to them, it's really nice. It's giving them a big punch in the nose, and that's exactly what they need. So the 205th. Let's have a little recap of who they are. So the 205th are, they are in the occupied Kherson on the left bank of the Dnipro, and they've been in such a bad way that their commander, he stuck up for his guys, and he said, you know, we can't keep sending them in with no artillery support. It doesn't do them any good. It's not very useful. And, you know, it's just getting people killed. And apparently he got into quite some argument with the higher ups about this. And a new commander and some guys came along and basically picked him up and hauled him off because he was causing a scene. And there is a rumor that he was taken to a psychiatric unit to calm down. Yes. So I'm going to say that was probably a basement to get a kicking. Just, you know, it's funny how these words just mean other things. And they put a new commander in charge who took all their mobile phones off them so they couldn't whine anymore to the people back home, and said, basically, get on with it. Stop whining and get on with it. And so they were sent back over to the islands to try and, you know, spot Ukrainian forces there. And apparently some of them managed to survive, and they did so, and they sent back the coordinates, to which there was no reply because they don't have any artillery to hit the coordinates with. So these poor guys were pretty much abandoned, and they were cooking and eating mice because that was the only provision that they could find. Yes, indeed. So yesterday I found quite an interesting report, a daily report of the 205th Motor Rifle Brigade of the 49th Combined Arms Army, which was leaked by NetGulag on Telegram on the 25th of August. So, page 1 contains all the key points and is a general assessment of what they believe the Ukrainian ops to be in the Kakhovka area. So it's a rundown of what happens. And so 0600 to 2200, 54 HE ammo were employed. Lost 25 men. It's a good start, isn't it?
Lockers,
Yeah.
please look at the message I just read you, and I'm going to look for confirmation.
Yeah, we keep hearing that. I don't know about that. All right, so yeah, you carry on.
Sorry. Yep.
So page 2. Oh no, sorry, hang on. Mission for the 26th of August, Recce. So page 2, mission for night 25, 26th of August. Coordinate and cooperate with 10th Spetsnaz Brigade. And there's a detailed description of what they're apparently going to do. Page 3, summary of the 25th of August 23 ops. 6 observation posts, 2 radar posts, Matrix 3000 Mavic 3 drones used. HQ Security Tactical Reserve Number 2 trained. And then it goes on to say what they were trained on. Guns, basically. A bit of tank training. Oh, and some BTR training, apparently. What do you reckon? Do you reckon that actually happened? No. 10 fords or crossings via the Dnipro River defined and mined. 10 crossing points. Just saying. Page 4. There's some information about logistics, and it would seem they go on about the fact that they've got 2 times MTLB with AD guns, 2 times Tors, 8 Verbers, and 4 Iglas. And I don't know what this other thing is, but they've got 4 of them. So logistics 100 kilograms of bread received. POL of 5 tons. That's lubricants and stuff, isn't it? 20 men hospitalized magically. So what's that in just a couple of days? 45 men. Anyway, page 5. All 205 brigade reserves are not ready to be employed. 3 on brigade level, 2 on battalion level, 6 on COY level. Requirements. POL delivery to be increased from 5 to 25 tons. So they obviously don't have enough fuel and lubricant. 50 bulletproof vests is what they're asking for. 120 and 152 ammo. Mavic 3 batteries, 10 of. All-land 10 drones, 2 of. Thermal night vision sights, 20 pieces. I wonder if they got them. Drones owned by the 205 Brigade. Maverick Mini, Phantom 3. All low quality footage, no digital zoom, all very vulnerable to electronic warfare. Just to note. Page 6. Engineering rec equipment needed. So they're asking for 4 IMP2, whatever they are, 1 KRE or KRI, and 4 UVR. And a key to regulate detonators, of which ammo is needed. 122mm ammo is needed as well. And so it seems that this particular group, they've been asking for stuff. They've been basically saying, we need more stuff, guys. Especially night vision equipment. It sounds as though they didn't have any, considering they were asking for 20 pieces of night vision equipment. Or maybe they've just got 1 or 2. Either way, they don't sound as though they're very well equipped. And there was quite a long list of things they were asking for there, including just general ammunition, which I thought was a bit fun. And also, yeah, in 2 days, they'd lost 45 guys. So no matter what kind of a bad day you think you're having, remember that the 205 Brigade exist. And, well, they're in a particularly bad way. They've actually opened a, what's it called? Legal challenge about the situation that they've been left with. And they're trying to get to have the current commander removed, even though he is currently a hero of Russia. And so that's something that they're currently in the process of. And you know what? I have a funny feeling that they're going to be disappointed. They think that this legal challenge is going to, you know, make all sorts of waves, and it will go through the whole army, and the whole army will end up being reviewed and made better as a result of their one legal challenge. But we know what's going to happen, don't we, Prince?
Of course we do. I don't know, actually. I wasn't listening to you. I was reading something.
That's
So,
okay.
Do you know you've done it too?
I do it all the time. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But yeah, what's going to happen to that legal challenge?
That's when you just agree. Absolutely, Mockers. I totally believe you were right. Nothing is going to happen to them.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling that this legal challenge is going to get lost in, you know, the round window, the one that looks like a dustbin. I just have a funny feeling that's going to happen. Never mind, eh? So yeah, the 205, they're in a terrible situation. You're all right. It happens. I just find it quite entertaining that this continues on and on and on. It just never seems to get any better for them. And yeah, so I'm sure their legal challenge will be given all the what's it called? All the attention that it deserves.
All the attention of a paper shredder.
Yes. So I'm just seeing that there was another drone that was apparently taken down on its flight towards Moscow. Let me see, in the Voskarensky district. That's what I'm going with. There were no casualties or damage. Emergency services are working at the scene. You see what I mean? Every single one of those reports comes with this little caveat on the end. It's almost as though it's like, we must make sure we add this bit.
Oh my god, that's funny. Oh Lord. Will is sitting there, so I think we have to ask him. Will, did you ever see emergency services be dispatched to the location of a poo fountain?
Yes, I did, but but it wasn't MJS. It was the sanitary district. So it was the regular poo workers.
Yeah, so it wasn't the fire department and 2 ambulances and 3 police cars.
No, it was just the city of Portland workers come out in their specially designed suit. Well, they all have their own little uniform, right? They'll have coveralls of like lime green or orange or tan or whatever their group does. I think MJS uses tan with reflective stripes on it, but the ones I saw in springtime during poo fountain season were all just regular city workers.
I love that there is a poo fountain season. Oh, good God.
Well, you too can
I'm
have
sorry.
poo fountain season if you go back to unsegregated sewers and make sure that you don't do any maintenance on them so they leak groundwater in.
Yeehaw! I actually do have an unfortunate piece of news. I just watched a video here, and it is a bunch of medical staff, and it's very clear that it's medical staff because they are all dressed in their scrubs. The Kirch Oncological Dispensary has lost a round-the-clock hospital and will provide assistance to patients on an outpatient basis. This is the decision of the Crimean Ministry of Health. Cancer patients and hospital staff expressed massive protest against this decision and recorded a video message. That's not good. I actually half expected that they would be, replacing, filling the hospital beds with injured soldiers, which I actually think may be what their ultimate plan is. Really, I read a report the other day of overflowing hospitals in Sevastopol.
You think they're going to take this over for military use?
I do. I could be wrong, but I do. It would be a logical thing. It would really be something that I could totally see them doing. They are in such dire need of hospital beds for people who are injured on the front. And just give me a minute and I'll find the other story, and because it's just too coincidental. It's too coincidental, and I'm sorry. Of all the people, you don't take you just shouldn't take the hospital beds from anybody. But the oncology department is in my not so humble opinion in this case, they that's just the low. That's just low, and but it doesn't surprise me either.
No, unfortunately, it's not shocking. Would you like to hear what our friend Gherkin has been saying and doing? because
Gherkin,
Only if
isn't he a
you
little
been doing
pissed
some
off?
strange things.
make sure you
Isn't he
include
a
his
little pissed
wife.
off? Because yeah, isn't he a little pissed off because he had to ride in a bus with people?
Well, he's put a statement out, and it's quite a long statement, and it comes from this morning. And well, you understand that he loves to doom post, and we have actually missed his dooming. However, he must have realised that he's done, basically, because he's posted a statement on his official page, or someone has for him, directly attacking Putin and mocking him in multiple ways. And it starts off with this statement: on nomination as a candidate for the president of the Russian Federation. Really? My advantages in comparison with the current president in the condition of the special military operation. 1. The president refuses to lead military operations, considers himself incompetent in military affairs. I consider myself more competent in military affairs than the current president, and definitely than the current Minister of Defence. Therefore, I could fulfill duty of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief as required by the Constitution of the Russian Federation. Number 2. Our president is an extremely gullible person. For 8 years, he was led by the nose together and separately by Obama, Trump, Macron, Merkel, Poroshenko, and Zelensky. They drove in Minsk and in the Normandy format and in Istanbul and in other places. For my part, I can say that since 2014, I have never called those people who led the incumbent president by the nose as dear and respected partners. On the contrary, I never believed them for a penny. Number 3. The current president is too kind. You see, this is who Gherkin really is, by the way, if he thinks Putin is too kind. But there we go. When the special military operation began a year and a half ago, he was able to quickly make sure he was led by the nose, not only by respected Western and Kiev partners, but also by the leaders of our law enforcement agencies, the intelligence and the military-industrial complex. It turned out neither the country, nor the army, nor the industry of Russia are ready for war. And the so-called Ukraine is not at all a straw man in military terms. Nevertheless, all the heads of these structures, as well as others such as the central bank, remained in their places and continued to amaze us with their incompetence. I am not at all so kind, which I will prove in practice. Ugh, that's a threat, isn't it? Number 4. Our president has a lot of friends of billionaires and other businessmen who he cannot, according to the above kindness and breadth of his soul, these words are very strange. Sorry, he cannot refuse them anything. As a result, the export of capital from the Russian Federation continues. Military production is growing much more slowly than the capital of the president's friends. I don't have a single friend. Oh, he's all alone. I don't know a millionaire. It is tight with business friends. In general, there are few friends, and basically, they are not all poor people. Accordingly, I will not have to give in to the wishes of my friends to the detriment of the Russian economy. Number 5. Vladimir Vladimirovich is a highly moral person. I'm sorry? Oh, did I just read that? He's a highly moral person. I'm sorry, I found that quite difficult. Anyway, always true to his word and firmly fulfilling the promises given to those brought to him in power in the late 90s. Anyway, I'm sorry, this is pure fantasy. Anyway, I have promised nothing to anyone and can therefore ignore all the personal guarantees of all the presidents of the Russian Federation from 91 to present if I consider this is useful to the people of the state. Okay. Number 6. I think he's taking the mick with this. I am not as athletic and healthy as Vladimir Vladimirovich was at my age. Therefore, I will not be able to bother you, dear voters. Purely physically for more than 20 years, even if I suddenly have a desire to mess with you after this military crisis is overcome and its most severe consequences. Now, I'm not sure how much of this was sarcasm, but some of that sounded like it had to be sarcasm. Otherwise, I was reading a fictional something, I don't know, some sort of fantasy. What do you think?
I don't know how you managed that without laughing hysterically. So yeah. Oh man, I tell you, it's notes from the prison. I mean, between him and Navalny, how do they get these things out? How do they get these messages out? That's what I want to know.
Well, Navalny has a team, doesn't he? I'm going to assume that Strelkov has a friend after all.
But he just said he has no friends. Oh, but he has a wife.
I know.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, so I found it. And this was in Ukrainiform, I guess just yesterday. So yes, hospitals in Sevastopol are full of wounded Russian soldiers. They are placed in the corridors and even in the dining room. This is reported by the representation of the president of Ukraine in ARC. So I believe this is yeah. Anyway, so yeah, open sources report that hospitals in Sevastopol are overflowing with wounded Russian soldiers. So yeah, they and there's also a shortage of medical personnel. So when I read that they're making this oncology hospital outpatient only, it seems very logical to me that they may be trying to free up some hospital beds to put some soldiers.
Well, it sounds like it, doesn't it, to me? I would say that that's exactly their plan. I'm just having a look to see what this was. When that was, I don't know. It's some Russian forces getting smacked in Syria, apparently. I don't know when that was. Oh no. Oh no, mate. Right. You'll find this a sad and sorry tale. Once a global company, Russian supercomputer manufacturer T Platforms has declared bankruptcy. Oh no.
So sad.
It is, isn't it? Now, this was the parent company of several other microchip manufacturers, such as Baikal. Putin tried to make it part of his war machine, resulting in sanctions from the US. And now it's gone. You know, Prince, that this seems to be a theme, a bit of a spiral that's going on. If you ask me, it's never good for the Russians.
Of course it's not. Of course it's not. It looks like we have some resistance happening in MriyaReport. Can you believe that? It
I
looks
can't
like
believe that.
I know. Another successful arson campaign. At least 4 vehicles of the occupier were destroyed by controlled arson in the area where the occupiers are based. Isn't that sad? Mariupol continues to fire Russia, approaching victory, unbreakable city of the unconquered. Mariupol's spicy.
Yeah, I mean, they get warnings, don't they, when they send people to Mariupol to be careful generally, because you never know what might happen.
They tell them
and-
not to take food from the locals. I love it.
Because they will poison you. Dun, dun, dun. Well, what does that tell you? That tells you you're not welcome.
Exactly.
Yeah, very much not welcome. And talking of being unwelcome, we've heard that the authorities, I suppose I could call them, the occupation authorities. There we go. They have been starting to move out of Tokmak, and you know, that just, it's usually a sign of a gesture of goodwill coming. That really, isn't it? I
Yes,
would
it is.
expect. Yeah, I would expect that they're feeling the heat now, and I'm just hearing that Crimea. It says here, Crimea was hit again, and a factory exploded. Now, that's the only information I have, which is always good. But factory, we shall see. So I'm also just having a look. We've had the first satellite images overnight of the airfield near Pskov after the first attack. And it does appear to show at least 2 IL-76 aircraft were damaged. Also, near one of the planes, you can see 2 red vehicles that very much could be fire engines. And the part of the airport where other damaged planes, which were mentioned by the GWAR message, is currently not visible due to cloud cover. So there may indeed be more wrecked aircraft, but they just can't see them at the moment, which is very annoying. Cloud cover, come on, give us a break. But overnight, Ukrainian forces have indeed struck a number of places in occupied territory and Russia, which is nice. Now, there was something yesterday which I just thought I would give another mention, because this is just a beautiful thing. Have you noticed how well targeted some of these drone strikes are becoming, Prince?
I wonder how that happens.
Yeah, I mean, there was a drone strike in Erdogan, and it was specifically on the office where the FSB were located. And I just think, gosh, isn't that coincidental? I wonder how they knew exactly where that place was. Talking of partisans. And this was particularly nice, this one. So in occupied Donbass area, a number of the Russian, whoever they are, election commission, here we go, met to organise some new, elections, shamarendums, whatever they want to call them. And Kadyrovites were with them as guards. And they all turned up to a particular building, and shortly after, a Ukrainian drone struck the building, just as the chairman of the election districts began to meet. And, well, all I can say is that was very unfortunate, but also very fortuitous. It would seem that somebody knew those guys were going to be there at that time, at that location. It's awfully coincidental, isn't it?
Coincidences happen all the time, and they happen to happen more there than other times. Like emergency vehicles just happening to go to the location of a downed drone where there are no injuries and no damage. I'm a little hooked on that one today.
There are never any injuries or damage. You should know this. So, yeah, I was just saying about Tokmak being evacuated by Russian authorities. and the mayor of Melitopol did confirm that he believes that they are moving to other occupied areas much further away from Tokmak. And well, this is probably why. We had a report last night from BBC News that drones have attacked Russia and Crimea more than 190 times this year. And it's nice that they've pointed this out. However, they haven't reported how many times that Russia has been hitting civilian targets in Ukraine. And maybe that should also be on the news. But it just goes to show, doesn't it, the incredible amount of work that the Ukrainians have been putting in. I mean, those things don't just happen by accident. And they're getting more and more organised with it as well. I think it's certainly very interesting. I'm also seeing that the grey zone map is being updated with more progress in Tokmak direction for the Ukrainians. And I know sometimes he'll update his map one way and then the other, but it does seem as though there's somewhere around this time, the Russians are starting to get the point that they're being absolutely trashed. And, you know, just it's nice to see that they're really starting to get very sad about it. And I get the feeling sometimes that some of them might actually be starting to click with the truth, that they're starting to really believe that, oh dear, we're not winning anymore, are we? All this winning that we've been doing, it doesn't look like much like winning.
You can only take so much winning, especially when it means you're losing.
Yeah, I mean, what I find is just incredible is the fact that, you know, they can retreat to more favourable positions, or you know, they find all sorts of ways of saying that we're retreating, we're relocating, and you know, just the very amusing what was it, unplanned disassembly of things and stuff like that. Just makes me chuckle that they have a way with words.
It's an unscheduled disassembly.
Unscheduled, yes. And yes, it's very just the amount of cope that they're having to push out in order to sort of soothe their own ego. It's very, very strange situation. Now, I'm just looking at some news that was coming out of the last couple of days. We saw an awful lot of, like, you know, very downer news, didn't we? Oh, it's going so slow. Oh, it's failing. And then suddenly Ukrainian forces have said, are you sure about that? And the news has become a bit more positive again. It's amazing how these people roller coaster, isn't it? And I'm just, well, Jens Stoltenberg, always an advocate for Ukraine, has been on the news on Amanpour, which I think, you know, she's quite well watched on CNN.
Do not ever say anything bad about Christine Amanpour.
I wasn't about to. No, I was going to say I believe she's quite popular.
Okay, thank you. I'm just
so
kidding.
you know,
I am just sort of kidding, but I do really like her.
yeah. As far as I know, she's always been, you know, straight up news reporter. I've never watched her very much, to be honest, but I've never found her objectionable, put it that way. So she had Jens Stoltenberg on, who has been quoted as saying, Ukrainians have exceeded expectations again and again, which they have. That was in answer to, the question of a slow pace of counteroffensive, prompting concern. And he says quite clearly, we need to trust them. We advise, we help, we support, but it is Ukrainians that make the decisions. And I personally find that very comforting to see that message being pushed out on a popular news program, that it really is. We're not guiding a child. It really is something that Ukrainians can make decisions for by themselves. And we need to just trust that they know what they're doing. And my goodness me, they have indeed exceeded some expectations greatly. An awful lot of things that they've done which have surprised the heck out of us, especially recently. I mean, come on. Did we think a year ago that they would be able to do some of these things that they've been pulling off, raiding into Crimea, taking out S-400 system, building sea drones that can attack and damage the Kerch Bridge? Just absolute madness. I mean, even, it was way back, but taking out of the Moskva cruiser. I mean, come on. They've done some incredible stuff here, and they really don't get enough credit for the absolute miracles that they're pulling off on a regular basis.
No, they don't.
One of the things that I find, especially with this very quick news cycle that goes around, give it 2 weeks and we're bored and we go on to something else. It's, there's got to be news and new news. And people don't seem to sort of focus on one subject anymore unless it's something really huge or, particularly exciting, as it were. I'm just going to mute you a second, Johannes. Sorry. Yeah, I just find that, people are quick to forget about the success as well as the, as the general situation of everything going on. It almost just sort of fades into the background as just something that's normal, and it really shouldn't be. There have been some incredible successes and stuff that, I mean, our armies are going to be studying with awe for a long time. How the heck did they pull some of this stuff off? And well, it just goes to show that they're not the child that needs to be led. They're teaching our armies a thing or two. Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, just a short comment. I'm not sure. I hope it's not going to. I mean, it's great Ukrainians have exceeded and continue to exceed expectations. At the same time, it seems so many people, especially in Russia, kind of are thinking that Ukrainians are going to do all the work for them. I mean, it's especially Russian liberals, those who have been unhappy with Putin for decades, including the guys I've been working with from indigenous peoples. I mean, everybody kind of hopes, well, it's the Ukrainians are going to do the job for us and we don't have to do anything. So I guess that's a kind of a danger. I'm not really sure what to do about it, but I mean, and of course, I guess most of those listening here aren't Russian citizens, but especially Russian citizens should understand that they also have to do something for themselves.
Well, yes, you're very right about that, but I'm not sure when that's ever going to be. And I think we have to come to the conclusion that it's very unlikely at the moment until things get absolutely awful for them. And at that point, they won't have a choice. But I still think that's maybe a long time coming. Will, what do you reckon?
So I just want a brief interlude here for a joke, for mockers. Have you have you seen the joke that the Albanian Prime Minister said at the Balkans conference yesterday?
You know what? Someone sent it to me, but I couldn't listen to it.
I'll do it for you right now. So it came to my mind that because for those of you who don't know, Mockers basically runs the schedule for everybody because somebody has to be in charge of that. So she jumped on that grenade, and it's really difficult sometimes figuring out who goes where, time zone slots, and it's a 24-hour, globular thing. And so, but Russia has literally been talking about unifying on a single time zone. So the prime minister goes into Putin and he talks about, well, we do it, but it won't work because there's 7 time zones in Russia right now, and so if we tried that, then I'd bring my family, and they're out in the Far East, and I wish them a happy birthday morning. Well, you missed it because it's already past the next day, or you call up China to ring them and say Happy New Year or whatever. And go, well, it's not, it's already passed. And you call people in Europe, and you wake them up in the middle of the night, and Putin looks at the prime minister. He goes, yeah, that happened to me too. I rang Prigozhin's family to wish him condolences, but the plane hadn't taken off yet.
Oh,
And that's the Albanian prime minister. So how bad has life become for you if you were being drugged by the Albanian prime minister?
But isn't it Mockers?
and,
Isn't
and
it
publicly
Albania
as
who's
well.
always? Yeah,
Not
isn't
even
it
keeping
always
that on behind
Albania?
closed doors.
Mockers, can you hear me?
Excellent stuff. And you
Mockers,
could well believe it.
Mockers.
Oh dear.
I seem to. Mockers,
Did
can
you want
hear me?
to discuss what I was asking you about? Because I've forgotten what
Will?
question I asked you.
Will?
Mockers, Prince is jumping up and down like that rat George uses. She can't. You cannot hear Prince, I don't think.
Mockers,
Ah.
can you hear me? No, Mockers can't hear me. And now I totally lost whatever joke I was going to ask. Oh, there's only half an hour left. I will come back to speaker.
Yeah, you better rotate. And Mockers, I apologize. I have been I've ruined your conversation, and I forgot what you asked me originally. Maybe one of the responsible adults in the room, like Tracy, will remind us where we were.
I can't remember where you were.
I've remembered. I just didn't turn my mic on because I'm an idiot. So I was just chatting to you, and well, anyway, thanks, Tracy. Anyway, but it was about the people in Russia. They seem to be waiting for the Ukrainians to do all the work for them. I know that's not the case for every single one of them. Certainly, there does seem to be some sort of resistance going on in Russia, albeit not huge. But it does happen. However, don't really think there's ever going to be any sort of general uprising unless things get horrendous. What do you think, Will?
So I don't either. But going to war is a big, complex effort of mobilizing people, motivating people, keeping them all in it, the economy tied in, and all of your international relations and supply lines. And I tend to think that Beefeater probably covered this pretty well in a thread he did a couple of days ago, which, essentially we know now. I know from my personal contacts in Russia, and we know from looking at the macro data externally, that Russia's economy is very much suffering right now, and they are burning through their sovereign wealth fund so that they can maintain the ruble and maintain prices and where they are now, so that they can still sell the idea of this war to their population, but at some point in the future, they would that will, you know, they're burning through like 20. I think they burned through $28 billion of their foreign reserves last year, and they're up to 26 already this year. So they've got about 120 left to go, I think, like that. So at this rate, they can't sustain this for more than a couple more years, and that will mean their entire sovereign wealth fund is gone. Right? Imagine if you live in Norway or Denmark or any of the places. Even Australia has a sovereign wealth fund, only for federal employee superannuation. But I'm not bitter. The key is those sovereign wealth funds build up a whole massive amount of cash, and they let you ameliorate the worst swings in your economy when you have deficits at times. So they're very good for that. And they also invest heavily in things internationally and generate money in and of their own right if you're a responsible investor and don't buy Bitcoin. So they're really an important thing that you don't ever want to have to cut the capital out of those things. Even if the return on investment it goes down, that's okay. But if you start cutting capital out of the things, you're on a hiding to nothing, and that's where Russia's at. And so Beefeaters essentially thinks that the economy in Russia may eventually grind essentially to a halt, right? And that will stop the war, because eventually, when you stop paying people's salaries, you stop paying your supply chain, you stop being able to prop up your currency. Things just spiral into a cataclysm, like we've seen in places before. Some countries in Africa, Argentina had a massive problem like that. That they simply won't have the wherewithal to support it anymore. But I don't believe, as you don't, Marcus, that there is going to be a massive uprising. First, I think there is a insufficient number of folks in the country who could lead that thing and get it together and hold it together. And I think the repression at this point is so high that anybody who does put their head above the parapet is likely to get a cracked skull pretty quickly. And the other thing is, Russians for at least 100 years, probably back to Ivan the Terrible's time, but at least 100 years, all through the modern times and the Soviet period, they are conditioned not to do that. They are conditioned that their government never does anything for them. They're conditioned to terrible conditions and terrible outlooks on the future, which is why they're also not having babies. And they haven't been since the late 90s. They don't see a brighter future for themselves, and they have been conditioned through propaganda and repression not to believe that a popular uprising would work or democracy would work, that they have any power at all, and demonstrations that they don't have any power at all if they stand out from the crowd are quick and fierce. So no public but I do believe that Beefeater's right, as the economic analysis would show that eventually their economy will just grind to a halt.
Well, that's not going to be fun for any of them. But I think in some areas, even that is not going to cause too much of a uproar, because they're already in the phase of, they've got to the point where they're pretty much bartering anyway, especially more of the far-flung places. I mean, you've said in the past that they don't go and buy things in the shops because there's some guy who'll pull up at the, corner of the square or something with a boot full of whatever hooky stuff, and he'll be the guy that they buy their, meat from or whatever, because it's a lot cheaper because it was stolen. And so, yeah, I have a feeling that until the source of those stolen goods starts being affected, then you're going to start to see problems in those areas. But up until that point, I think, you know, as long as they've still got stuff that they can buy out the back of a car, I don't think there's going to be any serious issues. Afanko, I'm glad you think I'm correct. Now then. Sorry. Someone's just sent me something which is quite funny. I recall the other day being told about a Wagner fighter named Lotus. And Lotus was the person that was apparently supposed to be the head of PMC Wagner if everything went boobs up, like it obviously has. And so he was supposed to be the next guy in charge. There were rumours that of this guy Lotus, and we found out who he is now. So he is Anton Olegovich Elizarov, maybe. He is the Wagner field commander, call sign Lotus, born in 1981. He played an important role in Soledar and Bakhmut, but also served with Wagner in Syria, Libya, and the something African Republic, whatever. And would you believe that this guy was an interior designer?
And that's special. I wonder why.
The thing is, as well, in that photo of him like posing beside whatever it is he's created there, it's a lovely Ukrainian blue color. So he must like the color as well. So why an interior designer? I don't know. Maybe he just decided to start decorating with other things. But well, what a thing to get into. Replacing his previous job with the head of a PMC Wagner. What do you call them? PMCs. I don't know. I can't remember what it stands for. You'll have to tell me.
Private military
PMC what?
contractor.
Thank you. I'm just somebody's mentioned here something that an alert listener has DM'd me and mentioned here something about as well as partisans, Ukraine have been able to hack into CCTV cameras, haven't they? And that probably also gives them a very good insight as to where things are. So it doesn't always have to be partisans watching. It could also be that they're using their own systems against them, which of course, why didn't I think of that? Not had enough coffee, obviously, but yes, that's a very good point. Tracy.
Thank you, Marcus. I was just going to say that if one's a chef and one's an interior designer, does that mean that they're trying to make a whole household?
Oh, I've no idea, but whatever they're doing, they're recruiting people from very strange vocations.
Well, they did call him Dad, didn't they? So I just kind of got that impression. It's a bit odd, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it actually makes me shudder that slightly. Yeah. But it goes to show that, you know, he did look after them to a degree. And so, yeah, I get the feeling that they did actually feel as though he looked after them, maybe. And I can only deduce that he was probably more of a father to most of them than their actual father. He did seem to sort of treat them with a, you know, an amount of respect and what have you. And I guess that means an awful lot, especially when the army treats you like absolute dirt. So, yeah, I suppose that's where it comes from. However, if you take a look at the hostile forces on the left bank of Kherson, they in no way appear to be like a family, do they? It seems that they're not very together. Not very together. Now, according to information we have heard, that North Korea, Kim Jong-un, is negotiating with Putin about giving them ammunition. And there appears to be a possible agreement on the supply of ammunition, in particular artillery shells. And one thing I have noticed is Putin can stand next to Kim Jong-un because they're both around the same height. So that works for him. That must be why they're still friends. So this is one of the things, unfortunately, that the longer this goes on, the more deals and whatever Putin appears to be doing. Now, I'm just hearing more from Crimea. You know what? There's been an awful lot going on in Crimea recently, and I'm just looking at this situation that there is reports from the public in Crimea that there have been explosions in the area of the old Krimsky training ground and the airfield of Kirovsky. Shooting has also been heard in the above mentioned areas, and we are waiting for further confirmation. I like news like that. Remember when there was that landing the other day in Crimea, and it was suggested that maybe not all of those people left after they landed. You know, they landed, they broke up some boats, they took out very sneakily in the night 14 occupants in their sleep, which is not only terrifying, but also, you know, just slick. And there was a suggestion that maybe not all of those people left Crimea when the boats went back. And I just wonder if this might have something to do with the extra excitement that's going on in Crimea at the moment. Just something to wonder about. Now, I'm just having a little look to see what's been going on overnight. There was enemy shelling around midnight in the Kupiansk district. There does not appear to have been any dead, but a 48-year-old man was injured and hospitalised. Of course, there was rockets, artillery, mortars and other weapons fired at settlements in Izium and Kupiansk districts. And as a result of the shelling, fires broke out in the city of Kupiansk. Private homes were damaged. It's always the same, isn't it? And there was, as a result of a guided aerial bomb attack on a village, power lines and a gas pipe were damaged in Shikivka in the Izium district. And there's a possibility that there was cluster munitions used, and a house was damaged again in the Izium district. So there is a possibility that there is now also a bunch of unexploded munitions in that location because of, well, because of Russian stuff just being so good. You know how it is. So again, we can see the contrast, can't we? Look at what Ukraine's been doing. They've been smashing air bases and concentrations of troops and what was I talking about a second ago? They're just, hitting equipment and supply lines, logistics, that's the word, flipping heck. Bridges and all things that are going to slow down the Russians. And they're taking the fight to them. And what's Russia doing? Oh, they're shelling villages. Because that makes, it's almost like a pathetic attempt now to just cause as much damage as possible. I mean, I know that's kind of the point, but it really does seem a bit weak as far as I'm concerned. Now then, I'm just seeing if I've got any interesting updates here. Well, I've heard this this morning that the US are now transferring approximately 50 F-35 to Europe. Now, they put it in this way, which I think is a bit like, oh, let's make it as sensational as possible. F-35 nuclear bomb carriers being transferred to Europe. Well, yeah, technically, but, you know, only if you strap one on it. Not trying to be too rude. But yeah, that they can carry bombs, you're right. So well done for that sensational news story. However, these new fighter jets, capable of carrying a nuclear weapon, capable of, will be based in Great Britain as early as this year. 2 squadrons of F-35s have been deployed and will soon arrive at the US Air Force's Least Lakenheath base in Suffolk, England. And the experts called the potential return of US weapons to Great Britain as evidence that the West has now entered a new Cold War. Now, I don't know about you, but I think this war's pretty hot at the moment. Just, you know, pointing that out. Tracy?
I thought you might like to hear what the Mayor of Melitopol has said, because you just mentioned regarding the problems at the elections office, the fake elections office. So I just thought you might like to hear that. So, okay, thank you. Okay, so we know that on the 28th of August, that's when the office was damaged. And now what the Mayor of Melitopol has said this morning is that the occupiers are looking at their fallen colleagues in panic. They have strengthened the security of the election headquarters in the central square of the city, restricted movement in a radius of hundreds of meters, blocked the stairs, and put up turnstiles and hung ribbons, which I just think is quite funny because, well, first of all, it's funny that they're that worried. And then second of all, I think, you know, how are people going to get in there? Are they going to have somebody like opening the ribbon and letting everybody in one at a time under gunpoint? I don't know. What do you think, Mockers?
That sounds exactly like how they're going to do it, yeah. I think this is quite amusing, actually. Yes, come on down and give your vote, but, you know, we're only going to let you in one at a time, and we're going to watch you like a hawk because we're terrified of being bombed. I have a funny feeling they won't need to worry about being bombed if there's civilians there, but, you know, I just think when they're closing up at the end of the night or what have you, that might be a good time.
Maybe they don't want partisans to vote, Mockers.
Well, there is that too, but how would you know? How do they know who the partisans are? They could be that smiley little old granny from down the street, or that kid who kicks a football against the wall. You just never know, do you? that's what's so great about the partisans, that, you know, because they could literally be anyone. That little harmless guy in the wheelchair, or you know, those sort of. I've even noticed that quite young children, and when I say young, I'm talking like 10, 11, appear to have been involved, you know, in just gathering information. Because kids can sort of like just walk around people generally, you know, and generally get ignored a lot of the time. Which when adults are busy doing their own thing, you know, smaller children generally you're not going to worry about. And then of course they're picking up this information and taking it to other people. And I find it fascinating that this whole sort of cottage industry of partisans is infiltrating every area where the Russians think they're safe. It's lovely. Tracy?
Thank you. Yeah, it just reminds me of those things, the stories at the beginning of the invasion, you know, like the poison cakes, and the thing that you mentioned specifically with the children. It makes me think, well, you would be like that, wouldn't you? Because I can imagine that my children would be very protective of me and would want to stick up for me and support me, and in that way, you know, helping to do whatever they can. And if they're seeing things, going to tell the parents, and then the parents are going to tell whoever. So yay. And children do see things, you're right. And you would want to do that, wouldn't you? I mean, I would want to do that. I think it's gonna, I see some very patriotic children, and it kind of makes me really proud, even though they're not my children.
Yeah, this is a whole of society thing. And you know, one of the things is that unless they're, you know, taken and indoctrinated, and even then, these kids know right from wrong, you know, and that is something which it's easy to see that they've been brought up to know right from wrong. And so even those that, you know, unfortunately have been taken, when you see their faces, they know they're not in the right place. You know what I mean? They know right from wrong, even if they're singing the songs and flipping, going through the motions. I would say a very good percentage of them kids are not going to forget what right from wrong is. And that's something that, you know, the Russians don't seem to have that black and white, what's right and what's wrong. And as a result, you know, it's just completely alien to my way of thinking, indeed. Tracy?
Thank you. Well, it just proves that point, doesn't it? That it's going to take years and years of decades and decades of cutting Russia off and allowing them to come to realizations on their own about how they may or may not want to change, because these things do take decades. And like you say, with those children, even when, you know, they've been taken and then things have happened to them, and it's the terrible things that they have to go through, like you say, they know the difference. You know, you can't beat that difference into them. That's something that does take many, many years and decades of abuse. And I keep coming back to when people can't understand it. I keep using that battered wife syndrome to explain to people that, you know, well, how the way that you think about a battered wife, that she's maybe lost that emotional strength to be able to take back the control and the power, and that can take those people sometimes years to get away from. I use the term battered wife. Obviously it applies to men and women. There are men that happens to as well, so I don't mean that to sound in a sexist way, but it's just a term that we use in this country, isn't it, that to mean that syndrome of where you just, like you say, indoctrinated in that way. And that's why the only solution is to cut Russia off and just leave them to their own devices and let them do what they want, and just not let them have the power to affect any other country in this way ever again.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you there. Build a great big fence. and only talk to them when we have to. I think that's the only situation. And let's face it, do we really have to? We probably don't have to. So, well, I'm just going to have a little recap of what went boom overnight, because there was a list. And I started writing the list, and then I was like, no, I've completely run out. I've run out of time and energy, and I need to sleep. So I just want to refresh my memory, because I think there were a couple of things in Crimea that were hit, but I believe it started off with the report of a flock of drones passing over Mariupol at almost 9 p.m. towards Rostov. And that report came out, and everybody went, oh, we're going to stay up late tonight then. And then the next thing you know, there's a boom in Bryansk. And shortly after, Fedosia in Crimea. And I'm trying to match up that that really bright explosion, the one that seemed to be electrical. I think that was Fedosia. So a drone hit a building in that area, and it is in the area along the Kerch Highway area, and there was definitely something on fire. Now, there was also a suggestion that a factory was hit. Now, I wonder if it was something like an electrical, building that would look like a factory, I suppose. Either way, there was an awful lot of smoke in other areas of Crimea, however. And I'm not entirely sure where that was, but that looks like a second location. So that's why I was scratching my head over what and where. There was a big old boom in Bryansk. Oh, yes. Another one, obviously. And then there was a video that sounded almost like an aircraft over Crimea. And a few people got very excited that there might be something happening with regards to aircraft. And, well, we'll see. But I have a funny feeling that there's either been an adaptation to something and it sounds like an aircraft, or that Ukraine may have found a way through air defense and made a sneaky raid into Crimea in order to fire something a bit closer. You never know. And then there was obvious signs that Pskov Air Base was again being attacked. Air defense was active there. Then Bryansk again. And there was lots of these CCTV videos that came out that were like, with booms on the horizon. And let's just say there's some interesting videos showing lots of things on fire, which is always lovely to see in Russia.
Always have it.
Russian occupied territories. Oh yeah. Hello, Doman. How are you?
Good morning, Marcus. I'm well, especially now. Coming up, things are going the right way, which is up in flames inside Russian territory and Russian equipment, etc., in temporarily occupied territories. Always a big fan of that, as you can imagine. And very good morning, Ming, on that.
Morning, Damon.
Excellent. I see we have War Doggo with his hand up. Morning, Bordaga.
Good morning, viewers. Morning, Doman. Morning, Wing. Tracy Prince went off the panel. It's a lot from Ukraine, also to mockers. Look, I was explaining yesterday one particular interesting story, and I think you missed that. I would like to repeat, Domen, especially for you. Do you remember in the lands that are called today Ukraine history, there was the regent who had her roots in the Nordics, in the Rurik's family, because she was the wife of Igor of Rurik, and the lady was what had the name of Olga or Helga. Do you recall that story? She was the ruler.
Yes.
She was the first. She was the first in the Rus rulers who took the Christianity, despite the fact that her grandson Volodymyr was the one who baptized the Rus. She was the first actually who took the Christianity, and she was not famous because only of that, but she was famous. To me personally, she is famous because, in my opinion, she was the one who invented on that lands something that we call today a tax system. Because story of her life was that her husband was killed. Her husband Ihor from Rudolfani. Just to give you an idea, it was 925, 960 years, and her husband was killed by Drevliani because he went to collect the tax personally, and they were not happy. They made an uprising and they killed him. And she thought that, well, leveraging on this experience, I probably will never go to collect the taxes by myself. And she actually invented the system where all the taxes were collected at the places and they were floating to Kiev as the capital of Kiev Rus. So she was the one smart who invented not to go to collect taxes, having her experience. More of that, she's very famous in Ukraine, not only as a regent ruler and in Kiev, in Mikhailivska Square, in the city center, where there is the Mikhailovsky Cathedral. You can find the monument to Olga or Helga, and she revenged Drevlians severely. She burned to the ground. First, after they killed her husband, they proposed that their best man would marry her, and she said, "Of course, come to me and we will marry." They sent the best men from their tribes to marry her. She said, "Before marry me, please go to sauna." Okay. They went to sauna and she burned them alive there in sauna. That's women revenge. Then she said, "Okay, dear Drevliani, I forgive you. In order to I forgive you, but you have to pay me a tax. You need to send me one pigeon, one bird from your family to my capital." And these people gave her the birds, and you know what she did? Those birds, they remember where they lived, where their homes, and she sent those birds with fire, and those birds started the fire in the Drevlians villages, and those villages were always at those time built from wood, and those villages actually burned to the ground. That was the women's severe revenge. She was the first drone operator on the lands that are called today Ukraine, as you can imagine. And we celebrate 24th of August also, or 24th of July, also the first women drone operator on these lands. And why I'm telling you this?
Is it War Doggo because of what
Yes.
happened in Pskov the night before last?
Yes, because if you Google the Pskov air base, the Pskov airport, it is called after some Olga, and if you think it was exactly after the Princess Olga of Kiev, and Russians do not say Princess Olga of Kiev, it's just for them Olga, from whom they are originating. Imagine the same they are doing, trying to steal Ukrainian lands. They are doing also stealing Ukrainian history. But what's karma is a bitch, you know? Naming an airport after the lady who burned to the ground in the range those who did her harm, and getting fire in that airport, to me is a karma. I don't know. This is like fast karma, to be honest. And I think that is beautiful. What do you think, Domin?
I think it's terrific. It's it's something of a narrative. The only thing that doesn't fit, right, is it really should have been Russian drones that were captured by Ukrainians that were sent back at Pskov. That would really, put a bow on the story, and make it really 100% of a follow-up. That'd be tremendous.
Yeah.
In absence of that, I think we're gonna take this one. I think we're gonna call this one good enough, close enough. And I saw yesterday that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense alluded to this story on their Twitter account as well.
Yeah, and to me, that is the, how to call it, the things come back, and everyone should be careful on after whom they're calling something, even specifically if you don't belong to that lands and it's just stealing part of the history that someone wants to justify their existence as imperial existence from that lands that they don't have relation to, because when those lands were baptized, when Olga, when Volodymyr, her grandson, were rulers of those lands on the places where today are Moscow, there were the swamps and the forests, nothing more. Also the frogs. Hugs and love from Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. I really appreciate it when you can have some proper 10th century lore trolling. Stephen, good morning.
Good morning, Domin. So lovely to have you back with us. Good morning, Ming, Mockers, War Doggo, and everybody else. I love that story, War Doggo. You had already partly related it yesterday, I believe, but I wanted to note, this is slightly tongue-in-cheek, maybe a bit, but did you see the drone? Well, there was a specific drone that was downed in Oriol yesterday. Well, photographs of a downed drone were taken in Oriol with a particular sticker on its tail. Just going to ask that first. Do you recognize that?
I did. I recognize that. Yeah.
Well, there we are. There we are. So you, Domin, of course, being so sharp-brained, will immediately see the connection to War Doggo's story. The tale of Olga, which was echoed later on, several centuries, I think about 3 centuries later. It was actually more made famous by the actions of the Mongols, who used, I think, house martins, to do the same sort of thing. They attached burning, they attracted them and then attached burning matches to then, so that they would go into under the eaves of the thatch roofs where they would roost. Ignited a number of cities on fire, but this was obviously, I do believe, because it was several centuries later, aping and echoing the actions of Olga. But they were using the birds of the city. Well, this particular drone had a sticker from Wagner on its tail, and it was down in Oriole. So I'll leave that there for the moment.
So that one is kind of interesting because I don't really know what to make of it, other than it probably being some sort of, either trolling by the Ukrainians, or because it looks like a rather different kind of drone from the rest that we've been seeing. I think it could be it could be something, could be a separate thing altogether. It just the thing that ties it together, of course, being the fact that both are drones. I will say, Italian language internet had a lot of fun with it, and I think it's even less likely to be true. But there were some Berlusconi references on the body of said drone, so it could just be that it's a good attempt at trolling. It could be something, a little bit separate from it. Well, we shall see. But it's nice to have them maybe panic a little bit. Additionally, who is it? Who is it really? And maybe it could lead to some additional internal discoveries, purges, whatever else. That could be a part of it as well. More red on red, more infighting.
May I come back on that for a second?
If you think you can advance it, sure.
Well, only just very slightly, and that is, I agree. It probably trolling, probably, maybe. But when I saw it, my initial thought was, this is an Orlan, and then I was like, no, this isn't an Orlan. It was kind of an ersatz Orlan. So it sort of looked to me like a sort of mock-up of an Orlan, which, well, maybe trolling, maybe not. Do I think those pigeons are going to come home to roost? Yes, I do.
Yeah, it'd be good pigeons to come home to roost. I mean, of course, their decision to involve Wenger has already come back to roost, especially all the convicts that went back to their hometowns and villages. People whom even the Russian society has deemed not acceptable to stay in society, now returning to it. Who would have thought that they would, continue on their murdery, rapey ways that they have started out on? Yeah, Johannes, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I'm so glad to see you back. Yeah, I just wondered, I mean, yesterday you probably already talked about the question where the drones actually came from. And I mean, I guess there's no way in hell that the drone would have flown all the way from Ukraine to Pskov, which is, I guess it's like about I haven't checked, but it's probably at least 2,000 kilometers. And so if those drones, which is, I guess, more likely than not, came from places within Russia, then Ukraine must have an incredibly well organized network now of, what's it called, of saboteurs or so, of resistance fighters within Russia. And I just wonder, I mean, if that's the case, that would be tremendous news, I think. But I really don't understand how the story with the pigeons is supposed to have worked. I mean, they didn't set the birds on fire and then let them fly all the way to their home villages, which probably took quite a long time. So it seems like a legendary story, but it's not. I really don't see how it would have worked. But anyway, I mean, the more interesting part is really where did those drones come from? And I mean, I guess at this point it's all speculation, but it's probably more likely that they came from places within Russia than from Ukraine or another neighboring country.
So for once, Johannes, and you know, I'm often on the it might well have been just launched from within Russia, right? Because Kirill Budanov, the very modern Major General, head of Khur, said, you know, you won't believe what all you can pay for in Russia. But I think that in this case, it is exceedingly likely that they had come straight from Ukraine. Why am I saying this? Because we know something about the types of the drones used. We know that they're very long ranged. They should have the ability. It's about 650, 700 kilometers straight line from Ukraine to Pskov, for example. And that should be within the range of these. So I think that it is actually a case of these drones, you know, flying from Ukraine, pretty assuredly in this case, without too much question. As to the story, I'm not really going to question the story. It is a legendary tale. I agree. It was supposed to be something like strips of fabric soaked in sulfur, set on fire, burned very slowly, and then they, you know, got to the villages and said, well, whatever it is. And when they say sulfur, they probably don't mean sulfur. I don't predict. I'm not one to question 10th century lore. It's just a nice story. But what's really cool about it is that somehow somebody had the wise idea to call the airfield in Pskov after Princess Olga, and that's why when it gets hit by, you know, drones unexpectedly, it's funny and ironic, and it's a good story. And I think that's what really is there. But I really wouldn't question at this point anymore one bit, just the quality of cheap, long range, admittedly relatively lightly explosive. You know, you're looking at 10, 15, 20 kilo warheads. Maybe I think. So you know, these are quite light, so they really need to hit right. And satellite imagery shows quite damaged Ilyushin 76s. I think 2 are shown on satellite images. You know, there might be more because there's some areas that are obscured. The Ukrainian authorities claim 4 damaged, I think, which is very plausible based on the satellite images. There's also a fuel facility that was evidence destroyed next to it. You know, it's really good. And this says something about several things, about the quality of Russian air defenses. Russians, of course, went off to blame the Belarusians because it was, according to them, a failure of the Belarusians for not having intercepted them. I would like to remind everyone that, of course, Russia owns and operates a number of S-400 systems on the territory of the country of Belarus. And it was indeed then, you know, Russian air defense people's failure, likewise, for having operated the best radars there are available in Belarus. So it's kind of ironic, amusing. I quite like it, I have to say, and I hope it continues. I think something happened this past night that I'm not even caught up on yet. So we can leave it at that. I wouldn't go too much into questioning legend. You know, legend is supposed to be a nice story, and we can just take away the main message and leave it at that. Excellent, Stephen.
Many thanks. Actually, I wouldn't be so hasty to dismiss that legend. It is corroborated by many sources, much more recently by the populations who suffered the same fate at the hands of the Mongols. You know, you have to remember that these are peoples who you know, didn't have the internet. They weren't distracted by very much, and the movements of birds were pretty normal. They were also very used to using birds for hunting, and the capturing of birds was quite normal. During the First World War, one of the primary communication devices between the front line and the rear areas was pigeon. messenger pigeon. It seems incredible to us now that this may have been the case, but this was the first iteration of fully mechanized modern warfare, and that is was their primary means of emergency communication. So it really is possible. I think people have simply lost contact to a certain degree with the behavior of birds and the ability to train them. So
I don't think that's the bit that anybody's questioning, Stephen. I think Johannes was merely questioning the bit of how do you have a bird carry something that's on fire without setting the bird on fire. So it's not about the movement of birds. We're all familiar with how pigeons function. It's just how do you not roast the pigeon when you're trying to roast the village?
That's just a slow fuse. Every single arquebus, every single firearm, in fact, for the first 200 years of firearms at all, used exactly that method, and that was already several hundred years old. A touch fuse is what it's called. And that had existed in the Far East for a very long time. So no, I credit all of it. Truth is often stranger than fiction. But let me, I fully agree with you. Turning to the drone thing, I absolutely fully credit that these were drones absolutely originating within Ukraine. I think that the idea that there's some sort of vast network of partisans who are coordinated centrally, who have a large amount of, I mean, quite large drones and can easily launch them from Russian territory is, if you'll forgive me, fucking absurd. And also 5 kilograms, depending on what the warhead is. You know, if it's RDX or something like that, any kind of serious high explosive, as long as it's delivered to the right place, is a lot of power. Yes.
No, for sure. And let's just highlight one more thing, right? It means that they're quite impervious to various electronic warfare approaches, or at least to the ones that the Russians have lobbed against them. And that is tremendous and very impressive. So, you know, let's have them keep on going on. Geek Republic, good morning.
Good morning, Doman. Good morning, Ming. Good morning, Mokers, and all the friends on the panel. Just a short comment on the drone attack on Pskov. Hopefully, just like the other discussions done by Chuck Farrer, the one from last night will be available on Spotify. I strongly recommend it because Chuck really dissected this topic in a very informative way. And just to summarize what I heard back then is that he believes that it was probably a combination of drones that were long range, as you said, Doman, but also those that had to be deployed within the Russian territory because they're short range. But I'll recommend to listen to that recording once it's gonna become available, because it was really informative. But that's not really the main point that I wanted to make. Two things that I wanted to highlight because we had that discussion on the panel, I think around 3 days ago. There was a bit of a concern around the so-called hacker attacks on Polish railway system. So I happen to have a friend who is one of the chief developers behind the radiological systems on Polish railways, and I had a chat with him, and he told me one thing, that everyone should cool down a bit because it's more a buzz news than it is a real threat. Well, how he explained to me is that this kind of pranks and accidents where trains were stopped, that's something that Polish railway was experiencing for at least 2 decades, all right? Every year. there are some pranksters that are messing up with radio frequencies that can stop trains. And the only reason why this got so much media attention right now was that during one of those latest pranks, because he called them pranks, the individual responsible for this played Russian national anthem on the same frequency just after that forced stop of the train. So long story short, he's just and he's a professional, I believe him. He's just saying that this got way more attention and has been considered as a way larger threat than it really is. So I thought I'm gonna share that because I know that some of the friends on the panel were quite concerned what does that mean for the supply chain of weapons that are naturally going through Poland to Ukraine. He said that it has a minor, if any, impact. So I thought I'm gonna share that.
Okay, thank you, Geek Republic. So this is the story where there have been a number of sort of stop signals being broadcast at trains across Poland over the last few weeks, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that is likely merely vandals or similar rather than being an organized sabotage. That's good to know. That was my understanding on the basis of what I've read as well recently. But they should really stop because it's really a bad idea. I'll kind of leave it at that.
Absolutely agree.
I'm sure it's being addressed very thoroughly by security services, not least because I think a train actually derailed, right? That costs money to put right afterwards.
I couldn't agree more. But I think the positive outcome of this incident is that some of the long due investments in that regard, in terms of the railway infrastructure, will accelerate because there's going to be a lot of media pressure to do that. And that should really help mitigate those risks going further. But, I just thought that it's good to share that. I personally was extremely concerned about this, but he kind of made me feel much better knowing that it's a known issue and they assess the impact as minor, and hopefully with new investments on the technology that's gonna be mitigated properly.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Geek Republic. And yeah, it probably requires some better approaches here. Now, Ming, before we go on to Rich, is there a bit of news that we should probably highlight?
Yeah, well, so literally in the last 10 minutes, Ben Wallace has tendered his resignation as Defence Secretary in the UK to Rishi Sunak. This wasn't unexpected. I mean, we knew this was happening. It's just a bit sad to see him go. And in terms of the potential successors to him, I've got a little list and I'm looking through it. Don't know all the names on it, but it's one or two names that I'm sure could do just as good a job as Ben Wallace has.
Yeah, there's a handful who are quite likely to be able to take over rather well and easily, right? Let's hope it's a good one, and I think we can kind of leave it at that for now until we know more. But I'm sure that we'll have a number of our British friends come up and opine on who will be best suited or a little bit less well suited. Rich, morning.
Good morning. Yeah, that was not unexpected. I was kind of hoping he would stick around until the sitting of the current government was out, because that doesn't feel like it's going to be that much longer, but we'll see. I was actually coming up to talk about a different defence minister. I understand Reznikov is out. Is that right?
Is he? Did I miss that? I don't know.
I saw.
I've not heard that. But if it happened last week, then that's the reason why.
No, this is sort of overnight. I've seen that apparently he's, well, this is why I'm coming up to check, because I thought if anyone knew, it would be you. That he's apparently is out. Someone else is in, and he's now ambassador to the UK.
I think there might have been some quick reporting by someone. Tracy, you follow these things well. Can you set us straight?
Thank you, Dorman. I think it's the same as before, isn't it? This has happened again, so I'm not sure. I'm just trying to find out if it's actually the same People's Deputy that said it as last time, because last time it was said that he basically shouldn't have said it, and not in so many words, he was said that he should have kept his mouth shut, and then nothing came of it. So that's what I was just checking on now to find out if it is the same People's Deputy, but that's where it's come from. A People's Deputy has said it.
Right. Thank you, Tracy. Okay, that makes more sense. So one of the members of parliament in Ukraine said that apparently he's going to resign or be dismissed soon, as opposed to having done so yet, and will then become the ambassador to the UK, which, you know, fine, whatever. Let's deal with that when we come to it. But as of now, there's nothing at all official. And this has happened. When was this? About 6-7 months ago. Last, I think, something like that, early this year, and yeah. Nothing obviously came off it, so we can stay put, Rich, and not worry about that one too much. On a separate thing, Rich, yesterday, did you see the details of a raid from last week? About where Ukrainians were fighting jets from small watercraft, and then a chap ended up in the water for 14 hours before he was pulled out in the Black Sea.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, he fell overboard, went in the Ogin, and was there for about 12 to 14 hours, and somehow was alive when they got back to him. And yeah, I don't care how our nails you are. That's impressive.
I think one of the things that helps is that it is summer, right? So the Black Sea isn't too cold. But 12 to 14 hours is a very long time to be stuck in it.
Yeah, even in warm waters, 12 to 14 hours in there, you're still exposed to the elements of salt. You are still ultimately at mercy of the current. It's an impressive, yeah, and it's an impressive feat of endurance, no matter what, physically, to be able to last that long in the water, to then be able to be rescued at the other end. That's impressive.
No, and all I'll say is that it makes sense why he's a special operative, whatever it is, and I'm sure these tend to be the most physically capable among them. Yet, nevertheless, wow, that is a very impressive length of time to be there. And also, they apparently managed to at least damage, if not take down a plane from one of these small watercraft, which made it all so much more worth it. Stephen? Oh, sorry, Rich, finish up.
I was going to say, was that the one that had there was the video of the person launching the man patch from the boat last week around the time that happened? I wasn't sure if that was against a jet or a drone.
It could be. I am not entirely sure. It's been indicated to me by someone that it is likely to have been the same situation, or it could have been a separate parallel one on top of that, which would be even more interesting, because that means that these are much more widely widely exercised sort of exercises than we would have thought previously. Stephen?
Thank you. Yes, well, 14 hours is certainly a long time to be in the water, but it's certainly not unprecedented. I personally know of a case of commercial skipper who ended up in the water for 24 hours, albeit at about 18 degrees north. But at this point, well, you have to remember that the Black Sea is quite shallow, and this summer has been unusually hot. And so the first 2 or 3 meters of the water will be really quite warm still. Dehydration will be the main problem, rather than necessarily, I mean, you will be gradually losing heat, yes, but if you fell in cold water, of course, you would last very, very much shorter period of time. But I credit it, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a closed off sea, largely closed off. The mixing of the water isn't nearly as profound. The tidal movement isn't nearly as profound. The waves don't tend to be as high, etc. So all of that leads to a little bit more of a stable surface temperature as well, right? Yeah, dehydration, exhaustion, all of those. But at the end of the day, it is kind of a feat of endurance, regardless. And for in very contested waters, obviously contested, seeing that they were shot at from fighter jets, or at least one, to then be able to also return and retrieve the man, as Rich indicated. Remember, the currents are active regardless of knowing where he was and being able to observe him. That also says something about other capabilities, right? So apparently it was a Bayraktar TB2 drone which provided the observation. That's how they found them again in the first place. They're saying, "Oh, have they all been shot down?" No, they haven't been shot down. They're just doing things that aren't, then being published and publicized. And there's a big choreography that had to go into it afterwards, and just for that to have worked, that's another component far beyond the individual's. The individual operative's ability to keep himself alive for 14 hours in water. Also for the ability of this choreography to have been done to be able to rescue them. Stephen?
I detract nothing from that. I was going to add a few historical notes, but actually, Doman, I think that you covered it enough. Yes, it is a feat of personal endurance and also excellent ability to coordinate a rescue under extremely difficult circumstances. So all credit to all involved.
Very good. Thank you, Stephen. Ming, would you like to venture a guess? Or unless you want to talk about the yachting bits as well. But after that, would you like to venture a guess whom Zelensky met with this morning?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. But on yachting issues, Stephen's far more qualified than I am. He's like a major oceanic sailor.
Very well. So it was it wasn't a state leader for once. Instead, it was the CEO of BAE Systems.
Oh, they had an in-person meeting this time, because they had a meeting
a
couple of months ago, but I think on Zoom or something.
No, this was very much in person, with the CEO of BAE Systems going to Kiev, very, very obviously, very clearly. And Zelensky's office's note is, in particular, the development and own production of artillery, such as towed L119 and M777 systems, as well as armored vehicles like the robust CV90s. And it looks like they might be moving in the direction that Rheinmetall and and FFG have already gone to, which is the opening of some sort of production facilities in Ukraine. No, I don't think it will be quite as quick, but if BAE Systems does indeed follow, which they were kind of indicated to a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago, when Zelensky was visiting Sweden, and that progress was made on the CV90s as well, right? That they are one step closer to being in joint production in Ukraine going forward at some point. Not immediately. This is probably an after the war kind of thing rather than a during the war kind of thing. It's I think very interesting. It's I think a very interesting development for Ukraine going forward, right? So I would just remind everyone, back in June, I think it was, the ministries of defense of Ukraine, Czech Republic, and Slovakia signed a memorandum on cooperation in production and maintenance of CV90s. And Ukraine basically said, well, we want 1,000. And obviously, that's not going to be for now. That's not going to be for next year. That's not going to be overnight, right? But we want 1,000 is kind of a big number for them to come out with. And Slovakia and Czech Republic ordered 150 and about 250 respectively earlier this year, maybe late last year. And they're going to be partially manufactured, largely assembled in Czech Republic and Slovakia. And obviously with 1,000, this would be not something that Swedish production lines can satisfy, right? But it is something that certainly warrants an opening of one in Ukraine. And at the time we thought, oh, that's great. They want 1,000. Will they actually ever order them? And this was just as the 50 that Sweden had donated to Ukraine were coming into service. And clearly they're very interested. Something tells me that they're very, very interested. Bloke, what do you think? Do you think they are indeed very interested?
Well, yes, but I have a question, and that is whether or not BAE, my understanding was that BAE was not producing any barrels for the M777, and so I'm curious if that was discussed or made public.
No.
Okay.
I don't know anything more about that. As in, do you mean that they have stopped producing them, or that they got them from somewhere else in the first place?
BAE Systems, to the best of my knowledge, and anyone in the audience, correct me if I'm wrong, they no longer produce barrels for the M777s. So if it would make sense for them to do that in Ukraine, to set up manufacturing for those barrels in Ukraine. And so I'm curious as to if that was discussed or made public, or, that would be perfect. If they did that, that would be not difficult to set up, and it would be extremely beneficial to Ukraine. So I'm curious as to what's happening there.
They did sign something, because in pictures, Reznikov and the CEO of BAE Systems are posing with what looks like a signed document of some sort. But of course, we don't see what is written on said document, right? Might as well be blank pages for all we know, but almost assuredly they are not blank pages, merely there for photo op. So all the Zelensky's office came out with was the best weapons that are currently helping our warriors defend Ukraine should be produced in Ukraine. The development of our own weapon production is top priority, in particular artillery like the L119 and M777 systems. Armored vehicles, robust CV90s, these are the weapons of BAE Systems PLC, which is starting to operate in Ukraine. I met with the company CEO. It was a very productive meeting at the company's office in Ukraine.
So Reznikov mentioned the M777?
This is the release from Zelensky's office, mentioning the M777. So saying that there will be a company's office in Ukraine, localization of production in Ukraine, and a joint result for the security of our country, the whole of Europe, and the free world. So they will be making something, but I don't know on what timeline and what.
Okay. Well, I
Probably
think it
all
would
of the
be.
above eventually. That's my guess.
Well, I think all of it would be outstanding, but I'm particularly interested in the M777s. There are extra barrels that have been sent. I know that. These barrels are high precision. They're very well made. The metallurgy in them is outstanding, and the precision is outstanding. If they can do that in Ukraine, that would be great. And so I guess we'll just have to wait, But this is good news, and I hope more companies realize that they need to support Ukraine, and Ukraine probably realizes that it needs to be self-sufficient, and that these are the steps they're taking. So that's good news.
And it's not really, self-sufficiency per se, right? But at the very least, it's getting closer to that, or at the very least, it's getting production up to some, reasonable levels, and especially doing that already in wartime, I think is extra impressive. So I know that Rheinmetall has started already now. By today, I think they will have started operating in Ukraine. So I know the first Ukrainian employees have already finished their training in Germany as of last week, and then that will be moving onward from repairs to also production by Rheinmetall in Ukraine. Going forward in the coming months, which is fantastic. And FFG, Flensburger Fahrzeugbaugesellschaft, having done so likewise. Which is more of a let's say second-hand repair, rebuild, upgrade kind of outfit, right? Rather than ab initio design and production. They have done likewise as well, and if Baykar Tech, of course, are planning to do likewise, the Bayraktar producers.
Bayraktar, it's actually amazing.
It's moving forward,
Yeah.
So if BAE Systems follows, I mean that's a lot of big European defense industries in there, right? That are willing to enter already, possibly during wartime, and I think that's immensely significant. What do you think, Tracy?
Sorry, Norman, what do I think about what? What you were just saying?
You had your hand up. I thought you wanted to pitch in.
I didn't actually mean to have my hand up, but I was actually just reading something from the Ministry of Defence actually about weapons. Those same weapons, although it's not exactly regarding what you were talking about, but it is quite interesting if you want me to read it.
Oh, yes, please.
So the Ministry of Defence has adopted the next samples of foreign weapons, and they've been adopted by the Ministry of Defence. This is about foreign-made artillery systems and mortars, 152mm self-propelled howitzers, 155mm self-propelled guns, 155mm self-propelled howitzer TRF-1, the 105 howitzer M101, 120mm mortars, 82mm mortars, 82mm mortar warrior. This is an extraordinary breakthrough in the support of the armed forces, and this practice has already been tested. We have used it for the rapid and rhythmic adoption of foreign anti-aircraft weapons to provide Ukraine into service with the armed forces of Ukraine. In times of war, we have no delays. This procedure is simple, and the key factor is the availability of the NATO code for a particular weapon received as part of the international technical assistance. Since the vast majority have already been coded without delay, avoiding bureaucratic red tape, and to go through the stages of paper circulation and adopt. Sorry, my eyesight's failing me. QVT? This practice fully meets the needs of the armed forces and corresponds to the approaches of our partners, stressed Alexei Reznikov. 246 types of weapons and military equipment have now been put into service and allowed to be used by the armed forces. This is 100 times more than in any year since the independence of Ukraine. Among them are 92 samples of unmanned aircraft complexes were also put into operation. Does that mean UAVs, I think they mean there?
I think so, yeah.
And the function of providing the armed forces with the samples of the above-mentioned weapons is entrusted to the Central Directorate of the Grounds Weapon System Supply of the Logistics of the Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Sorry, that was a bit long-winded, but I just thought it was very interesting.
Thank you, Tracy. Yes, indeed. And, you know, ever since, basically ever since Commission took over the Ministry of Strategic Industries 6 months ago, give or take, these things have been an ever greater priority. Domestic design and development has been ever greater priority. And I'm certainly glad for that, right? Now, Bloke, maybe you can speak to why it's important for Ukraine to, produce as much as it can itself for itself, especially when it comes to things that in the immediate
turnaround time. That's all. It just means that the logistics are local, and so the turnaround time will be faster, and that's why it's important. So I think these are all great announcements. And yeah, by the way, I wish I could pronounce the
Ukrobromprom.
Yeah, you know what, Doman? It's amazing just to talk about this stuff because you're able to go between German and I don't know if you speak French actually, but and all these different languages and pronounce them correctly.
You and I are on
And
standby for the French bloke.
yes, exactly. And it's just fascinating to listen to because you pull it off flawlessly, and you're able to. Anyway, but yeah, no, it's the turnaround time. That's why it matters. The point is bringing the expertise into Ukraine so that these systems can be, even maintained, reconditioned, modified, and let alone manufactured in Ukraine. And that will assist the armed forces, right? Because otherwise, these systems have to be sent from, like Canada, right? Imagine we did it. We flew them into Poland with extra barrels because we knew the barrels would wear out. But if the Ukrainians can turn it around in country, that's an obvious advantage, right?
There's that, and there's also a certain level of guarantee, right? There's a certain level of guarantee that comes with it, and I think that's something that Ukrainians desperately want, because it's also, one of it is the products themselves. That's great. That's obvious, but having these defense industries in country, having foreign defense industries in country, not just legacy, but entering now during wartime, during missile drone strike threat, that says something about the ability for the country to absorb capital right now, and also to absorb capital in other sectors, not just defense industries, right? There's all of these effects downstream from it, because it's clearly, if it's safe enough for Rheinmetall, and Rheinmetall is going to use their own air defenses as kind of an outdoor showroom around their factory, right? But nevertheless, it says something.
That's a completely different aspect of that I hadn't even considered. I was, thinking purely militarily and logistically, but you're completely correct. Economically, this is complete confidence in the victory of Ukraine, writ large, by major arms manufacturers who are completely confident that Ukraine will win. And by the way, forget about the politicians. Capitalists tend to like to look after their money, and they don't squander it. So, if Rheinmetall and BAE are putting their money into manufacturing in Ukraine, that's a fairly good indication that there's a high degree of confidence that the war will be won. I think that's the point you were speaking to, right, Doman?
Exactly. Thank you so much, my Castornite friend. Tracy.
By the way, we'll have to talk about beavers later.
Thank you, Doman. I just wanted to add 2 quick points that Ukra well, actually, I believe it was Alexander Kamashin when he took over that they set up recently an anti-corruption council. So I thought that was a very good point, especially with all the transparency that President Zelensky is trying to show around the corruption cleanup now. And I just thought it was quite interesting that they'd said that one of the, I believe it was a drone factory that they'd built underground. And I just wondered if that might be something else that they could consider with other production facilities, all for safety. Thank you.
I think it's definitely an option for some of the things. There are underground structures already in place that were there, since the Cold War days, that could be refurbished, I think, in some cases. But I think critically, no one is going to say anything. No one is going to specify any of the detail ever. So we can just stay here and keep on guessing. But I think that's you're onto something there, Tracy. I think that's quite likely, at least for some of the things they're up to. Stephen.
Many thanks. Yes, well, with regard to Ukraine's capacity to produce arms under duress, I think we have to remember that 2 things. Firstly, that they did so during and immediately after the Second World War, and they were a key battleground in that time. But not only were they a key battleground, they were barely recovering from a genocide immediately prior, and then ravaged by, as a key battleground in that war, perhaps the most extreme one of all. And yet they bounced back from that and became the arsenal of the Soviet Union at that time. Even during the war, with the at that time Kharkov tractor works, which became the primary factory for the production of the T-34s. But also then subsequently, under duress and stress of the nation that had oppressed them and murdered them by starvation, nonetheless became the engineering powerhouse of that whole structure that they were forced to be part of. So they are very used to, as a population, being resourceful engineers in times of stress. So those who are investing in this area, specifically in these industries, are not ill-advised. I also would like to say to Bloc Québécois, and with regard to French, colis de tabernacle de tabarouette aussi, monsieur.
Yes, but that was amazing. Thank you so much. But it still had that flair that just pegged it as European. But keep on trying.
Very good. Well done. Patrick.
Thank you. Ben oui, monsieur.
A quick question or comment. I mean, one of the important things for the homegrown production, obviously, is also that the West can't tell Ukraine not to use Ukrainian-produced weapons to attack targets in Russia. But the one thing I'm wondering is, I mean, whatever is going to be produced under the Ukrainian banner, so to speak, is probably going to be okay to be used. What I'm wondering, if anybody has a clue, is like what's happening with production that is happening inside of Ukraine, but of Western equipment. So if the CV90s are going to be built in in Ukraine, are they going to be allowed to, in theory, intrude on Russian territory, or is there going to be some restrictions on it? But certainly, I guess what Ukraine needs the most, therefore, is like production capabilities of their own missiles, for example, and not like Western branded missiles, because otherwise, I assume the same restrictions would apply again.
So that's an interesting question, interesting thought, I have to say. Frankly, all of the things that have been, discussed and publicized thus far, other than maybe things that produced by Bayraktar, right? Just don't fall into this, because you're talking about tubed artillery, you're talking about APCs, you're talking about IAVs in terms of CP90s. None of these are long range fires, right? So it just doesn't make that much of a difference, and it just doesn't fall under these considerations. And this is where, but you're quite right, this is where it's very important, and sadly so, for Ukraine to pursue alternate ways and alternate means of producing and designing in the first place long range fires, be it drones, be it missiles, whatever else. I think you're quite right on that. The limitations are always, somewhat of a question, somewhat flexible. I'll remind you, today on this sad day, when Secretary Wallace has stepped down, which has been expected for some time, I'll remind you what he said last year in June, when Britain first sent M270s, so the launchers, kind of like HIMARS, but tracked, double-barreled, double-podded. You call them double-podded. And he was asked if it's okay for Ukraine to shoot missiles from these inside Russia. He said, shoot them wherever the military targets are. So I think it very much varies on a case-by-case basis. It's also a question of where exactly and how far into and so on. I'll remind you that some of the raids done by Russians friendly to the Ukrainian cause under the circumstances into Russia, they used Western MRAPs and whatnot to transport themselves into locations a few kilometers inside of Russia, right? So maybe that can be used as a bit of a precedent for IAVs, APCs, etc.
And don't forget the Australian cardboard flat pack drones that were so busy the day before yesterday.
I will not forget them. I love my milk carton koalas.
Beavers.
Are they the same thing, bloke?
They're drop bears.
No, no, they aren't. But I'm gratified with, because I picked my beaver fella, and at this time it was all Shiba Inus, and I picked the beaver fella a long time ago, and I had no idea the role that beavers would actually play in the war. So, for example, the flooding north of Kyiv, we've gone through this, Domin. Beavers have been doing quite a good job in this war, and I'm proud to honor them with my fella.
So, can someone tell me, bloke? Well, are beaver drones the same as drop bear drones, or are they a separate thing?
No. Beavers are the ones they've actually named them that. They're a push drone rather than a pull drone. They're kind of got a fat oblong belly with a long wing in back and a short wing in front, a push peller. I'll send you a picture if I can find one here today on.
I think I know which one they are. Yeah,
and they're actually a manufactured like fiberglass skin sort of thing that are fairly high tech as compared to the drop bears, which are cardboard.
Well, I think both are fantastic. You have the whole menagerie here working against the Russian.
Yeah, we're running out of animals.
I think we'll manage. I think we'll be fine. We can figure out some more. I hear down there in Australia have all sorts of fun critters.
I believe that there should also be raccoons at some point. Speaking as, despite blokes quip Canadian.
There's been raccoon's revenge, and I think Toronto can spare a few hundreds of thousands, right, bloke?
Yeah, you can have all you want. In fact, we'll ship them free of charge.
Thought as much. Chris, good morning.
I'm here, Damon. Good morning. Awu, post Malamute. Are these cardboard drones called? What are they called? Drop bears? Is that what they're called?
That's Will's name for them. Drop bear is a synonym for call.
Oh, Will's been naming things again, has he? Right? Okay. Yeah. So it's all right. I've got my Coda bear here. He keeps pricking his ears up every time the name bear is mentioned, and that. So yeah. Okay. Drop bears. Right. Fine.
Drop bear.
David, I think you've probably got to, with previous conversations, the point I was trying to get to, but maybe I'll just extend it a little bit or try to and say, so is it the case now that most countries you think will have joint ventures with manufacturing in their country? And as you said earlier, Damon, we don't know what is written in these contracts that are being signed, right? But do you think that there's a clause in there, or there's not a clause in there, restricting them from using them where they want and when they want? Do you think that's going to become a thing, not just for Ukraine, but for most countries now? And second point, Damon, is that I remember, I think you in particular used to talk about the fact that we're not manufacturing these things in big enough numbers. Do you think we've also learned that lesson, and so big numbers are being talked about?
So when it comes to restrictions, I think it's going to be very much a case by case basis. I wouldn't think that it's a one size fits all thing. For some things there might be, for some things there won't be, depending also on the origin of certain things, the origin of the development. I also wouldn't say most countries would have joint ventures like this. I think this is when relevant and when sensible, yes, but there's lots of countries in the let's say friendly to Ukraine that have very meager defense industries, frankly, and then there's no point in doing anything like this. But frankly, if it's Rheinmetall, FFG, Baykar, and then BAE Systems, and it's just these four, that is already a lot. And I don't think it will stop at these four, but I think that already is quite a lot in itself. It isn't one or two. At that point, it's four across three principal countries of origin, and that's significant enough in itself. Three of the truly largest NATO member states in this side of the Atlantic. Not ignore that either. So that's probably one thing. Restrictions, case by case basis. Have we learned the lesson of volumes? I think some people have learned the lesson of volumes, but I fear that it's primarily people, Chris, who already knew the lesson of volumes and are merely now saying, "Look, it really is the case, isn't it?" Rather than too many having really come around to it and changed their minds. There's more to be done on that, I think, no, it's a lesson far too easy to forget. It takes mere seconds to forget what it takes many months or even years to learn.
Yeah, thank you, Dermot. And
morning pessimism for you.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And I must tell you, because I think you missed this, later on, I'm going to tell you about the Tesco vans with missiles that are in Ukraine. So it'll be for later.
Every little helps. Thank you, Chris. Right, let's go to Carrie, then to Bloat and G-Man. Carrie, morning.
Morning, Damon. Morning, Meg. Everybody else. So we knew this was on the cards, but I'm genuinely feeling rather sick. So Ben Wallace has now resigned. And it's, yeah, thank you, Blake. So I'll just say a couple of things. This is how I've really felt that he was a protector for Ukraine. And I'm sure there's many, many other things in place. But actually, this has actually triggered my CPTSD because I felt like he was such a protector for Ukraine. And so, because I care about it so much, losing that protection has, and it's not about me. It's not about me at all. I'm just trying to sort of explain to you how much I felt safer for Ukraine while he was in position. So, yeah, so that concerns me. I'm sure there are many other things in place, but yeah, knowing that they've lost him is worrying. But yeah, he was an amazing advocate, supporter. If he hadn't sent the in-laws at the beginning, and my understanding is that Boris Johnson he sent them and then he told Boris Johnson he cleared out every single in-law we had and sent them over there. And while they were flying over there, he told Boris Johnson, like literally, if Ben Wallace hadn't come out at the beginning and then Boris Johnson got on board, I think it was a really critical part in the path of Ukraine's fight for victory. And it just makes me feel really sad that he's going. But yeah, I'm sure you guys will reassure me. I'm sure Ukraine is in safe hands, but it just makes me feel really sick that he's not going to be there.
Thank you, Kerry. There's Sky News reports that Grant Shapps will be the next one taking the lead there. And yeah, it was always going to be a downgrade from Ben Wallace. And it's just a question of how much of a downgrade is going to be. I will say, though, I think that at this point, a lot has been moved from political decision making, especially when it comes to British equipment, to political decisions already having been made, and now it's a question of the civil service. The problem is, there isn't somebody shouting and screaming every day now going forward about how there should be more done. But especially, I think this is going to negatively affect on the international stage, at the Ramstein format meetings and so on. So, but the rest, I fully subscribe, Kerry. Bloke?
Well, Kerry, I completely agree with everything you said. If my emojis weren't clear enough, Ben Wallace was spectacular, brave, principled, and unafraid to take risks. And he was the right man at the right time. There will be other people that will come into the position, but I think now the defense of Ukraine is established, and everyone who fills those boots will know that they have a legacy to follow, and they will be living up to that. And it's like Winston Churchill, he got booted out as soon as the war was won, right? And Ben Wallace was there at a critical time, and he did an outstanding job. And he will be followed. And but now he was there at a critical time, and he was able to, hold the bulkheads, and others will follow. But I can't say enough about him. I love the man, and I think he's brilliant. And sad to see him go, but others will follow, and they will have to fill his boots, and they will try hard. I did want to talk about another subject, which was that we shouldn't get too distracted about the drones and the damage they do. I think what we need to focus on is the fact that there will be a colonel on every Russian airbase who will be getting out their protractor and their slide rulers, and because I'm sure that's what they use, and they will be drawing a bigger circle around their airbase and trying to decide now. And I'm, I'm not being trite about this. They will have to reconfigure their entire air defense. And that is actually quite profound. So what that means is that, okay, so they get their protractor out and they realize that the hubris they had that they were not under threat is gone. And what does that mean? That means that they have to, there's a cascading effect to all of the air defense assets. They have it in their, under their command. All of the standard operating procedures, SOPs, have to change. They have to redeploy their troops, and these things are invisible, but they will have a huge effect because the VKS has already been, not spectacular in this war. And right now, I think they will be less spectacular. So it's not so much about the fact that, literally, I mean, what's been taken out over the past week? Can we do the tally? Over, 4 IL-76s, Tu-22 M at minimum. And so this will have a profound effect on the VKS, and the VKS is already under strain and not able to achieve air dominance over Ukraine. So I think that a lot of the effects of these drone strikes are not about the spectacular explosions that everyone loves on Twitter, but what it means for the VKS and how they're going to have to cope and deal with their command and control. So that's what I'm sort of, these invisible effects, I think we will not see, but I believe they are profound.
Oh, for sure. The blame round's already, the blame's already being pushed around. It's the Belarusians, it's this, it's that, so many failures. And I will remind everyone yet again, when the Russians blame Belarusian air defenses for not having stopped the drones on time, the best air defenses on the territory of Belarus are S-400 batteries owned and operated by Russians. So really, they're just blaming themselves, just once stationed elsewhere. That's just always good to remember. G-Man.
Good morning. Just to,
how are you?
I'm sure Gary is dropping on, but seeing that formally leaving is a sad day, but somebody will have to replace him. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it actually announced that Grant Shapps is actually being announced as.
No, it's speculation
by
Sky.
Yeah. So I'm just reading the Telegraph piece, which has been updated.
Sources say.
Yeah. At the end of the day, there's a number of candidates anyway. Grant Shapps, basically communicator. Any Mordaunt knows how to hold the sword for hours on end, as we saw in the coronation. James Heapley would be a good bet because he's actually been the deputy to Wallace in the Ministry of Defence, and probably would have been Wallace's choice. So we'll see. Hopefully Sunak will make the right choice. On the drones, the cardboard ones, I know that Will favours this dropper name. I actually think it should be called boomerangs. Because contrary to popular imagination, boomerangs were originally a throwing weapon. So not all boomerangs were intended to come back to the sender. In the original Aboriginal, they were a throwing weapon to hunt game. So these ones could be boomerangs sent away to hunt game in the form of Russian aircraft on the ground in their wee revetments, but with the doors open and they can fly right in. Anyway, just just going to say. And welcome back as well. It's the first time I spoke to you since you've been back.
So it is. Thank you, G-Man. Thank you very much. I
Oh
would
yes,
just say,
yes. I just want to welcome you back, Doman, from your vacation, and thank you so much for coming back and being brilliant as usual. And I will drop down. And,
yes, like a boomerang of the other type the G-Man was describing. I did return. Hope that worked. Excellent. G-Man, I think there's something cute about animals that make it particularly fun when it's a koala that got you. Carrie.
Bloke said the perfect thing, which was Ben Wallace was unafraid to take risks, and I think that's why I'm feeling so concerned. Because when I look at the world stage and who's out there at the moment, who's unafraid to take risks on behalf of Ukraine, there aren't that many people, there aren't that many countries, and that's what Ukraine needs, because we have seen the risk aversion and the ramifications of that over the last year and a half. And I think that's what I fear, that Ben Wallace was the main person who was unafraid to take risks. So thank you, bloke. That was the perfect phrase.
Yeah, in one of our Tynathons, Thomas Tyner actually said he was the man, Ben Wallace was the man who saved Ukraine, doing what he did without cabinet authorization.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's when books are written, there will be extensive chapters devoted to this, I trust. Nick.
Hi everyone. Thank you. Interesting listening today. Just wanted to give my a couple of views with regards to the replacement of Ben Wallace. Yeah, I ultimately, I cannot see clearly UK foreign policy changing with regards to Ukraine, and so whomever comes in will be following that strategy. But I guess it will come down to the competency whomever is decided to be Wallace's replacement. Personally, I'm if it is Grant Shapps, I don't have confidence that he is going to be as effective. Ben Wallace clearly had a good handle on his brief, been in position for some time. I think Grant Shapps has bounced around various roles within government for some time. So I think, yes, it's all in the decision making of Sunak as to whomever replaces him. But I think that the medium term issue for the UK with regards to defence and foreign policy is our inability potentially to supply Ukraine in the way that probably most supporters of Ukraine in the UK would like to see. I'm lucky enough to know some guys in the military, and if most observers or people who understand UK defence procurement, it's for probably 2 or 3 decades we've not been effective in that regard. But say, for example, with the AS90s that we've sent, the self-propelled guns, we simply initially when we promised, I think 30, which was about, probably about 30% of our inventory. I think we have around 109, 110 vehicles. Of that, there were only 8 that were immediately serviceable, and friends of mine who have been training Ukrainians, particularly on artillery, since last year with our missile self-propelled missile systems that we've sent, and I believe we had to purchase those from abroad. The concern is that it's about how much available kit we have that is serviceable, as much as being able to train the Ukrainian armed forces who has been spoken about from my colleagues in the highest possible terms. I've met two Ukrainians who have been interpreters within that. I know 2 instructors, and I've also met 2 Ukrainian armed servicemen who have been over here training on artillery. So for me, it's about whomever Sunak replaces Wallace with in terms of his competency and influence, particularly over the cabinet. And on a wider issue, I believe any limitations that we have with regards to defence supplies to Ukraine is entirely dependent upon the current state of our military. So, yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to give my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Anytime. So I'll note a couple of things. One, you mentioned the MT-70s, the self-propelled rocket artillery. So Britain did get some from Norway. However, what happened was the ones that came in from Norway stayed in Britain for upgrades, and it was actually British ones that went to Ukraine right away. I don't know if it was right away, or they needed a bit of tinkering with, first, but it was pretty much right away. So Norway had a number without any upgrades, still basically 90s spec, and then the ones that Britain was sending to Ukraine were at least significantly more updated, upgraded compared to that. The other bit, I think a lot of it hinges on advocacy, right? In the Ramstein format, in the cabinet, and this is what Ben Wallace really excelled at, is kind of setting everybody else straight. And this is going to be the biggest, I think, loss in practical terms, because you really need someone with who's exceptionally clear-minded and goal-oriented here to really work quite as well as he did. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing missing going forward, or the biggest downgrade going forward with whomever it is, Shaps or otherwise. So we'll see. But Nick, how does that sound?
Yeah, entirely. That is exactly would be my take. Is exactly how much influence the replacement has over cabinet. Thanks for the additional information on the self-propelled missile systems. Perhaps I'd just like to provide anecdotally one comment from one of the instructors that I know in the artillery, Royal Artillery here, is that when the missile systems were sent to Ukraine and post their training and they were actually being used, paraphrasing here, but it was tremendous to hear that the support that our servicemen and women were providing with regards to ongoing technical support of those crews that are operating in Ukraine would be, as an anecdote, a call would come in potentially from Ukrainian crew in actual operation within Ukraine, potentially perhaps at 3 o'clock in the morning, here to one of the guys who would be training them, and they would be saying, "Hey, Jim, we've got a problem with XYZ. How do we resolve this?" Simple discussion on the phone, and and simply it was presented to me that the recipient at our end would be hearing the reaction of that, resolving the problem, and launching their payload. And how it was presented to me was that the Ukrainian armed forces are using the equipment that we're sending in a way that we have, as our armed forces have never used them for, and are using them in continually interesting and innovative ways. So it's good to hear that that type of relationship is clearly developed, and I'm sure that that's the case across any other NATO or Ukraine supporting country with regards to training and support on their weapon systems.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nick. G-Man, I think, was... No, sorry, it wasn't. It was John next, followed by G-Man and Stephen. I apologize. John.
Hi, guys. You hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. If this is not the time, please just tell me afterwards. Maybe we could do it at another time. But a little bit about the thing you're talking about now. I'm getting this anxiety on Twitter now, where we are in the war. We are not. I'm not at war. But there's this anxiety about negotiations forward and back. And Ben Hodges had a very nice post here about the American Civil War and how some parallels about how we would respond today. Just before the end of the war, when he turned it around and won. And connecting to that, another American general wrote this very nice piece about the Russian army basically not being better than the people that they draft. And connecting that to another dot, a guy said basically, if Ukraine keeps up this resistance, this is the wall that Russia will break its head against, meaning Russia has peaked creatively, they have peaked technically. They are in a position where they don't have manpower, technology, and know-how to develop systems, develop strategies, that they are basically, if Ukraine can keep up the wall, they will break on that wall. And I'm just throwing it out there. If you think it's worth commenting, you have anything, it makes you think anything, please feel free to comment on it. Thanks, guys.
I'll be pretty quick. I'll just say I don't think there's too much anxiety that's warranted, because at the end of the day, I don't think anyone can, make Ukraine negotiate anything. And Olena Halushka the other day had a very, very good comment or a question to some such, think tanker, who is a little bit too in love with the theory developed in his own head. How do you assess the cost of occupation? And that is something that just isn't taken into account by those who argue for negotiations, but it's something that is clarified eminently, thoroughly, well, every time by Ukrainian officials, Ukrainian statesmen, whenever any such suggestion, idea comes forward from any of their partners elsewhere. So it's the little bit that kind of keeps getting ignored by much of the, let's say, intelligentsia around the world, who doesn't quite take that into account. People who think in terms of big pictures without realizing that they're missing a whole bunch of colors doing so. It really is about that. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I did see the article from Kurt Volker that General Hodges is linked to, and yeah, it's quite right. And I don't think that those who are perennially Russia appeasnik can possibly prevail in this argument at the end. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Who knows? But I'm sure others will have thoughts and ideas on this, John. G-Man.
Yeah, right. Just reading on the Telegraph's live view here. So I've been reading letter of resignation. I'm not going to read it in full, but there are a few points that I will highlight, I suppose. As I finish my tenure, I can reflect that the Ministry of Defence that I leave is now more modern, better funded, and more confident than the organisation I took over in 2019. As well as being active around the world, we've also invested in prosperity at home. I'm proud that I have secured DCAP, that's the Global Combat Aircraft thing. AUKUS, that's the submarines for Australia. NCF, it's the national crime thing. National shipbuilding, which is very, very important. Defence and security industrial strategies that will secure thousands of jobs, people many years into the future. Bronsnabs has been confirmed as replacement. People might not think that he's as good a choice as Wallace, but we don't know. He hasn't done that job before, but it'll be the people that he has around him. I mean, Ben Wallace didn't do this all on his own. He was the leader of it. But I mean, the guy I mentioned, James Sheatley, I think it was, who's the deputy, has been in place. We don't know what will happen there. But at the end of the day, these people will still have a role. I don't think. On Sunak, I was, when Sunak is in place as a replacement to ultimately from Boris, who was very, very strong in Ukraine. I actually have heard Sunak say Ukraine must win, or Ukraine will win the war. There's the Telegraph's daily podcast, Ukraine the Latest, which I highly recommend. They have a clip of politicians, they have Zelensky talking about victory or victory. And then they have a clip of Sunak saying, and it's probably edited, but it says to win the war. And so that's good. I'm just thinking about, is the people having a place in history. And I'm reminded of a situation in the 30s when Winston Churchill was a backbencher. Stanley Baldwin was Prime Minister, and somebody said to him, can we not bring Winston back? Give him a role. And his answer was, I'm paraphrasing, but something like this: no, I don't think so. Winston throws everything into whatever role he does. And I suspect we're going to need him shortly as our wartime Prime Minister. Now, I'm not sure if that's true or is one of these sort of apocryphal statements, but I believe it is. I'm going to say it sounds right. And so whether Grant Shapps is the right choice, we'll have to see. And just, he's certainly going to get letters. Well, I'm going to send him a letter, actually. Because I've sent two to Ben Wallace, and well, he's been busy, so he hasn't replied. So I'll send him a note shortly. But yeah, I mean, we just have to. We're going to stay the course. I believe that the alliance is going to stay the course. There's an awful lot of stuff in the media, which is distracting. But Ukraine, they're not getting distracted. They're certainly not distracted. I think that's what I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Man. Stephen?
Appreciated. Well, I really dislike politics, and so I'm not going to comment on any individual politician. Although certainly Ben Hodges, I applaud. Do I think that the change will make a great difference in UK policy? The simple answer is no. However, what I wanted to say is, if we are talking about personalities, I'm so pleased to have Nick back up on the panel. This is Nick Budd. He is an indefatigable and absolutely inexhaustible and immensely resourceful individual who has devoted pretty much all his time to this effort. And I would invite him to make a plug for the thing that he's biting his tongue about at the present time, if he is, which is to do with fire trucks. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Stephen. And Freight Monkey, very good morning.
Good morning, Damon and Ming and everybody. On the subject of negotiations, because this inevitably always comes back. It generally comes from people who've got no clue what it means to negotiate with the Russians and Vladimir Putin. And I would invite any of the people who think that you can somehow negotiate with them to show any historical precedent where negotiating with the Russians has actually yielded the kind of the effects that one would think, the deal that you would think that you're getting. In general, the Russians make sure that things remain ambiguous. They will cheat, they will lie, they'll lie through their teeth. They spend their time lying. Just look at Lavrov, who has been spending the last 15 years lying. Just a reminder, this is a guy 2 weeks in the war who was still sitting at the UN basically saying, and I mean the war, I mean the full-scale invasion, I don't mean 2014. He was still 2 weeks into the escalation saying that no, the Russians were not in Ukraine. So you cannot negotiate with these people. Vladimir Putin would take any negotiation for a sign of weakness. That's what he does. And you will come out of the room thinking that you've got some kind of deal, and then you've got something completely different. There was this little story someone was explaining that if Russia's parking their car on your front lawn, and you make a deal with them so they no longer park their car on your front lawn, the next day you come and they're parking their truck there. And you see they're not in breach of the treaty because it said car, not truck. Anyway, that's a bit of a silly example, but it goes and shows a little bit how they negotiate. They're not a partner with whom you can discuss anything in good faith. And somehow the idea that you could get to some kind of negotiated settlement, especially where we're talking about Ukraine maybe giving up some of its territory, would be at a position of a loss. The only time you could negotiate with the Russians is when they're, well, entirely kicked out of the place. And there's that strange American dude, Vivek something, who's running for president in the US. I listened to him talking. It wasn't yesterday they was talking about. I listened to it yesterday.
Which one? Which one? Freight Monkey? Because there's a few.
Vivek Rak, the American dude who's Indian origin. I can't remember his surname. Rak something. Proper tanky.
Vivek, wrong about everything, I think is his name.
Yeah, something like that. So he was saying that the reason why we should negotiate with the Russians is we should pull them away from their alliance with the Chinese. That shows his complete and utter lack of understanding of the situation. But for some reason, it gains traction not only in the US, but I listen to it here. I have to listen every day at work from colleagues who say, I don't understand why they don't negotiate. It's something that I keep trying to explain, but I have difficulty because I'm not as eloquent on these subjects. I'm much more eloquent when it comes to shipping, I think, than diplomacy. I'm not a diplomat, but don't fall for any of it. Is what I'm saying, because you'll enter into a negotiation thinking that you're doing it in good faith, and you'll come out of it thinking that, well, maybe you've scored some kind of concession, and actually you haven't. It's something that Boris Johnson, by the way, originally fell for when he started this. When he was foreign secretary, he went to Russia thinking that he could, like, I don't know, do some kind of reset. And when he came back, eventually he admitted that was a big mistake, and there's no point. And I suggest we follow that. And anybody who goes and tries the appeasement talks, he's going to be like Neville Chamberlain. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. So let's not push the Ukrainians into some false negotiation. And if you want to look at history, then look at Georgia. That's probably one of the most recent big upsets, when the French went to negotiate on behalf of the Georgians and pushed a settlement onto the Georgians. We know what that result brought them. But any negotiation, when it comes to nuclear missiles, I don't remember what the treaty was called, the medium-range nuclear missile treaty, that the Russians pulled out of, and then the Americans pulled out of, and then the Russians managed to sort of convince the world that, you see, the Americans are the bad ones because they're pulling out of the treaty. Anyway, it's just annoying, and it won't get anywhere. So the quickest way is to kick the Russians out. Sorry, I'm not very coherent today.
No, you're quite right. It is pretty straightforward, really. There are some who keep thinking about and talking about these very, very silly concepts because they lack any semblance of an understanding of what that actually entails. And they'll find themselves awfully smart and awfully committed to such silly concepts. But that's because they're invariably missing something very important, and missing very important things like, well, you can't actually negotiate with certain kinds of people who don't want to hold their word for a start, who never have, who don't do anything but lie and fake and what else can I say? Pervert the agreements that they had signed. Ukraine has done plenty of negotiating with Russia, plenty of negotiating with Putin previously, over decades, with Putin specifically. Be it Putin as president or Putin as prime minister. Medvedev was the stand-in president there for a term. And they've done all sorts of things, like agree to territorial integrity of Ukraine time and time again. And yet they breached that. We're not even talking about the Budapest Memorandum. You can say, oh, but that was signed by Yeltsin, not Putin. It's not the same thing. No, Putin signed territorial integrity of Ukraine into international treaties several times over himself. And yet that got broken. Why would this time be any different? Maybe you can ask them that, Freight Monkey. How can you negotiate with someone whose word is less than meaningless? I think that could well be the start and the end of many such conversations. Freight Monkey.
Yeah, one tactic is to sign something, to have an agreement, and then essentially not repudiate that agreement, not tear it apart, but then maybe at a certain point in the future say, oh, but this agreement actually doesn't mean that. It means X, Y, Z. So yes, we've agreed on the territorial integrity of Ukraine, absolutely. But now the territorial integrity of Ukraine only applies for a quarter of Ukraine. So it's very difficult for a Westerner who goes and agrees things in good faith to actually counter that, because we're just not used to it. When we agree to something, we think we've agreed to something and we think it's all clear. If you go and just change a definition, and then you have Western politicians who do the sad Pikachu face and are like, okay, well, this didn't work out. But despite that, they always come back with the same arguments, come and negotiate. For some reason, the French are really strong with that. The French love the idea of diplomatic negotiations, and yet it's Sarkozy who went and brokered the ceasefire with Georgia, which, if I remember correctly, and I'm not an expert in this, was supposed to withdraw all Russian troops from the territory of Georgia. Well, yeah, the ceasefire was brokered, everything was agreed, and then suddenly 30% of Georgia is no longer part of Georgia, but becomes a breakaway state. And yes, the Russians have withdrawn all their troops from Georgia, but Abkhazia is not Georgia, right? So that's the kind of thing that you're dealing with, or the arms control treaties that we have. If the Russians are blatantly in breach of the arms treaties and are faking, sometimes not even faking very hard, but they're being part of it. And when Western inspectors come, they basically go and run around in circles in places where there are no weapons anyway. And then the Americans finally figure out, okay, well, there's no point of being part of this arms treaty if the Russians are not part of it either. If afterwards the Americans withdraw, then the Russians are like, you see, that's the Americans who withdrew from the arms treaty. So it's honestly, it's like negotiating with a cheetah. It won't work. The French still haven't learned that. I don't know what's up with the French. Every time you switch on French television, you just got people who talk about negotiations. And Sarkozy actually was the guy who very recently was on French TV talking about it again. And I mean, you'd think he would have learned, right? He would have learned from Georgia, because he looked a little bit silly after Georgia. But maybe he's just very conveniently forgotten it, and he took it home as a victory. I mean, the guy's a bit of an egomaniac, so I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah, people who should have learned from their own past mistakes, failing to do so. What can you do? And see, this is kind of what I meant earlier, right? It takes months, years to learn something, but seconds for many to unlearn it afterwards. So in the meantime, Grant Shapps has been officially announced as having been appointed as the next Secretary of State for Defense. So we can dispense with the question of who is it going to be next. It's going to be him. Nick.
Thank you. I'm only chatting again, just in response to Stephen's kind words. Thank you, Stephen. Essentially, what he was referring to, and was a fundraiser that our charity Surrey Stands with Ukraine. I look after their social media. Are in the process of, but I wasn't going to mention that because I'm well aware that MriyaReport is a charity in its own right, and I don't want to tread on anyone's toes.
Thank you, Nick.
So if you'd rather not me talk about that, then just please let me know.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Because of certain, I believe, accounting and legal restrictions that have been imposed ever since MriyaReport attained 501c3 status. Where it comes to
apologies, Domin.
Apologies.
Apologies. I didn't realize exactly that. Anyhow, and apologies to Nick also.
Well, yeah, thank you both. No worries about that. But now we know for going forward. Very well. Right. Thank you all. Seeing that there's a little bit of a pause in events, I'll bring something else up, which is quite interesting news coming forward today, which is one Igor Girkin Strelkov apparently considering becoming president of the Russian Federation. I think he kind of did it the other way around from many previous people in Russia who have attempted to do this, because usually somebody declares to run for president first and is only then imprisoned, as opposed to getting imprisoned first and then running for president. You kind of confused that one. But there was a post on his Telegram coming out today, which says the following: my advantages, this is Igor Girkin's advantages, in comparison with the current president under the conditions of the special military operation. And he wrote, the president, that is to say Putin, refuses to lead military operations and considers himself incompetent in military affairs. I consider myself more competent in military affairs than the current president, and certainly than the current Minister of Defense. Therefore, I could fulfill the duties of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief as required by the Constitution of the Russian Federation. He also notes our president is an extremely trusting person. For 8 years, he was dragged by the nose, together and separately, by Obama, Trump, Macron, Merkel, Poroshenko, and Zelensky, in Minsk and during the Normandy format, in Istanbul and many other places. For my part, says Girkin, since 2014, I have never called dear and respected partners those people who drag the current president by the nose. On the contrary, I have never trusted them a penny. The current president is too kind. It's an interesting one, accusing Putin of being too kind, isn't it? When the special military operation began a year and a half ago, he was able to quickly make sure that he was being led by the nose, not only by respected Western and Kiev partners, but also by the heads of our law enforcement agencies, intelligence agencies, and the military-industrial complex. It turned out that neither the country, nor the army, nor the industry of Russia are ready for war, and the so-called Ukraine is not at all a straw man in military terms. I think that he meant a straw man not in the fallacy sense, but instead in the very literal scarecrow sense that it's not a fake body in military terms, fake army. Nevertheless, all the heads of these structures, as well as others, for example, the central bank, remained in their places and continued to amaze us with their incompetence. I am not at all that kind, which I can prove in practice. He continued, our president has a lot of friends, billionaires and other businessmen to whom he cannot, due to the above-mentioned kindness and generosity of soul, refuse anything. As a result, the export of capital from the Russian Federation continues. Military production is growing much more slowly than the capital of president's friends is growing. I don't have a single friend who is even a millionaire. I have a hard time making friends who are entrepreneurs. In general, I have few friends, and mostly they are all poor people. Accordingly, I will not have to give in to the wishes of my friends to the detriment of the Russian economy. And lastly, he noticed that as far as he's concerned, Vladimir Vladimirovich is a highly moral person, always true to his word, and firmly fulfills the promises given to those who brought him to power at the end of the dashing 90s. I didn't promise anything to anyone, and therefore I can ignore all the personal guarantees of all the presidents of the Russian Federation from 1991 to the present, if I think that this is useful for the people and the state. In other words, he just says, well, it's all fine, really. I don't care what anybody else promised. And lastly, he notes, and this is very fascinating, I am not as athletic and healthy as Vladimir Vladimirovich was at my age, so I will not be able to bother you, dear voters, for more than 20 years, purely physically. Even if I suddenly have a desire to mess with you after the military period has been overcome, the crisis and its most severe consequences. In other words, this is a very fascinating pitch for presidency, attempt at presidency. This is a translated statement. Thank you, Dmitry, for translated. Friend of the program. What stands out from this? He's calling out Putin in a very, very kind and gentle way. He's only questioning his professionalism in terms of military affairs, and everything else is really, almost damning with false praise. And most people would be, would consider it a good thing that they're kind and having lots of friends and being a highly moral person, athletic, healthy. For most, this would be a level of praise rather than detraction. So these being used as a means of detraction is very fascinating. One thing that does stand out to me, and maybe you can help me out with the mathematics here, right? He says he doesn't have a single friend who is even a millionaire. Now, 1 million rubles nowadays, what is that? Well, that's about $10,500, something like that, right? So that, even in Russia, that's not an immense amount of wealth, is it? Not necessarily liquid wealth, but if you own an apartment in Moscow or St. Petersburg, that probably fetches a cool 1 million rubles, right?
Well, he's probably talking US dollars.
Well, he's so based in the concepts of the Russian Federation that I think it would be it's going far for you to accuse him of talking about any other currency than the currency of the country that he wishes to make so great.
And I wouldn't. And he's also lying because Gherkin himself has more than 10,000 US dollars.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. No, I think it's very fun that he's pitching this one. Now, is it MriyaReport translated notes? Of course, this looks like that's Girkin and his wife giving up on the concept of justice in Russia, seeing that they will likely end up with a conviction, and I just wanted to try a very low probability of success kind of approaches to get out, but no. Well, what do you think? Why is this coming out like this right now?
Well, I mean, look, Gherkin is trying to establish his relevance still, get in whatever press he can get, and establish the conditions where he can be seen to be a man of the people sort of thing, and not an enemy of the state. Getting to be able to do that while you are in pretrial detention in Lefortovo prison, though, is a big ask, a big ask. But I, you know, I mean, I can't believe you got through that without spitting up like Mockers did earlier, that statement, because it's just so over the top. I mean, to think that you would pitch, at last but not least, I won't be around to haunt you too much because I'll die soon. I mean, inventive, I guess. Maybe I should try that to get my third ex-wife. You know, I don't know. It's bizarre to think that that would be successful to you. That at the end of the day, folks, I won't be a tyrant because I won't live longer than about 10 years.
I don't know if he was specifically saying I'll die within, you know, before 20 years are up. I think he was maybe saying more something along the lines of, you know, I won't have the stamina to want to keep being president for 20 years.
Yeah, probably. But the truth is, he probably won't be alive for more than 5.
I mean, 5 what? Years, months, weeks? What is this, right? How long did it take? How long did it take Prigozhin? About 2 months exactly, right? From the mutiny coup, whatever that was, and to the fall from grace flight path. No.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be 5 months, but it won't be 5 years, because look at his condition. In what's he been in prison? 3 months, 4 months. He's going downhill fast, and as you would see from other people who are in the Russian pretrial detention system or the prison camps, their health deteriorates pretty rapidly, and it wipes years off their life.
It's funny because within what is this, 20 hours or so, he went from complaining that he was transported from Lefortovo to the court in Moscow, together with, quote, Ukrainian citizens accused of war crimes in Mariupol, which is a whole, you know, separate can of worms, to running for president. So saying, "Oh, I'm terribly endangered. You see, you're transporting this quote patriot, right, with these awful, dreadful people who are off from Ukraine, who probably don't like him an awful lot." I mean, it's a whole separate question, of course, of why he was being transported with Ukrainians, what the Ukrainians are doing in Lefortovo in the first place. Seemingly, there's some show trials going on that aren't even being shown, which is a, I don't know, separate question. But no, that's what we're now having to deal with. Anyway, Stephen, please.
Many thanks. Well, that particular comment about his health in reference to Putin's struck me rather as a sort of Russian dog whistle, frankly. You know, he's been sharply critical of the regime, at least in military terms. He is now within the look, and you know, I have little sympathy with this person. but he's now within the clutches of it, which he helped to foster and abet and aid. And it's a kind of last gambit, but I would say that the health comment was an ironic reference more than any real sincerely meant thing. And I think it will be heard within the Russian polity, such as it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's definitely an interesting one. It kind of hints at how Putin maybe isn't in as good a health as he portrays himself to be, right? That maybe he's not quite able to go around riding topless on a bear or whatever while fishing for the largest trout anyone's ever seen, as he portrays himself to be, right? However you want to package that, quite. I just think it's quite interesting. But he does also say, I'm just here to do one job only, nothing else, and it brings to my mind that little graphic, that little meme of Russian presidents since 2000 and Ukrainian president since 2000, and then in Ukraine every term the president changes over, whereas in Russia it's the same face all the time except for one face of Medvedev with Putin peeking out from behind him, right? And this kind of references that for bother you, dear voters, for more than 20 years. That's a very interesting call out. It's very subtle, but I think it's one that many who aren't completely behind the image of the Tsar will certainly recognize. Tracy.
Thank you, Dom. And I just have a little bit of good news. So it's a slight change of subject for a second. So I don't mind waiting if you want me to wait.
No, please.
Okay. Thank you, Dorman. So the Minister for Internal Affairs has twice previously mentioned the Rubies unit. And as we know, Fellaini also is part of the Rubies unit. And now there is another mention today, specifically for one individual. I'll just read it to you because I want to get it correct. She was engaged in science and opened a dance school, and now she is a soldier at the front line as part of the Rubies Assault Brigade. Combat medic Oksana, with the call sign Strum, has been in a combat unit since the first days of the full-scale invasion. Before that, she was a scientific teacher at an institute and owned a dance school. I have 2 higher education degrees, she says, biochemistry and medicine. That is why I did not think about my place for a long time. I went into medicine, but I could not help leave. Life has changed a lot, and in the context of our existence has changed probably forever. For someone, it is possible to ignore. It was impossible for me to ignore, she says. And I've tweeted out a little video because she's also been given a medal, and I just thought that was fantastic news. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tracy. That is it's nice to hear, but also it shows some things to be particularly salient, perhaps. Fellaini likes to say a common phrase among Ukrainians that for every 2 Ukrainians at the front, there's 3 higher education degrees. For every 2 Russians at the front, there's 3 convictions. And this is just an example of someone upping the former average, right? Bringing up the former average a little bit. It's also why.
That's not very...
Please, Tracy.
Sorry, Dorman. Sorry, it's just not a phrase I've heard actually, and that's just, it's very apt, isn't it? And yes, whilst it is good news, it's also very poignant at the same time.
Yeah, exactly, right? So this is why it's so much more important to get this done with more quickly and more effectively and with fewer Ukrainian casualties. This is why the calls for more heavy equipment more quickly, far more in terms of tanks, IVs, etc., with greater survivability, Western tanks, IVs, etc., as well as of course, improvements in long-range precision fires, fighter jets, all of that, right? Why those are so important? Why those are so critical? Because Ukraine is losing with every day a part of very much of the flower of its youth. And Oksana, now a combat medic, if I read this correctly, just an example of that. Of course, not to say that she's past or anything, far from it, but no, she's but an example of the Ukrainians that are fighting, that are at the risk of dying from a shell, from shrapnel, from a shot from a gun, every hour of every day. And the shorter the war is made to be by the shipment of more, better equipment, the fewer will die, the fewer will be murdered, the fewer will be injured, the fewer will perhaps be injured with life-changing injuries. And this is why it's so much more important, and this is why I think this is something that really brings that home. Quit with the dilly-dallying and see how more can be done more quickly rather than eventually after excess agreement unnecessarily. Tracy?
Yes, I quite agree, Dom, and maybe it's a good time with the British politics and Ben Wallace leaving to ask all the British people to write again, email again, ring again to your politicians, and if you feel so inclined, also send that to Grant Shapps. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Well,
so the point you made about the loss of quality people there is the one point on the individual scale, but the other reason it's so incredibly important to speed things up and provide it in a scale that is absolutely of a focus to make sure that Ukraine win quickly is what that lady had said in the pushback to the people who talk about, well, we need a negotiated peace. The thing that I see that's so troubling is every day that this war goes on, there's another opportunity for atrocity, and Russia has generated some massive atrocities here in relation to the war crimes that you've seen each and every place that they've occupied, plus the stuff that happens day by day that we are so big, but they happen so frequently that we almost get numb to them. I mean, Novakhovka Dam, we haven't talked about that for a month or two easily, and that is a stain that is going to be a problem for at least 10 more years after this war is over. So that's my main reason that I talk to people on the macro scale is that look at the horrendous things that Russia is doing here, and each day that goes on, and they have one more opportunity to think up something absolutely horrendous, whether it's deportation of 700,000 children, all the atrocities in war crime in relation to torture and murder and everything, the destruction. I mean, you've been away a couple of weeks, so we haven't talked about it for a while, but essentially the scorched earth approach to everything that Russia has, that if they're not going to hold it, they will destroy it. And we haven't seen anywhere near the end of that, I'm sure, Dom.
I think that's a really good point, Will. And in different bits of the consequences of that will sustain for different periods in different ways. Right? So that's one thing. It's a separate thing. But at the end of the day, no, the scorched earth policy by the Russians will continue. And that's why, again, so much more important to deal with them exceedingly expeditiously. The less time they have, the less opportunity they have for that, the better it is. No, but I think you make a really good point. Actually, maybe we should just on a bit of a schedule keep bringing some of these things up and back. That might not be a bad idea. Tracy?
Thank you, Dom. And could you please write that phrase down for me that you just said that and DM it to me.
I will message it to you. Yeah.
Thank you, because I would like to include that. I think that's a very good phrase, and it puts it in, a very short couple of sentences, because I'm going to email that to my politicians and use that when I'm asking for more weapons and asking for things to be speeded up. And I think Will's right in that it's almost becoming normalised that Russia can commit these atrocities and the scorched earth and get away with it. So again, that's something I'm going to be reminding my politicians of. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Prince.
Hey guys, I'm just sitting here listening. I take this time usually between 1 and 3 or midnight and 3 a.m. to do some reading, and I'm doing Doman. I don't think you know because you've been gone for a couple of weeks, and we are about to have our 3rd week on Friday. We have been having Understanding Genocide in Ukraine on Friday evenings from 10 p.m. Eastern Time to 1 a.m. Eastern Time. And it tends to go almost the entire 3 hours. And so I've been spending time doing research for that. And tonight I was reading in the New Line report that came out in July, which is a follow-up to their report that came out in May of 2022. But I was reading how scorched earth is part of genocide, and it's part of erasing who Ukraine is, and it's just part of erasing Ukraine and her people. And so when Will brought that up, I just felt like I wanted to come up and mention that it's a part of genocide. And yeah, Doman, we've got a couple of shows going in that time slot. And one of them is Friday night's Understanding Genocide in Ukraine with me and Nancy and Gina Christian, the Catholic journalist from Philadelphia here in the United States, who has done some amazing research and was in Ukraine in June and just learned some amazing things. And then Saturday night with Tracy and NAFO Dave, we're doing a show on the SBU. What we are changing the name of it to Crime and Punishment SBU. And it is a great time where we spend the week going over the things that the SBU has done to get rid of crime and corruption inside Ukraine. So just taking the opportunity to say, you can read reports about how the things that Will was talking about qualify as genocide. And there are people who are paying attention to it, and I'm real thankful for that. But I am very tired now, so I think I will be going to sleep soon. But I just wanted to pop up and say that real quick before I headed off to bed.
Good night, Prince, and thank you for that. I trust you mean evening American time, which is middle of the night.
Yes,
in Europe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
10 p.m. Eastern Time to 1 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday nights, and the same times on Saturday nights. So that would be the next day in the morning for some of y'all. And we put cards out and stuff, and we are working on getting those up in podcast form also. And that was part of the thought. Even though we're doing it at that hour that's inconvenient for Europe, it's something that is good for that time slot. And you know what? You guys can listen to recordings too.
Excellent, love it. Thank you, Prince. I'll just say, even had I not been away briefly, I might have missed that altogether because of the sheer of the time zone differential. Sleep well. Steven.
Well, actually, this is directly leading on from Prince Heather and specifically Will's comment. When Will mentioned the Novakovka Dam, it brought back a very particular memory. One of the places where one of the outfits I've worked for bought food aid was a rehabilitation center in the West. And I have videos on my phone, but I just have abiding memories. So when we were there was a guy called Andrei who had lost his lower legs when he was a tank driver, and he was saved by the fact that he had his hatch open. When they went over a mine, he was blown out of a tank. He lost his legs. He had a traumatic brain injury, but his remaining crew was killed. And but nonetheless, when we were there, he danced on his prosthetics, and they were still they were, his stumps were healed well enough, but he had prosthetics, and he danced on them for almost 3 hours, because we also provided music and just a little fun. There was part of that time he went up onto the sort of the entranceway of the facility. We were just outside it, and he was dancing away. And this woman came out of the facility, and she danced really, really well, like beautiful moves. Actually, it was the Macarena. And it was only 25 seconds of the song. She came out, she heard it, she just kicked it alongside him, and then went away. And it was not until a little bit later that our local fixer there, a guy called Vlad, said, "Oh, do you know who she was?" And I didn't. Well, she was visiting her husband in the facility, who had lost his legs as well. But the main thing about this story, and it's so the main thing about yeah, it's all right, it's all right. I have a little bit of I guess you would call it PTSD from some of these experiences. But the main thing about this story is this. So she danced with such joy alongside Andrei, yeah. But then I found out who she was. So she was visiting her husband who had lost his legs, yeah. But that wasn't the thing. The thing is that she was from a village on the left bank of the Dnipro in Kherson Oblast, in the shallows, not far from Aleshki, where she had her home and she'd grown up. And this incident took place just a couple of weeks, maybe less than 3, after the Kakhovka Dam was blown. And everything that she had, her home, and everything that she'd known, had been swept into the fucking Black Sea. But she still danced. And I thank you, Will, for remembering the Kakhovka Dam, because, yeah, I think I'll leave it there.
Will, do you want to come back to that?
No, I was going to comment on something else Tracy had said, but she covered it quite well.
Now, well, I have a question for you. Staying in the Black Sea, but a little bit further south. Last week, did you cover the Bulgarian oil refinery news?
The Bulgarian oil refinery news. I don't believe that
Yes.
we did.
Apparently not. Okay, so I'll outline what the news is, and then we can move on a little bit from that, because I think you might have some thoughts and me might have some thoughts. So the Bulgarian state is taking over Rosanets, and that's a refinery that was in Burgas that was owned by Lukoil, and they're going to phase a transition to non-Russian oil, right? Different kinds of oils, and you can probably explain this much better than me. Require different kinds of settings in a refinery. So the timeline is likely to coincide with the expiry of the Brussels exemption for the ban of Russian crude oil imports, that is shipborne Russian crude oil imports into the EU, which for Bulgaria expires in December 2024. They're moving them, away from Lukoil and back into Bulgarian ownership proper. There's some questions about specific bits, but basically, according to the Minister of Transport, who's in charge of this, he says that the Bulgarian state doesn't owe any compensation to Lukoil due to the termination of the concession. That is to say, the termination of the rent, effectively, that Lukoil had for this refinery for 35 years. Initially, the agreement was made many years ago. And under the circumstances, there's no compensation being owed, so there's no possibility of violation of any of the other regulations, limitations, any other sanctions by the European Union, or any laws adopted by the National Assembly. So, from that perspective, all is good. So Bulgaria will indeed be switching wholly and completely away from Russian oil, as was planned, including their largest oil refinery there on the Black Sea. Now, this oil refinery is a little bit famous because right at the start of the war, you might recall, there were some fuel shortages within Ukraine, and what the Bulgarians were doing were they were importing Russian crude oil, refining it into diesel, and then selling the diesel onto Ukraine. And between Romania and Bulgaria, much of the diesel that was coming into Ukraine in those early months in March, April, May of 2022 was actually being refined from Russian crude oil, which I always thought was a little bit ironic, or actually a lot of a bit ironic. So you skipped out on all of this altogether, Will.
We did. It was such a busy week last week with all the other action going on in Ukraine that we didn't end up covering things in Bulgaria that were relevant to Ukraine. We only covered stuff inside. So yeah, I mean, that's it's interesting. I think they're going to have to add equipment rather than probably take some of it away, or what they'll probably end up having to do is change some capacity limitations in their crude oil and in their if they're using a vacuum distillation column, because but they won't need as much, or they will need sweetening gear, because the crudes that they'll end up getting will be Middle Eastern crudes, and they're a lot more sour than are the Russian crudes. Or maybe they'll get the stuff from the Caspian Sea, which is also very sour. But in any case, they'll have to change. They'll essentially have to debottleneck their refinery for the things that they can, the slate of crudes they're likely to get, as opposed to the stuff they would have gotten from Russia.
When you say more sour, that means more sulfur, right?
Yes, that's right.
And what do you need to change? Just out of curiosity.
So, there is desulfurization equipment that you end up making sulfur dioxide out of, you essentially heat the crude up in absence of air and drive the sulfur out of it as either hydrogen sulfide or sulfur dioxide, and then you can convert that to elemental sulfur. And that's why outside some refineries that process crude that is quite sour, you often see large storage piles of yellow sulfur, which then is a byproduct that's saleable into the fertilizer industry, but it's quite costly. And well, not yeah, it is a bit costly. Sweet crude, which is low sulfur, is less expensive to process than is sour crude. You'd always take sweet if you could get it, but the crudes left in the world tend to be more sour and more waxy. So you end up having to do more refining processes and more complicated ones where you break down the molecules that it comes in and you reform them into well, essentially you would reform virtually all of it into gasoline if you could do so, because it's the highest value product. But interestingly, not for long, possibly, Doman. I mean, so I think in our lifetimes, we'll still see quite a lot of refining that is focused on getting gasoline. But I think refineries will probably become a little bit more balanced uh, over the 10, 20 years period, because you know, I think we will make a massive conversion to renewables and probably mix in some nuclear power in relation to that going forward for dispatchable power. But we will always end up refining crude, mostly for petrochemical base stocks rather than for fuels as time goes on. So you'll see some change in refineries anyway. So if they were wise in Bulgaria, they might be looking to make the modifications there so that they could make things like cyclic hydrocarbons and things like that rather than straight chain alkanes, if they just depending on, I guess, what they're going to use it for, and if they're going to use it all for fuel or move into the petrochemical and fertilizer sort of areas.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. No, but I just think it's an interesting one. No, I'll kind of leave it at that. And of course, they already took ownership over a few months ago, I think. And now with the conversion happening as well, there will be no way back. There are many things that were thought of as constants, and certainly, Russian crude being the principal supply to Bulgaria was certainly thought of as a constant for a long time. And yet, I don't think that that's going to be staying very long at all. On the point of Bulgaria, Bruce, how are you?
Good morning. I'm, as usual, one or two subjects behind the rest of you, but on Russian scorched earth tactics, they're basically creating a rift of guilt between the Russian and Ukrainian people, and I'm pretty sure Putin knows this by now. You can just look at the relation between Japan and China, or Japan and Korea, or Germany and the Jewish community in general, or Israel. It will be generations where guilt will define the relation between Russians and Ukrainians. And the only thing continuing this war now is deepening this rift of guilt. Doesn't serve any other purpose anymore. And I think he knows it.
Did we lose audio?
Yeah, sorry, I had a bit of a technical difficulty. I got stuck on a screen far, far away and it wouldn't come back. Sorry about that. Bruce, how do you read that in the context of maybe Girkin's Girkin saying he wants to run for office on the basis? I don't know if you heard it earlier when we went through it.
Yes, well, Girkin is like Trump. He's just a normal man in a moron suit. I don't think he'll make it.
Did I miss that, Doman? Did you go through Gherkin's platform?
Yes, I did while you were away, Ming. I think it's funny, right? And Ming, I'm sure you have thoughts on this, so please do share. But I think it's funny because usually in Russia it goes like this: first you declare yourself a presidential candidate, then you're imprisoned. Whereas Strelkov kind of did it the other way around.
But yeah, but there's again. So of course we know of certain people who might be facing prison time who are also presidential candidates in the US. But of course we don't want to discuss that too much. But his 3-point sort of what should we call it? It's not really a
3-point. It's like 6 points.
Oh, I thought it was 3 points. Maybe I didn't read them all. But anyway, so it just made me laugh, the fact that his reasons for being president is that Putin is not paranoid enough and is too nice. So what? So Gherkin's the man.
To be fair, I think it says more about the vacuum behind Putin than it says anything about Gherkin's chances of coming into power. But it shows that there is a lack of people daring to look further than the reign of Putin for Russia. No one dares bring the time after him on the table, and they really should look forward, because that's the rest of their lives, and it's their children's and grandchildren's lives we're talking about, but no mentioning anything beyond Putin. It is more or less punishing by falling from a high window or even a high flight path.
No, something I guess you've missed the last point where Strelkov said, "I am not in as good a shape. I am not as athletic as Putin was at my age, so I won't be bothering you for 2 decades, dear voters."
Okay, so his presidential term isn't limited by constitutional limits or anything, but his ill health.
Exactly, I think it's truly fascinating. Nick, please.
Or is he just mocking Putin?
A little bit.
For having, yeah, or is he kind of mocking Putin for having the demeanor of the athlete and now have turned into an old man who has to send doubles to look fit?
Yes.
It's tremendous, isn't it? Just tremendous. Nick, go ahead.
Thank you, Doman. Essentially, I just wanted to sort of touch on the some of the chat around sort of Russian in inverted commas scorched earth, and it's been obviously we see that throughout this the invasion of February 2022, with regards to whatever Russia cannot control in terms of Ukrainian territory, they will seek to render as much of free Ukrainian territory to waste as much as they possibly can. It's such an incredibly evil and wanton destructive view of the world that they seem to have, the Russian regime, and perhaps, I don't know, but does that, how much of that extends to the Russian people? I do not know. But I'd also like to touch on the concept of those Ukrainians living under Russian occupation at the moment. I'm blessed to have two friends under Russian occupation, one in MriyaReport at the moment, and one in Kherson, probably about 30 kilometers north of the Crimean Peninsula, landmass. And what I have read, mainly via trusted sources on Twitter, but also through those that I know in the occupied elements of Ukraine, is such again an insidious way of being able to try and manipulate Ukrainians into taking Russian citizenship through the withholding of any type of social security benefits that they may be entitled to if they do not indeed take up the offer, in inverted commas, of Russian citizenship. How they are in danger of losing property, in danger of having any type of energy supply turned off. My heart goes out on a daily basis to all those Ukrainians that are living under such a horrific environment, and equally their family and friends who are fortunate enough to be in free Ukraine and or outside of the country, such as those that I meet on a daily basis here in the UK in our local area. And I think I would always just try to highlight that issue, that, and I'm sure many of us do have that understanding, but it's a horrific situation to be in, and it just adds up to a holistic, perhaps it wouldn't be under the legal term of genocide, but for me, I view it as some type of genocide, certainly under my definition of how Ukrainians are treated in such areas. When I was in Kharkiv in April, Kharkiv Oblast, and was fortunate enough to go into the deoccupied zone and see many of the rural villages and towns that have subsequently were liberated. It's hearing the stories of how what they experienced under that occupation was utterly horrific. And this is a multifaceted, multi-layered story, as far as I can make out in speaking to other Ukrainians, and certainly those perhaps who are in the West. There can be on occasion some what's the word I'm looking for? Some questioning over why some Ukrainians, in their view, perhaps chose to remain in occupied areas. I guess there's lots of reasons for that. Either they weren't able to leave, certainly within many of the areas of Kharkiv Oblast that I visited. It was really left to older and older men and women, and also late middle-aged people who, from what I gather, just simply had lived there for all of their lives and had nowhere to go to in terms of in terms of being able to finance themselves, looking to get perhaps move west, where as property supply and demand on rental properties increased, as you would expect the further west you go. So but one phrase that was put to me in terms of one label that some Ukrainians apply to those perhaps who they feel are perhaps either agnostic or potentially pro-Russian, is they give them the term, the label waiters, as in WAITERS, in the context of perhaps there's a mistrust over whether they are actually looking to become part of the Russian Federation. And so as much as my own views on that, on the whole concept of why would you remain in such a situation with Russian occupation, I think it's a very multi-layered and multifaceted topic, and one indeed that is clearly spoken about within Ukraine, depending upon the geographical location you are. So it's a bit of a ramble in the end, but but thanks for listening to my diatribe.
Thank you, Nick. And on a lot of occasions, we've actually heard about Russian tales from their complaints on their own telegrams about how everyone around. Can you not hear me? Why can't you hear me? Ming, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Derman.
Everyone, okay.
5 by 5.
Yeah, okay. Roos, it's a Roos problem then. I'll move Roos back down from speaker, bring him back up to listening. He should be nice and reset. So this these tales of those who wait in place, waiting for liberation, Russians keep complaining about them. And Ming, you'll recall, because we went through this together, I think a month ago or so. There was this tale of some Russian, somewhat liberal, whatever they are, journalists, going on the road to Crimea through the newly occupied territories as opposed to the Kerch Bridge, and they were, attesting to similar things as well. How many people in these occupied territories are merely just waiting for liberation, that they know that Russia is but the transient phase of occupation and nothing but. And also plenty of tales from other places, from other Russians trying to take this new road to Crimea, because after all, the glorious leader Putin had said, well, if the bridge is closed, just go around. Of course, it's all Russia as far as he's concerned. Saying, don't go off the road, stay on the main road. Everybody there hates us. You will not find fuel for your car. You will not find food. You will not find lodging. Just stick to the main road. Otherwise, you'll get blown up by a mine that Russian soldiers have planted, or you might not wake up if you fall asleep there because some waiter is going to put you away. And I think that is exceedingly present. That's a really good thing to note there, Nick, as well. No, not far from everyone, but many of those, even those who have stayed there, who didn't evacuate themselves either ahead of or during the early period of occupation, many are simply waiting for liberation, and it literally cannot come a minute too soon. Roos, please.
Sorry for that. I recycled. Now I can hear you again. Well, this way of using people to claim land and to genocide the original population, it's been a strategy of the Soviet Union and Russia for hundreds of years. That's what they do. And it's happened to the Baltic states. It's even happened to Swedes. It's happened to the Crimean Tatars several times. It's happened to the Circassians and hundreds of other peoples in Siberia or even further east. This is what they do. They have identified that replacing population is the way to hold a claim on land over a long time period. That's what they do. It's just got to be a stop to it, though. And hopefully Ukraine is that stop.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Bruce. It has to stop at some point. Now is the time to stop it. They've all of the lies that they've told the rest of the world for years, for decades, indeed, perhaps you could call it centuries. They're clearly not tenable anymore. They're clearly not believed by most anyone reasonable anymore. At least they shouldn't be. And it stops here. Stephen?
Hello. Yes, sorry, I was having trouble getting my mic back up in operation. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Many thanks. Yeah, to follow on from what Nick was saying, and also Roos, thank you for name checking the Circassians. I have a particular reason to thank you for that I'm not going to discuss here. But anyway, yeah, why might people stay behind? Well, because it's their fucking home. Okay. I'd like to give you a little specific anecdote. A guy who I know very well is a Swede who spent much of this last winter running supplies into Bakhmut. But also people out. Like most of what he was doing was actually just rescuing people, really.
I think Stephen probably got a phone call at a very fortuitous point in his sentence. Yes, must have been that. Very well. No, in the meantime, I'll just note a couple of other things that are going on so we can return to this quite quickly. And there's one which is very much in the spirit of this, just talking about people who stayed in occupied territories because it is their home, but also because maybe they thought there might be more use in facilitating the occupation and liberation from within. There's been reports this morning from the city of Mariupol that Ukrainian partisans have locally burned down a Russian base. There's quite a lot of stuff destroyed to various degrees. And there's a number of vehicles that have been destroyed in the blaze. Regular old cars, trucks in that context. But nevertheless, it's very nice to see. Now, of course, one component of it, one of the things that got destroyed was a Buchanka, was what is it, 452, is it? A Scooby-Doo van, so to speak. And my sincere condolences to Sir Shaggy later on when he comes preemptively now for yet another one of his cars stolen by the Russians, now destroyed in the conduct of the war. Blame the Russians, really. Blame the Russians. But what it shows is about the presence and the activity of of those Ukrainians who are back in the occupied territories, still in occupied territories, fighting back. And I would note that any increases in activity now foreshadow a liberation, because at the end of the day, that is the point at which partisan activity increases. Right? It's ahead of liberation. That is the point at which it's worthwhile pushing this forward and starting things up.
So, Doman, I've got to drop at the top of the hour, but I thought before I did, I'd tell you about my
please
visit
do.
to a pro-Russian space yesterday evening, which was sort of entertaining in a way, and quite illuminating too. So, obviously, the discussion was the attack on the airfield at Pskov. And they were all referring to this Telegram channel as the people being responsible for this attack were clearly the Central Intelligence Directorate of Ukraine, who had been planning this for months with MI6, and that it was done from the territories of third countries and neutral waters, i.e. Estonia. So this was always accompanied with a map showing the distance from Ukraine to Pskov, which is, I think, like, I don't know, 600 or 700 kilometers, compared with, 50 or 60 kilometers to Estonia or Latvia. Therefore, obviously, these parties were responsible, and the only possible response to this was an immediate attack on MI6 headquarters in Vauxhall in London, just to teach everybody a lesson. And anyway, so there was a slightly more sensible tanky on the space who sort of said, well, look, haven't the Ukrainians been attacking Moscow with drones? Don't they have this ability with fairly long-range drones? But this kind of spoilt the narrative. So was poo-pooed, roundly poo-pooed and discounted as being not a serious option. And the other amusing thing was, so I went to take a look at their source. So their source is a Telegram channel called Resilient_UA. And actually, the whole thing about the Estonian involvement and all the rest of it isn't in the original posts at all, but it's very vague and only talks about the Ukrainian Central Military Intelligence Directorate and MI6, but that they got their timing spot on to get all the aircraft on the runway when they were fully loaded on top of everything else. But the amusing thing about this Telegram channel is that it kind of follows the same formula as that other Telegram channel, which is kind of does the same thing, but in reverse. So that's the Cheka OGPU channel, which always starts with our source inside, except that this is basically sources inside the Ukrainian government and or administration and or defense ministry, whatever it is. And I just kind of, so it kind of tells me maybe I shouldn't, because I kind of read that OGPU, check out Telegram channel quite, I don't particularly trust it, but I kind of like to read it. And I guess this is the same thing for the tanky side of things. So it was all rather good fun yesterday evening. I didn't get to speak, but listening to their deluded reasonings was very, very entertaining. Which leads me to another point, this whole issue about, using weapons that are donated by the West inside Russia. Well, who cares? They all think we do anyway. So, the more the merrier.
That's tremendous. Thank you, Ming. I'll just say, with the Russians doing as they do, they would probably misinterpret the instructions to hit Vauxhall in London and instead hit Leningradsky Vokzal in Moscow.
That's not accidental, German.
I know.
That's Vauxhall is where the Russians bought their first trains from, and that's why stations are called Vokzal in Russian.
Oh, yes. Very fun. Very fun. Right. Thank you very much, Ming. I don't know how you can handle listening to such delusions, but I think you're right. That your takeaway, I think, is exactly correct. You know, the worries about the use of Western weapons in Russia it should be null, because they think and they say they're being used anyway. You know, this is kind of my reasoning back when the Russian Ministry of Defense said they had destroyed numerous Bradleys in September of 2022 in Kherson. You know, time to send them. Clearly, they don't mind. You know, it was just they just claimed they destroyed them, but clearly they don't mind their presence. Yeah, with that, Ming, I think your M is here to boot you out.
I will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow morning, Ming. Looking forward to it. And with that, let's go to, I think it was Stephen, and then we can go to Roos and Will, and hopefully Em will be here and joining me momentarily. Stephen, you got interrupted by a phone call, I believe.
Actually, no. I have occasionally found that I've been dropped off the site for no particularly obvious reason. It may be related to Bluetooth, which is named after, of course, Harold Bluetooth, who was a famous Viking warlord. And as you know, it plagues us all.
You can find his runic stone at Yelling, the first place.
Well, there you go, the Yelling stone, exactly. Yes. Well, I've often wondered whether the inventors of Bluetooth did it ironically, because certainly it has vagaries. It will not be rules. Anyhow.
Also, do not go yell at the Yelling stone, because it's in a church graveyard, and that would be most inappropriate.
I love it. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't know how much of that I got through. At what point was I cut off? Do you recall?
I don't recall, because it's been too long ago. I apologize.
Okay.
But if you have a say.
Well, I'll recap if that's okay. This was in relation to what Nick had said, and also in some ways Will and others, but specifically Nick. The question of the Remainers, you could say, the people who stayed behind, and the question of why they stayed, and it was. A very specific anecdote. A friend of mine who had been, who spent much of the winter running supplies into Bakhmut, medical supplies, and but also helping to evacuate people as the advances happened during the Russian offensive there, which gradually occupied, and well, I wouldn't say occupied, I would say utterly destroyed the town. There was one story that really stuck with me that he personally related. So he was asked to help evacuate an old couple from their apartment where they lived for 50 years more, where they brought up their family. It was their home, and they were in their later 70s, perhaps, and they just wouldn't leave. And it's not because they were waiting for the Russians; it's because it was their home, and they very much wanted to stay in Ukraine, but also they were at home. Old people like their homes, and people love their homes, don't they? And anyway, so he went in, and more or less they had to forcibly remove them. And the reason was that the front line was literally 100 meters away. A day later, it was probably destroyed entirely. Anyway, and he took them back to a safe location, which was quite a nice hotel, really, in central Dnipropetrovsk. Nicer, in fact, in terms of its appointments and its facilities than the apartment that he'd taken them from notwithstanding it being on the front line, just in general. They were silent on the journey there, and then when they got into the hotel room, they just immediately said, "We don't want to be here. Take us back." And he's like, "Well, I can't." And they said, "We want to go back." And he's like, "Well, you can't." And then he asked them, why? Like, do you not understand that if you go back, you'll die? And they simply said, "It's our home." And I beg people to understand that. Like, think about where they live, especially if you lived in a place, I don't know how old people are or whatever else, that you brought up your family and you lived all your life. You don't want to be anywhere else. And especially if you're old and, people wonder why people stay. Because it's their fucking home. That's why they stay. That's the story I wanted to relate. Thank you. I hope you heard it this time.
Yep. Yes, we did in full. All right. Thank you, Stephen. Indeed, this is a motif that has been showing up time and time again. The attachment to home, land, and that frankly brings soldiers to make difficult decisions sometimes because they know that there's civilians still around that can't be evacuated, don't want to be evacuated, and of course for Ukrainians this means more difficult decisions to be taken. For the Russians, well, they really don't care. If anything, it provides more targets for them. With that, I'd like to extend a very warm good afternoon and a welcome to M. How are you, M?
Good afternoon, Doom, and thank you so much. I'm good. How are you? How's everyone? Good afternoon, everyone.
I think we're all pretty well. Let us go on. Let us say hi to Will, and then I'll go on to Bruce. Will.
Yeah, I mean, on what Stephen commented there too. I'll just add from my time in Russia, and I'm sure this carries over to to Ukraine from the Soviet Union too. In that, I'm kind of a weirdo. Well, I'm probably a big weirdo in the world that most people in the world live their whole lives within a couple hundred kilometers of where they were born. That's just the way the world is. Most people want to stay in and around where they are. And in Ukraine, as in most of the former Soviet states, I'm sure it is even more acute because that was a system where the arbitrary nature of having things taken away from you was acutely aware. Everyone was acutely aware that essentially could happen at any time, and so people are loath to leave their homes when they feel like they might not ever get a chance to come back. And I think that in the case of Ukraine, from some of the comments that we had heard from people in and around Bakhmut about why are you still here? And it was, and you see the evidence of it. People in Mariupol, if you leave your home or you're driven from your home or you're executed, they will move somebody in straight away who feels like the place where they live in Russia proper is crap. I can get a place here cheap, and the government is inducing me to do that so that they can occupy the area and claim it as they populated it. So in this case in particular, while you would think people's survival instincts would primarily take over, I think there are a lot of people who won't leave because they feel like they'll never get back. And Ryan's actually reported that from people he's met in Ukraine at the same time. But I just want to finish. I hope Ming's still listening, because as his guilty pleasure of listening into these Russian spaces, I imagine someone with Ming's education and sophistication standing in a line reading like one of these trashy magazines at the checkout, because you're not going to buy it, but he wants to read it while he's just standing in the checkout line.
Yeah, reading Czechist telegram while in the checkout line is it's a limerick waiting to happen, isn't it? Well,
Indeed, it is.
Very good. Roos, if you still wanted to go ahead, go ahead. I see your hand has dropped in the meantime.
Well, yeah, it kind of passed. So let's go on.
Oh, very well. Speaker. In that case, Mette, good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon, even.
Yeah, afternoon actually. It goes so fast nowadays. Yeah, yeah. About that, it's I follow a few partisans, and they are reporting amongst this partisan circle that like now Tokmok is they're evacuating Tibetans, and then that means that the local people have to give up their homes to the Russian soldiers who are backing and so on. And if they don't just give it up, they will be sent to these camps, and it's just terrible. They just take it. They just so hoping for the liberation soon. What I really wanted to ask, has anyone heard about any affection of the yesterday's or last night's booms? Because there was a lot of booms both in Crimea, in Bedia, in let me say Rostov and Bryansk, and also of course Mariupol. Because I heard from some partisans that the big boom in Crimea was sort of the coordinates of the 126th Marine, the Black Sea Fleets, one of the headquarters of them. So, I'm so impatient to hear it, and all the plane, the airports that were hit as well, and so has there been any reports? I'm so impatient, so thanks.
Thank you, Mette. I think there have been some, but I don't know to what degree and what quality they've been confirmed compared to the ones yesterday. And this is just what happens when Mockers isn't around for a bit, because I frankly don't know. I try to keep off of her specialism, off of her turf, and I am not entirely certain and entirely sure what exactly happened last night. What I am sure, however, is anything any lasting effects will be well seen on satellite images by about this time tomorrow, just as the consequences of the strikes in Pskov yesterday morning, so some 36 hours ago or so, have been quite well evidenced with damages to a number of Ilyushin 76s being seen.
That same airport was hit last night again, Doman.
Very good.
But what is damaged, there is still no information about
yes.
that.
Fiery birdies coming home to roost at Princess Olga Airport, right? And actually, on the context of information like this being visible, I'm kind of curious. You like this sort of big picture thinking, and I really value your analysis on this. How big of a difference is this now? Within 24 hours, civilians across the world, as you like to say, kids with smartphones, being able to see satellite imagery and battle damage assessment being done on the basis of that, of damage dealt to conventional forces with drones, something that wouldn't have really been thought of possible, not that long ago. How big of a difference is this in the conduct of warfare, as well as just the visibility of warfare, compared to what would have been possible 30, 40, 50 years ago? And where do you see this going?
This is a very good question, actually. So we're on the cusp of a total change to how business is done. When we get guests on the space or regular speakers, you can tell when they're speaking about a topic they're passionate about, or a topic where they have expertise, or where they're experts on. Hop C, for instance, Latin when they talk about airplanes, X when they talk about A, Y when they talk about B, and Z when they talk about C, and so on and so forth. The energy in their voice comes through this medium, Twitter Spaces, audio. You can tell that their eyes are lighting up and brightening whenever they're talking about what they're passionate about or what they are experts on. It happens that some other people have expertise on this whole twisted game of who's going to gag someone first and fuck them sideways. Excuse my French. I happen to be one of those. So, open source intelligence and the availability of technologies and platforms that provide data, either for free or paid. That's collection. In the intelligence world, that's collection capabilities, right? Do you have satellites? Do you have people on the ground? Can you access networks and glean data? Can you access CCTV networks and glean footage or capture footage in real time? That's collection. So, due to capitalism and due to democracies and due to the right to innovate and conduct business in open societies and democracies, we went through a technological leap that made available at the tips of our fingers tools that we can use to glean data or look at data. So, democracies, free market economics, businesses, investments, finance, all that led to technological advances in the digital world or the digital economy. The availability of private satellite networks that can capture high definition satellite imagery of the entire planet, social media, and so on and so forth. That's one aspect of intelligence, which is collection. Then there is analysis. What do you make of those data points? What story does it say? So when we look at satellite imagery of Russian airports, and we can clearly see the damage rendered to a heavy transport bay or a strategic bomber bay, and we can conclude that something happened here. There's charring, there is residue of a fire, there is damage. We can conclude to a high level of confidence or to a high accuracy that something happened here. And given the other footage that we received or we saw, which is basically anywhere between people working in those airports or civilians driving by using their dash cams or using their smartphones to record an event as it happens, we can build a picture, an intelligence picture, and that tells a story, and that's analysis. So analysis is a different beast, right? Not everyone arrive at the same conclusions, or not everyone can analyze those data points with a good track record and arrive at meaningful conclusions. Johannes, you have a hot mic. That tell the real story. But basically, the summary of this is that back in 2014, Russia decided to deploy the last measure of its hybrid warfare concept or doctrine against the world, not just Ukraine, which was flying those heavy transports into Crimea, sending special operation forces without wearing any flags, without wearing any insignia, to take over the peninsula, activating their networks of agents and augmenting them with quote unquote retired servicemen or private military contractors or companies, quote unquote, again, and try to build that narrative that there is a separatist movement, that they want to join Russia, and so on and so forth. When they did that, the natural response, ironically, was that they got more people interested in their violence and more people interested in their aggression and more people interested in the reason behind their violence and their aggression and what they want to achieve ultimately. What is the end game? And they started to monitor their activities more, and they started to collect more data points, and they started to formulate bigger pictures, and they started to formulate better understanding. And that worked hand in hand with what governments and agencies were doing throughout the world to try to fight that evil. So the launch of hybrid warfare resulted in an army of concerned citizens who are leveraging the technological tools they have at their disposal to study Russian activities and to spread the word about what they are doing, which eventually increased awareness and helped build the political will to support the decisions of the democratically elected leaders of those countries to counter Russian aggression. And B, Ukraine itself had to fight this war with what they had, and therefore they had to innovate. And therefore the war turned asymmetric. For the first time, we're seeing a makeshift drone or a cheap commercial drone or even a newly innovated and fielded military drone with very limited capabilities, taking out a strategic bomber that has a price tag of nearly $270 million. Or another drone taking a heavy transport that we don't know its cargo. And we know that also it has a very high price tag. So to sum it up, they started fielding hybrid warfare against the world, and the world responded by more or less blowing their intelligence operations wide open. Now we know about the Gray Fleet. Now we know about the Black Fleet. Now we know about their yachts. Now we know about their business dealings. Now we know about their criminal connections. Now we know about their corruption. Now we know about the dark money pools that they use to control media or politicians in some Western countries. Now we know about the shell companies that they use to evade taxes and to hide their money, either to use it to store value in the form of assets they use shell companies to buy in Western countries because they really love Mother Russia, and therefore they are making sure that every single dollar they put their hands on, they siphon out of the country and store or park elsewhere. And also resulted in Ukrainian innovation to leverage and deploy whatever is at their disposal, whatever they can get their hands on right now, to inflict as much damage, to inflict as many casualties on Russia as a nation, as an armed force, and as the commander of legions of mercenaries and cheap agents. And this is what we're looking at right now, that everything is being rewritten again. But then again, that has always been the story of warfare, David versus Goliath. The Russian missile speedboats against Eilat in 1967, the Israeli destroyer, right? That was also a breakthrough moment in the history of naval warfare, and it's happening again. Asymmetric warfare is now the cynical and a very effective response to hybrid warfare that is not only embarrassing the Russians, but also degrading their fighting capabilities and making sure that they bleed and making sure that the war is being brought back to them. And it's magnificent. And where we will go from here, we will see more asymmetric capabilities taking out larger, more expensive, more dangerous on paper military assets. And it will be all about finding those vulnerabilities and coming up with the best and the cheapest and the easiest solutions to build in field to destroy those targets, and there will be more of that. We saw the sea drones being fielded against Russian naval assets and the Kerch Bridge, for instance. We're seeing those drones being deployed against heavy transports and strategic bombers. We're seeing drones changing the face of urban warfare and mechanized infantry warfare, and basically taking over the role of Reiki elements and forward observers when it comes to artillery correction, for instance, and other tactics and ways of delivering fires to the enemy, right? So going forward, we will be seeing more of this. We've finally arrived at the cusp of changing everything, how intelligence is done, and how modern warfare is fought using the new toys of the present and the future toys of the future, but essentially the tactics and the strategies remain the same.
Another thing that keeps being brought up by bad actors is, oh, but there's no footage of the war in Ukraine. There's no footage anywhere. How can it be happening when there's no footage? Which I think is really funny and really ironic, because I don't know if there has ever been more footage, right, than of this. How much do you think that is changing the battlefield for the Russians as well? I saw yesterday there were some Russians on the internet complaining, how can it be that when Ukrainians hit Pskov, within a few hours there's satellite imagery all over the internet, showing that what they're saying is true, but when Russians hit Cherkasy, there's no pictures anywhere? Where do you see this informational gap as well going?
It will continue to grow. We have flat earthers in 2023, and well, what 1.9 billion Muslims were waiting for the United Arab Emirates to send an astronaut into space to finally say, oh, you know what, the Earth's not flat; it's actually round. I'm like, oh, well, no, he went up there because the Zionists allowed him to go up there so that they can continue pressing on with this agenda. It's all about the peace treaty between the United Arab Emirates and Israel. It's the same. I mean, if Planet is going to, let's say Maxar or Planet or any of those high definition satellite imagery companies decide to release a free weekly reporting on the war in Ukraine. Will it change anyone's position? No. The first question will be, why aren't they doing this for other conflicts as well? And why aren't they doing this for every single war their satellites manage to, collect or record a glimpse of? People will always doubt, and people will always not believe whatever is being presented right in front of their eyes, because there's always one big conspiracy that's driving their fate, because they're afraid of taking agency. It's all about this whole modern state that humanity has arrived at, of refusing to take agency for its actions, refusing to take responsibility for their actions. I don't know if it's disbelief. I don't know if it's lack of confidence. I don't know. I don't know if it's desperation or hopelessness. I mean, for God's sake, there are so many accounts that are definitely 100% pro-Ukraine, but they also report on Ukrainian losses, and they also post videos of Ukrainian assets getting destroyed by Russian fires whenever that happens. And it's good because it's healthy, because it's transparent, and also because everyone can learn from their mistakes, and everyone can learn from their problems and their vulnerabilities to work on them to make them better. Because if you continue to ignore them, or you bury your head in the sand, you will not improve. How can you work on fixing a problem if you don't recognize that you have a problem first, and acknowledge that you have a problem, and then start thinking about how to fix the problem? The informational gap will continue to increase, because now they've reached this point where they can't really believe that the Ukrainians can do this to them on their own. It must be someone else. Oh, that airbase, that airport, it must have been hit from Latvia or Estonia. It's impossible for the Ukrainians to pull off something like this. Well, no, it's not. Sometimes the easiest explanation and the most straightforward is the correct one. Maybe they did fly
Occam's
them.
razor.
Yeah, Occam's razor and Hanlon's razors. Both of them can work together on the same problem. But they will continue to reject that they are getting defeated on the battlefield, and they will continue to reject that until the defeat itself arrives home. And now that it has arrived home, they are still in disbelief. They're still in denial. Well, let them. This way it means that will never work on fixing their vulnerabilities. But make no mistake, they do have some people with a learning curve, and they do have some people who try to plug some vulnerabilities and try to, you know, close the gaps. But it's not equally spread throughout the population. It's just like the bell-shaped graph again, right? You have the fringes, you know, you have the completely wasted people who don't give a flying fuck about the war in Russia, and then you have the ones who are like, no, Russia is winning, Ukraine is losing, all this is a lie. And then you have the people like, no, we're losing, I have to get out of the country. And it's like, no, maybe we're not losing, but you know, I'm going to defend my president and defend my country, and I'm here. And then you have a few, you know, sections in the middle of the bell-shaped curve are actually working on trying to save Russia from its destiny, or trying to win this war, at least trying to limit their losses and close those gaps and close those vulnerabilities. But honestly, throughout the population, it seems that the primary priority for everyone is to save their assets. So even those who are working to close those gaps are not really doing it because they are fighting for Russia or fighting for Putin. It's just that they don't want to get thrown out of the window for failing to do so, or failing to obey commands. You never know. It's just it's a weird story. They've been doing this for more than a century. Fuck, you know, fuck knows why. Where will it go from here?
Thank you. I really appreciate you know, your breakdown of that. Russians very much being served kind of their own medicine, but their own medicine rejigged a little bit. I always found it fascinating how when Gerasimov's doctrine, so to speak, right, was published in Russian military journals, it was all about you know, war is really beyond kinetic. There are all of these aspects that are non-kinetic that are just as or more important than kinetic warfare. That is where we should take advantage. And then somehow, I mean, they went quite far with it, obviously. But they're being very much served their own medicine in all of these alternate, non-traditional approaches now, which, you know, says something. It speaks volumes in terms of irony, but also says, you know, how they perhaps overestimated their own ability of projecting many of those, especially information warfare approaches abroad, just because it worked so well for them at home. What do you think, Em?
It's actually, this is a very good point to bring up right now, because it's good to remind people of the timeline that is not a narrative. Russia was waiting, or Putin was waiting for Trump to get reelected. Trump did not get reelected. Putin calculated that he has a very small window of opportunity to act, that it's now or never, that his media apparatus that he had propped up for more than 15 years has managed to drive wedges between populations and their elected leaders, has managed to polarize population across several countries. He also consumed products delivered to him by his own intelligence services, mainly the FSB, the Fifth Directorate, that they had spent billions of dollars propping up agents in Ukraine and networks, and that those agents and those networks will make it easier for a land invasion force to control the country, to decapitate its political leadership, to force a military capitulation, and that will pave way to installing a puppet government. And the the FSB will go in and they will collect whoever can stand up to such an occupation and tie it up nicely and give him Ukraine on a golden platter for him to do whatever he wants with it and bring it back into the Soviet orbit. That was the main plan. And that was the main calculation. He calculated that the West has been weakened enough so as not to be able to muster a meaningful response to such an act of aggression. He has calculated that NATO was in disarray, that it wouldn't really take meaningful actions towards his aggression. If anything, one of the ultimate strategic goals of Russia, of Putin, of the government of the Russian Federation, is to dissolve NATO, is to break NATO. And everything they calculated was wrong. And one reason for that is the corruption of the FSB itself. The fact that they siphoned those billions of dollars out of the country and deposited them in their safe accounts or parked them in assets, and they were not spent on developing meaning networks within Ukraine that can actually deliver the result that they were hoping for, or the result that they promised to deliver to the supreme leader. And they calculated that they need to do this, that our invasion plan is going to be that. We're going to move along those 3 or 4 axes. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Oh, President Biden came out and declassified intelligence to say that we're going to invade, and most likely we will invade on the night of February 16th because it's a full moon night. Well, yeah, that's our plan. But you know what? We can idle. And that's an assessment, by the way. That's not an information. That's not a piece of information. That's my assessment, and the assessment of a lot of people is that they postponed kinetic action from the 16th of Feb till the 24th of Feb in order to try and embarrass the United States intelligence community and say, "Oh, you said we're going to invade on the 16th. Well, we didn't invade, but then again, you invaded a week later, and you started the media operation for the invasion on the 16th." The skirmishes and the evacuations started on the night of the 16th and the morning of the 17th of February, and then the full-scale invasion started on the 24th. And again, they shot themselves in the foot, because when they ordered their troops to idle by the borders for 7 days, well, they went through their fuel and their rations, and therefore, by the time they were given the order to actually invade Ukraine, they only had 3 or 4 days of fuel and rations to go forward, and that's why they stopped. And that's why we saw those hilarious videos of Russian soldiers, with a BDR out of fuel, asking a Ukrainian citizen, where's the nearest fuel station? And that's why we have those videos of them going into homes and backyards and farms, killing and stealing chicken, killing and bagging chicken. That's just, very, very professional. That's what the regimented forces of every single army in the world aspire to do when they go and to conduct a power projection operation in the near abroad with a country that you have a land border with, so that 4 days later you're actually breaking into farms and killing chicken and putting them in a bag. It's just amazing, right? And they will continue to do so, because for them, success is not actually delivering results and actually following any scientific method to deliver anything. Even warfare, even brutality, even killing has a scientific method to it. But instead, it's just this weird idea that the only thing that you need to do is to project as much, macho, strong, violent image, and that will force your enemy to capitulate and yield. But guess what? No, even the doctrine they fought with, like a late 70s doctrine, long range fires, and then raise cities, villages, towns, and then throw in BTGs, and then boom, that's it. That's how you gain land. Yeah, well, you're basically fighting a relatively modern force that wasn't really that well equipped, but they're, following an early 2000 doctrine of a, light infantry force equipped with ATGMs and better rifles and better formations, lean and mean. They can move fast on their feet, and they managed to completely stop you. And after they completely stopped you, they managed to attrit you and degrade your capabilities until your entire northern front collapsed and you had to pull out and go back into Belarus. It's just, it's amazing.
It was just a feint.
Sorry, say that again?
It was just a feint, they say. They never meant to go for Kiev.
It was just a dream. Which song has those lyrics? Losing my religion? Yeah, well, I'm losing my faith in Russia. Sorry, Russia, I used to love you so much. Not in sarcasm. Back to you, Dom.
No, it's just really funny when the excuses start raining down. That's all. Nick, you've been awfully patient. Go ahead.
Thanks, Domin. I just wanted to touch very briefly on what Em was saying with regards to the information space and the use of current technology, i.e. the smartphone, which, if people have not seen it, and perhaps probably has, is a book written by a friend, well, co-authored book by a friend of mine, Dr. Matthew Ford, who wrote a book on radical war, which is all about the use of the smartphone in modern warfare and how it sort of directly implicates civilians within that whole intelligence network. And so it's Radical War by Dr. Matthew Ford. People on here who found what Em was talking about interesting, maybe wanting to seek out that book and see more about his views on the situation. Thank you.
I actually have that book in my library. Good choice, Nick.
Excellent. Mette.
Thank you, I so totally agree with you, and I think when the war started or when Putin decided to start it, it's just as you say, he was hoping for Trump, but he didn't get it. But he saw through the Olympics and thought he had China in his pocket. And then he thought that, Afghanistan, retreatal from Afghanistan had weakened Biden and NATO enough for him to start this war. And, then he had pockets full of extortion material like the energy war and, Nord Stream and now the hunger war and he has always the nukes and so on. So he was confident, that even without Trump, he could go on with this. But he was wrong. And, now he's a pariah. That's at least in the West. And I don't think West will do a mistake of trusting Russia again. I hope so, at least. But, and the thing is, that this war is so well documented, and that's something that is so new for warfare. It's like instantly in the channels, and you have evidence. And we've only seen like 1% of it. I mean, once the war is over, there will be such stories from the Ukrainian special operations and so on, such videos that will make us gasp, but still you get enough to know it's real and what's really going on. So by forbidding internet, he's trying to keep his own people, in his propaganda, and a lot of Europeans and Americans as well. He's like, doing this false narrative, but anyone who opens their eyes can see what he's doing. And I think this information warfare has sort of surpassed Putin. They have been doing this since the 15th century. This is their doctrine, and this is how they do it. But I think just the fact that after the bombings of the day before yesterday, that it was Shoigu said that or ordered that the reporting has to be limited. Reporting about the special operation has to be so that they are not allowed to tell about these booms. But there are Russians who can use VPN and still get the information, but I don't know how much good that does. But anyway, but it's the West is waking up, at least I think. But thank you, Em, for this wonderful declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Stephen.
Well, I just want to say it is always an immense pleasure to hear M speak, and I love his your analyses. I think they're always almost exactly on target. One thing I would like to comment, well, just a note. When was the last time we heard the phrase BTG, and why was it so long ago? But when in reference to your discussion about asymmetric warfare and the sort of novel character of this war, well, yes, it is novel to a degree, I think, but it is also actually, as it unfolded in the early parts of the campaign, I saw elements of war that I had thought wouldn't have survived really almost the 19th, even, well, certainly the 19th century anyway. There were brilliant uses of territory, defense in depth, and maneuver warfare, surprise, uses of reservoirs, of rivers, of terrain, that to me betrayed a great military genius. And you talk about, so in other words, it's new, but it is also not so new. To me, I saw something of a strategy that had been developing in the mind, perhaps, of Zelensky himself. Maybe I would say probably, but certainly in the Ukrainian command for a long time. And why had it been so? Well, this is the thing about a bully and a victim. The bully has the luxury of being the bully. They rule the ground for a very long time, and they eventually get used to just being the bully. Whereas and so for them, the victim is just one more small thing in the way, and they expect a particular response every time they push the bully, or they say the particular thing, or they issue the belittling statement, or they take a territory or two, or they insert little green men, or whatever. Right? Well, the victim of the bullying, meanwhile, doesn't have the luxury of only thinking about the bully once in a while as the bully thinks about the victim, but thinks about the bully obsessively, constantly, and it occupies every aspect of their mind. And Zelensky was a victim of this war, and I say that very carefully, since 2014, and perhaps all his life even beforehand. And so he has been at war in a way that the Russian high command has not been at war. And Shoigu was mentioned, this guy. How is he a warrior? He is not.
Have you not seen the
Russian? The Russian high command has, feasted and dined with the oligarchs and sat around on their yachts and built themselves palaces and toured, presided over the odd, what, do you remember those things, the tank Olympics or whatever they used to have? Well, they're not having them anymore because there aren't any left. Yeah, that's what they did. And meanwhile, there was this little conflict over there in the corner. We'll get to that eventually, they thought. Whereas all the while, the Ukrainians were fighting what actually, of course, the rest of the world had ignored as a desperate conflict for their survival, and they understood it as such, and particularly the military command did. And so they were thinking about, at every moment, how to deal with this, and how to deal with it on their territory and on their terms. And then the bully made the fatal mistake that all bullies do. They tried to go to war with the victim, but way too late. Yes, it was asymmetric, but what they didn't understand is that the asymmetry that they relied upon became their weakness and turned to the advantage of the victim. And that is the fate of all bullies. But also, yes, and I would like your comment on this. Two things, and because I always love and respect your commentary. You talk about a new war, yes, but I also think that this is an old war. I mean, and you did mention this actually, that the strategies and the techniques employed, the use of territory, the use of defense in depth, the careful planning and timing, the giving up territory for advantage. All of these things would have been familiar to Clausewitz and others long before him. But yes, this is an asymmetric war now, but it has been for, well, all of the time, really going back to, you could even say Catherine the Great, but certainly since 2014. And the bully made a very bad mistake. Thank you.
Well, all I can say is it is an old war, yes, and it's a new war, yes. The new aspect of it is just the fielding of new wish tactics. So, like I said, the reliance on drones, for instance, to conduct reconnaissance, the reliance on drones to conduct artillery correction. And the asymmetric side of it is that Ukraine is not as big as Russia. Its army is not as big as Russia's. But its equipment are better and its tactics are better, and therefore they are fighting differently. They are fighting according to a different doctrine than what the doctrine that the Russians are fighting.
Yes, indeed, and also, sorry, I apologize, that it has been asymmetric throughout, and therefore the Ukrainians have been all in, whereas.
Briefly on this, we can compare two points. We can compare the Russian BTG to the Ukrainian light infantry doctrine, right? So the Russian BTG failed for two reasons. A, they didn't have enough infantry to dismount, and B, the Ukrainians managed to field and deploy ATGMs successfully to deny the BTG of its armor advantage, which is something that happened in 1973 again. So when the Egyptians crossed the Suez Canal and they had to deal with Israeli armor and Israeli quick response forces, or QRFs, that were on the first defense line to support the Barlev line, they fielded ATGMs. Back then they were wire guided and RPGs. And that denied the Israelis of their armor advantage. So that's it's old and it's new, but that's why the BTG failed. The other comparison that we can look at right now, and it also cries of asymmetry, is when the Russians, led by Surovikin, for instance, when he took over, when he became commander of the special military operation in Ukraine, so-called, of course, quote unquote, he went for the thing that he knew best. Again, it's the Russian doctrine, long-range fires. He relied on the air forces. He relied on the strategic bombers. He relied on the missiles, on the bombs, on long-range fires to try and cripple Ukrainian energy infrastructure in order to apply pressure to the political leadership, force capitulation, and also discourage or frustrate or what's the term I'm looking for? I'll remember now. The international public opinion, and therefore pushed them towards this sense of hopelessness, that they cannot sustain this war, that they cannot sustain support for Ukraine, that the Russians will always have something to throw at Ukraine to take out one target or another, that they will have to rebuild and they will have to fix. That was an aerial campaign using expensive assets, using strategic bombers, using ballistic missiles, medium long-range missiles, missiles launched from strategic bombers, bombs from aircraft, and so on and so forth. And now the Ukrainians are also starting or leading their own aerial campaign, and it's relying mostly on drones. So it is exploiting vulnerabilities in Russian air defenses, finding the blind spots to fly their drones to their targets, and then taking out really high value targets using those cheap or affordable or expendable drones. So this is an aerial campaign, and that's an aerial campaign as well. This is one that relied on strategic bombers and long-range missiles, and this is one that relied on drones, or is relying on drones mainly. This one aimed at crippling the Ukrainian energy infrastructure to achieve two strategic goals: frustrate the population, force a political capitulation inside Ukraine, force the Ukrainians to ask for peace negotiations, and to frustrate the public, the international public opinion, to deny Ukraine international support. And it failed at achieving those two strategic objectives. Whereas the strategic objective of Ukraine in their aerial campaign is primarily attrition and secondarily just embarrassment. And they are proving to the Russian citizens themselves before the world that their incompetent, corrupt government cannot really protect them in depth, cannot really protect their most expensive, their highest value military assets. And last but not least, the Russians went after civilian targets. They went after civil infrastructure. They went after population centers. They went after civilians, whereas the Ukrainians are going after valid military targets. And valid military targets being a very important key word here. So if you just compare just these 2 points, the BTG concept versus the light infantry equipped with modern ATGMs and modern tactics and trained according to modern tactics, you can see who won. And that's why we don't talk about BTGs anymore, right? And then if you compare the Russian aerial campaign to the Ukrainian aerial campaign, you can also see that it's asymmetrical, it's winning, it's attriting the Russians, and it's making Ukrainians proud, making the Russians nervous as hell, and bleeding them dry, and also bemusing the international public opinion that's watching the Russians helpless against those simple drones. So just we can go on and on. I mean there's also, just to add another aspect to this, is naval operations in the Black Sea. What the Russians tried to do in the Black Sea, and which targets they hit in the Black Sea, and what targets they hit out of the Black Sea. They fired caliber missiles and missiles from submarines against, again, population centers, grain silos, grain infrastructure, port grain elevators, and so on and so forth. Whereas the Ukrainians also asymmetrically took out the flagship of the Black Sea, the Moskva, and conducted a couple of beach landing operations in Crimea and took Snake Island, using a combination of innovative tactics and putting an artillery piece on a barge and making sure that they can hit targets on Snake Island, or sending drones as well, using drones to keep the pressure on the island and eventually liberate it and reclaim it, right? And using the sea drones against Russian naval assets and the Kerch Bridge, against the elaborate network of defenses protecting the bridge and the defenses of those naval assets as they traverse the Black Sea to carry out whatever operations they're tasked with. So only 3 points shows you the asymmetrical nature of this war, shows you that Ukraine is winning, shows you that Ukraine is going after valid military targets, whereas Russia is just projecting this brutal military force against mostly civilian targets and failing to achieve any tactical or strategic objectives whatsoever.
May I have one quick further question? I realize there are other hands and I will step down after this.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll take this as a yes. M, since the BTG concept failed and since their other doctrines that you've mentioned failed, have the Russian high command managed, and I'm not talking about on the ground commanders, there has been adaptation there from basic experience and survival, but have the Russian high command, have the Russian generals at the top, Shoigu, Gerasimov, have they managed to adapt their strategy to cope? Thank you.
No, instead they have been engaging in elimination plots. They made sure that they use cynicism and use whatever is at their disposal, which is basically administrative rules and guidelines of running the Russian Ministry of Defense to secure their positions. They're not really interested in winning this war militarily, per se. They're interested in saving their necks and remaining in their powerful positions. So they haven't adapted their strategies. They haven't adapted their tactics. They're engaging in elimination plots. For instance, Surovikin, when he was tasked with leading the special military operation in Ukraine, or became commander, and he launched that aerial campaign, and he promised to achieve those two strategic objectives. He failed. He also failed to achieve any advances on the ground, any land-based advances, and instead he conducted this quote-unquote retrograde maneuver, or managed to withdraw from part of Kherson to the other bank of the Dnieper and establish defensive lines that are now giving Ukrainians a hard time to liberate their occupied territories. So in a way, he proved his competence as a military leader, planning and executing a campaign. Granted, it failed strategically, but that failure stems mainly from the uninterrupted support for Ukraine. So he calculated that if he destroyed enough critical energy infrastructure assets, the West will be frustrated that they will stop supporting Ukraine rebuilding their energy infrastructure. But that was not the case. Instead, several countries took out of their transformer stocks and even pushed Ukraine up the list of waiting for receiving new transformers and other critical energy infrastructure components.
And
So
where is Surovikin? And where is Surovikin now?
Exactly, and so when he failed to calculate that, or he miscalculated that, and he also didn't deliver anything on the ground, they cynically said, "Oh, you failed, so you will be removed from command of the special military operation." And Gerasimov said, "I'll assume command," and that not only took one competent Russian commander off the battlefield, it alienated him that he might have reached to Prigozhin and plotted with him against Shoigu and Gerasimov, which led to the mutiny that unfolded in front of our eyes. Sometimes the simplest explanation, again, Occam's razor, is the one that's actually true. My assessment of this whole thing is that Surovikin was tasked with commanding the special military operation. He designed and implemented this aerial campaign with two strategic objectives. He failed to deliver those strategic objectives due to the unwavering support of Ukraine's partners and allies. He conducted this somehow orderly withdrawal from Kherson and established defensive lines on the other bank of the Dnieper, but he was removed. And on the other hand, Prigozhin was tasked with taking Bakhmut before the May 9th victory parade so that they have something to show for. But then he realized the cost, the significant cost that he had to pay in order to achieve that objective, and realized that Gerasimov and Shoigu were trying to basically bleed Wagner because he was becoming too popular, and he was somehow successful on the battlefield whenever he was given a task due to his unorthodox methods and the brutality of his forces. When he realized that he was being played, or he was given an impossible task to bleed his organization and weaken his position, that pushed him closer to Surovikin, who probably perceived the decision to demote him as injustice. And eventually they worked together and designed this mutiny because, again, they miscalculated. Again, it seems that it's the best thing that the Russians have been doing throughout this war is that they miscalculate everything. Probably Prigozhin and Surovikin miscalculated that if they embarrassed Putin by showing how incompetent Shoigu and Gerasimov are, they would force his hand to replace both of them by Surovikin and that other lieutenant general that appeared with him in the second video that was released to instruct Wagner fighters to stand down. So maybe he thought that he could get Minister of Defense and that guy could get Chief of Staff, or vice versa, and Prigozhin would be the muscles to deliver this result. Again, a total miscalculation, right? So to sum it up, no, they haven't changed their strategies. They haven't changed their tactics since the beginning of the invasion till this date. They are engaging in nothing but elimination plots to make sure that no one gets the musical chairs they are sitting on right now.
Beautiful.
Thank you both. Nick, go ahead.
Thank you. I think some of the points I was going to raise were probably a little bit historic now as the conversation has interestingly evolved. But just a couple of points with regards to use of technology, current technology in terms of smartphones. The sort of paradox to that is that their strengths are also their weaknesses, just in with regards to geolocation, etc. And I remember a report from the Kyiv-based US journalist Nolan Peterson from about 2000 and I think just before the invasion, where he was visiting a Ukrainian unit on the zero line, and he was illustrating that the Ukrainian armed forces in this position had actually reverted to using landline field telephones to prevent identification and location of their positions and communications from Russian surveillance. And I've picked up on a few other occasions when that seems to be used again on both sides as this war has progressed. The other side of it isn't just going on to what Em was talking about with regards to perhaps Russian strategy. It struck me that certainly within a couple of months of the war, the invasion of February 2022, Russia really reverted to its comfort blanket in terms of its weaponry, and that was its as it would regard the god of war for them, which is artillery, just conventional artillery, rockets and barreled artillery, and that has seemingly been the main use in the ground conflict. And it's only now that I seem to see from reports that Ukraine is finally getting some type of superiority in terms of artillery in certain areas of the front and within the counteroffensive. And I guess just one last point. Even though I would agree with them that the overall strategic aim of hitting and targeting Ukrainian energy infrastructure failed, I think I would regard it as being certainly successful up to a point. Perhaps not successful is the wrong word, but effective, in that the chief executive of Ukrenergo, if I've pronounced that correctly, the state electricity company. Only a couple of months ago, I was alerted to it from my Ukrainian friends. was a lengthy interview he gave to Ukrainian journalists with regards to the current state of the electricity infrastructure of Ukraine. And his view at the time was that Ukraine the company has restored about 60% of its electricity infrastructure. It still needs financing. It still needs hardware, transformers, etc. And he's certainly warning the Ukrainian population, at least, on the possibility that this winter may in fact be harder in terms of power supply than last year, on the basis that the infrastructure is susceptible to further Russian targeting of said infrastructure, and that how power will obviously be diverted and prioritized towards industry and the economy over consumers. So, certainly from my charity's point of view, that's alerted us to at least being far better prepared in how we provide aid to our Ukrainian aid partners in Kyiv and Kharkiv in particular, on being able to try and mitigate in a very small way any further hardships that the Ukrainian population may undertake as a result of any resumption of the targeting of Ukrainian. Beg your pardon. That was my air raid siren alert coming on. In mitigation of any further hardship placed upon the Ukrainian people. But interesting conversation. Thank you very much.
So this is actually something quite interesting. It's something we touched upon yesterday with Latin, right? There's two variables here. One is, presumably, there will be another mass attempt at hitting Ukrainian infrastructure this coming winter by the Russians. And the question is dual. One is of Ukrainian air defenses. The other is of what state the Ukrainian infrastructure is now, to what degree it has been rebuilt, perhaps restructured as well, to be better able to cope with those that get through the air defenses. And of course, I don't think anybody's going to be saying that. There was quite a detailed report. We've discussed this here in February, March, when the report was out, as to just how much Russians have destroyed in terms of especially power transmission infrastructure in Ukraine. But I've not seen a report, and I think rightly so, on how much of that has been rebuilt, perhaps improved even since then. And that, coupled with much more extensive air defenses, and that, and I think this is presumably what you want to address further, right? Both air-based and ground-based, as well as this winter, this is going to be two-way traffic rather than one-way traffic, right? As we've seen over the last couple of nights in Pskov and elsewhere in Russia. Hopefully, Ukraine will sustain this much more easily than it did the last winter. Latin?
Yeah, great conversations and great insights I'm listening to here. And I think that one piece that you just mentioned there, Doman, is going to be critical, is the defenses. That's where I see the Ukrainians having the advantage right now. And a lot of that obviously is Western provided surface-to-air missiles. The other part of it that I think got some attention and was getting a lot of visually was being covered pretty well in the winter was it's another piece of there are basically three pieces to the Ukrainian defenses against this campaign, and that is the kind of in some cases almost homemade anti-aircraft artillery, mobile anti-aircraft artillery. We've been seeing stuff, lower caliber systems on the back of trucks, and we had seen a lot of that, and then adding Western thermal optics, off-the-shelf civilian stuff. Indications are that they've had some success with those. Those tend to be territorial units. And then you have the Western SAMs, the legacy SAMs that they already had. Their fixed-wing fighter force has been in this fight. We know that, but that force is under pressure overall to do other things. I expect to see one of the next things to happen is for them to make some creative moves forward in their fixed-wing air defense. There's some possibilities. We talked about some of it yesterday. We don't have to get into it again today, but that's where I seriously think some things could be happening already. Just before the first Western aircraft arrive, sometime. Let's leave it at that. But yeah, this is a very historic thing, right? This sustained drone campaign. Of course, there's cruise missiles and other things involved, but bulk of it is already, as we speak, shaping up into a drone bombing campaign. First one that I know of in military history. If somebody can correct me on that, I know the Azeris and Armenians were using, or particularly the Azeris, were using drones, but I don't think they were using them in a sustained bombing campaign. The only other thing I'll add is that there is another piece to the Russian offensive that they haven't been able to put in place yet because of Ukrainian defenses. It's one that they will not hesitate to use in a flash if they get the chance, and that is their manned bomber force in a conventional bombing role, in a carpet bombing role, using unguided bombs. We know what that looks like. That's Hanoi. That's Aleppo. The Russians will do it in a minute if they have a chance, but the Ukrainian defenses are holding and keeping them from doing that.
So I kept thinking about this, right? Because last year, at some point, Russia was losing ground that it had occupied. There was lots of Russians on the internet saying, "Oh, just wait to bring out our strategic bombers and carpet bomb your cities and carpet bomb Kiev." And I thought, yeah, right, because there would be any bombers coming through. I mean, there would be none returning back home, surely. No, these are big, slow beasts. Yes, they're flying high, but I mean, would any survive any bombing raid? Russians have conducted dumb bombings like this. Mariupol, when it was 80 kilometers behind the front lines in Ukraine, was
with no air defense.
Exactly, right? And Ukraine was short on long-range air defenses anyway. And Mariupol didn't have an air defense at that point. That's when they did it. So they have done it. But I mean, if they try to do it again, where could they even do it without getting their whole, bomber fleet scrapped for good?
The only way they could hope to do it, and I don't see any impetus for it right now because of the fact that they're producing all these drones, and that's where they seem to be putting their energy. So they're not, I take your point. It's if they felt that they had to at some point. I think they would only do it if they felt that there was a real gap that they could exploit in Ukrainian air defenses. That's the only way I see it possible, and I just don't see that happening anytime soon. The Ukrainian air defense network seems pretty tight. But if they were to try to do it against Ukrainian defenses in an opposed situation, it would require a level of combined air operations that we have not seen from the Russians yet. It would involve the kind of things we would expect to see in the Western Air Force, that combined operation of jamming, suppression of enemy air defense, AWACS, refueling, the whole bit, like huge packages of aircraft supporting each other to back up those bombers to give them the best chance of survival. The Russians are nowhere. They're not going to do that. They can't do it. They haven't done it. They're not going to do it. So thankfully, I think that scenario is probably not in the cards right now. And I'm looking more like just personally, just on a personal level, like historically, this is really interesting. I like, Em, I like your comments about, and you and I have discussed 1973 before. I think in terms of technology moving, changing warfare, I think you'd have to go back to 1973 to find something as significant as what we've seen in this invasion since last year. And a lot of it has been in the air, particularly with drones. So what I'm really looking for is, for me personally, what I'm watching, and I'm hopeful that it will really enhance Ukraine's air defense, is some creative, not necessarily really radical, but I think they're going to be digging a little deep and coming up with some, being creative in the next few months. I'm not seeing that on the Russian side. We're not seeing much evidence, for example, of their fixed-wing fighter force, the status of which we're really unsure of, by the way, because we don't know how well they've been able to keep this tempo of operations, the combat air patrols that they've had to fly constantly. We don't know how that's affected that fighter force overall. So we haven't seen a lot of them shooting down Ukrainian drones. I have no doubt that if they did, they'd be showing us that cockpit camera video. So it's primarily ground-based air defense. And as far as AAA, I don't know how much success they've had there. Anti-aircraft artillery, again, because the Ukrainians have been modifying, and I know if George is still here, I know he's talked about it before, and we had been seeing a lot of this addition of Western optics to, in some cases, very old, smaller caliber, larger caliber anti-aircraft guns on the part of the Ukrainians. I don't know that the Russians have been doing that. So those three parts are the AAA, SAMs, and fixed wing air defense. Maybe there's also an electronic component too, or jamming drones. That's where those are the main parts to keep an eye on here. And I think the Ukrainians have the advantage right now.
I agree. No, it's a multi-layered thing, right? I don't know how much of it you managed to catch between your bits of technical difficulties, but I'm kind of curious. How do you see the integration of ground-based air defenses with this possibly greater role of air-based air defenses, especially against drones in Ukraine going forward?
I heard.
So oh, sorry, Am.
No, go ahead first, Lionel.
No, I think, Doman, I think your question is really, you're asking kind of big picture about Ukraine's integrated air defense system, right?
In a way, yeah. I'm just kind of curious, and I think you two are really good to think and talk about this. Integrating ground to ground seems a little bit more straightforward than integrating ground and air together. I might be wrong, especially with the way that they're doing it.
Like, I think that bottom end of AAA, and there's reason to believe there's quite a bit of it, they would have had incredible amounts of small arms, or not small arms, correction, of heavy machine guns and slightly larger caliber guns lying around from the Soviet era. There's every indication when we were seeing images of them building up that force, primarily territorials. There's every indication that they had tons of it lying around. So we assume that has probably continued, and they were mobile. That was the important thing. Now, as far as integrating them into the greater system, I'm not sure. I don't think I doubt there would be a data link kind of that kind of modern immediate, but maybe just something with phones. Maybe they figured out an app for it. I mean, they're creative. There's ways I'm sure that they would have been able to communicate to them. There's a drone in your area. We'll read more about that at some point later, but it's a good question. As far as their fighter force, I'm not sure how they're vectoring them to, because they have any number of radars that could be directing them, including, of course, their onboard radars. I'm not sure that the Russian legacy aircraft have data link. I don't think they do. So they'd have to be probably doing it by radio. Anyways, however they're figuring it out, if you look at the numbers, I haven't seen today's. Yesterday's numbers were very good, the number that they had shot down. So they're doing something right.
I heard most of it. The problem will always be the target acquisition radar, and then the fire control radar, and the tracking radar, and the interceptor. What are you using? AAA, like Lanning has just said, artillery, phalanx, any close-in weapon system, or air-to-air missile. Granted, if the Russians were successful, they would have shown us the cam kill or the kill cam videos by now. And last but not least, surface-to-air missile. And then it's the cost. What is the cost of the interceptor? You're firing to take out a drone that costs how much? So it's a problem of low speed, low altitude drones, and then low speed, medium altitude drones, and then high speed, high altitude drones. Going forward, you will arrive at the concept of swarming, which is still being developed right now. Do you have a high speed, high altitude, or low speed, high altitude drone with radar capabilities that can provide a picture round the clock and can detect incoming drones, and then ground crews can figure out how they can target them, or will we have also drone motherships that launch interceptor drones that go in and take out other drones instead of having interceptor missiles? So we see these first person view or FPVs taking out ground targets, being flown into tanks, being flown into armored vehicles and trucks, and of course the Russian Lancet. You have that on the other side. The same thing can apply to drones. Imagine, but again, it's in the whole drawing board phase at this point. Imagine a drone that is flying and providing radar capabilities to detect incoming drones, and that drone is communicating with another drone that is carrying more drones and can fire one of those drones to take out an incoming drone. This will be the future of drone warfare. It will move from AAA, it will move from air-to-air missiles, it will move from surface-to-air missiles to a drone taking out a drone, because that's an economy of scale that you can sustain. So warfare is always about scalability. How can you scale that model up, or how can you scale it down? But we're not there yet. Eventually, it will be a drone providing the radar picture, communicating with a drone that is launching smaller drones to take out incoming drones. This is the perfect scenario. We're not there yet. So what you need... Go ahead,
And let me just add quickly to that list that you were going through, which is drones as ECM platforms. I think that's one that's going to really expand.
Yeah, we're not there yet, but it's not just limited to drone warfare. So it's not limited to aerial warfare. Some people were thinking about that a couple of years ago when it comes to protecting land forces or land-based forces, advancing convoys, for instance, and IEDs. Can you have a ground-penetrating radar on a drone that is flying with a convoy and basically securing, providing anti-mining capabilities or demining capabilities for the convoy, detecting mines, and then ordering another drone or another aerial asset, a helicopter, for instance, with guided missiles that can fire those missiles as a line charge to take out an IED to secure the route of a convoy, right? These are all concepts that are being considered, but none of them is in actual production or deployment with a combat-proven, badge on them. But that's where we will go eventually. And I believe Zagolman has something to add to this. Zagolman.
Zagolman? Zagolman?
Oh, I was talking to a muted mic. So you didn't answer my question whether you could hear me or not. Jeez.
No, that's why I didn't answer.
Yeah, the thing we all need to watch for is another generation of battery technology. That's what it's going to take to put power consuming electronics onto drones. Like jammers and like radars. So as the battery that's the key, is the battery technology, the energy storage technology that it takes to operate that stuff. So that, to me, that's where the research, the basic fundamental research to enable all that needs to be monitored, because that is battery technology is the enabler for that, or some type of efficient energy storage means. So it will get there. It will get there, but that's the key right now for all that. Kind of the next generation of drones that have more advanced electronics. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, this is 100% accurate. If we keep ourselves within the paradigm of relying on batteries to power up those drones, I don't see those drones in the near future, and even medium prospects being powered by batteries. Where the batteries are an issue right now that people are working on for so many reasons, and specifically in this war, because the reliance is mostly on off the shelves or commercial drones to fight this war. But eventually, a military application, a military platform has to be built from the ground up, and any designer is not going to limit themselves to the paradigm or the choice or the option of relying on batteries to power up such a platform. Eventually, it will have to be a fossil fuel engine that is generating energy enough to power the whatever electronic packages or suites you have on board to carry out the mission or the application that the drone promises to achieve or to carry out, right? But yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, with all those requirements, you'll have higher power requirements, and therefore you need higher power sources. Ergo, a lot of research will go into batteries and power storage. And even, I mean, I don't want to, you know, go on a tangent here, but eventually some of those drones will rely on solar energy to power their systems as they take on this fight. But that means that they will be more expensive, and losing them is not going to be as acceptable as losing whatever, you know, drones are being used currently in this war. So a designer always doesn't want to inherit a design. A designer always wants to arrive at the application or the solution that they want to deliver without the limitations of inheritance. So going forward, not during this war, maybe in future wars, quote unquote, or hint hint, Taiwan, it will be a completely different ball game. It will be the same concepts and the same tactics and the same strategies we're seeing today, but they will be more refined. They will be more cataloged and correlated, and they will rely on different technologies and different solutions to provide a value or to provide a firing solution or a reconnaissance solution or an intelligence collection solution. But right now, I think the best option is to give Ukraine more close-in weapon systems like the Gepards and other AAA solutions that can take down incoming drones at the cheap. The Phalanx, for instance, the Orlikon. Any of those platforms can be fielded to a certain measure of success against Iranian drones and the Russian version of them that are currently being fielded against Ukraine. So the short-term solution, the short-term answer for those low speed, low altitude, low speed, medium altitude drones being thrown at Ukrainians will be giving Ukrainians more AAA platforms, specifically the Gepards. If the Phalanx can be, you know, put on a land-based system or definitely or the Orlikon from Rheinmetall, all these solutions can tackle the incoming drone threat currently being fielded against Ukraine. Even the high energy laser hell of Rheinmetall can be used for that, but it's expensive, and it on its own it has energy requirements as well to power the radar and to power the laser gun, and you know you cannot cover the entire country using them. It will take a lot of money. It will take a lot of time to deliver those platforms and then field them against incoming Russian drones. So it's an expansive topic, and a lot of people can argue a lot of methods to, you know, field counter UAS systems. And it will be just fascinating going forward, seeing which one will manage to deliver before the other, and to what measure of success. And back to you, Doman.
If you'd like to, could you expand a little bit on those laser systems? You know, how much energy do they need? As far as you know, anyway, because I'm completely ignorant of these things. Do you use some sort of a condenser to be able to a condensator? I forget what these things are called in English. To be able to get so much energy in such a short period of time delivered. How long does it take to recharge? You know, all of those things, as you said, it's a lot of energy that it needs.
Capacitor is the word you were looking for.
Yeah, so far Rheinmetall has this system. I think it's called Sky Sky Range or Sky Ranger Hell. And the idea is that you provide a hybrid solution for air defense. Primarily, it is supposed to be fielded for providing perimeter security for high value installations, airports, stadiums, presidential palaces, other defense complex and installations, right? And it fires a directed high energy laser pulse that generates an immense amount of heat that eventually causes the incoming drone to explode. It subjects the incoming target to high directed energy that heats up to the target to the point it explodes, whether it's carrying a battery, whether it's carrying a fuel tank, and it can be integrated with several systems, either when it comes to target acquisition radar or the fire control radar, and it can be put on several platforms. It can be put on some of their armored personnel carriers or infantry fighting vehicles, and they can be put on like land stations, land mounted. And I'm not quite sure if they can be installed on naval vessels as well, but I think so. But the idea is to fire a very high energy directed beam at a target and heat it up to the point it explodes. As for energy requirements, I really don't know, but the data sheet is open source, so a lot of people can look at it.
Very good. Thank you. I'll go and have a little look. And in the meantime, let's go on to Roos.
You've probably all seen the videos from Hägglunds on how they plan to defend on drones on the CV90s now being delivered to Netherlands, I think, and then Czech and Slovakia with the radar tower that automatically sends targeting data to all the other vehicles too. And basically it can be protected from all the vehicles in the units. And on the small, I think it's a kind of rocket they mount on them that shoots incoming Lancet-like drones at very short distance to protect them from destroying the vehicles.
Are we talking about like there's a system that's similar to active protection systems on vehicles, protecting them against incoming ATGMs and other projectiles?
Yes, I think they haven't had that much success on ATGMs, but on Lancet-like drones, they've had almost 100% proof protection as long as they're not swarmed. They haven't released that much data on how much it protects against drones, but just said that they are too slow to actually penetrate the kind of system. But it also protects against ATGMs, yes, but not. I think they said 60 to 70%, which is probably lower in practice.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. This is just a generic idea. So war started. People started killing each other using swords and then spears and then arrows and then rifles and then tanks. Why was the tank developed? The tank was developed to provide superior firepower while protecting the human beings operating the tank, inside the tank using the armored layers of the tank itself. Then the tank itself became vulnerable to anti-tank guided missiles or RPGs and other projectiles. So active protection systems were developed to protect tanks, vehicles, APCs, IFVs against incoming projectiles. Next, it was drones or loitering munitions, right? So now we want to defend several targets and several platforms against loitering munitions. If it's a building, it makes sense to have an air defense station or an air defense system fielded, a battery or a vehicle that has its radar and has some measure of interception, firing solution against those incoming threats. But well, for instance, when you're defending a tank against drones right now, so let's say that you're a Ukrainian engineer, you are given the problem of protecting tanks against Lancets, or protecting artillery pieces against Lancets, or protecting fixed artillery against Lancets. You know, conventional wisdom would say that, okay, we will develop a system that we can put on every tank, put on every truck, put on every APC IFV that has its own sensors, that has its own acquisition radar, and can fire something against that drone to take it out in the air before it hits the target. Or takes out the drone at a close range as it approaches the target during its final, run to explode and detonate and attack the target itself. That's the design problem. So eventually, what we all want to have is the small cube that we put on top of a tank, on top of an APC, on top of a Jeep, on top of a truck, on top of an APC IFV that has its own sensors and fires maybe small missiles like Sparrows, for instance, like very small rocket, right? And that rocket would be small enough, powerful enough, fast enough to take out the loitering munition at a safe distance before it detonates near the land-based asset or a target, be it the tank or whatever. That's one thing. All right, that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is that, no, you have an IFV, or you have an APC, or you have a mobile air defense system that is traveling with those assets and providing them with an air defense umbrella. And that's like the American which system is it? That's Axel, help me out here. The one that we put on the Mistrals when we bought them from France without air defense systems. Do you remember?